What is happening? Welcome to the debut of Odds.com's YouTube channel for our 2020 NFL Draft Spectacular. 13 guests on this giant show tonight, and having the NFL Draft back gives us a little semblance of what used to be before COVID ruptured all of sports other than horse racing. Thank God for horse racing. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Cynthia Paniagua, Mississippi Kid, Eduardo Solano, Nilo, Boston, Nick, a.k.a. Mr. Fatfist, me, Made, Fox in the house, Catch, Caleb, Albert, Ross, Nilo, Rambo's brother, Dennis Garcia. What a group. Rye Kate, Maxwell, Smart, Casano, Magic. What a group. Swervin joining us. Walter Scott, Billy Boxer, Trot Wham, DJ Big Boss. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We have a big, big night ahead of us, and we have special guests. We're going to have a ton of special guests tonight. Let me introduce to you the panel starting this off. We'll start with Rob Bebenek, easily one of the best comics in North America, and as you can see, a giant 49er fan. Rob, thank you so much for joining us, my man.
You're too kind, Jimmy. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, man. Bebenek, what are the spots the Niners are drafting in?
13 and 31, baby.
13 and 31. And then at the bottom, two guys you know very well. Let's start with Babano in the house. Babano, how you doing, man?
Jimmy, it's good to see you. It's good to see you're well. Big Ragu, Rob, it's good to be with you guys as well. I'm excited. The NFL Draft's going to give us a diversion from this coronavirus mess that we've had the last month or so, and it's going to give us something to get excited about. It's going to give me something to bet. Now, I respect Jimmy and Big Ragu, guys like that doing the horse races. I don't do as much of that, so this is really exciting for me to be involved with the NFL Draft. And look, I'm in survival mode right now, guys. Jimmy, Big Ragu, I think you can speak to this. You know, I'm just doing enough right now. Keep the bills being paid, keep the food showing up on the table, you know, keep the roof over my head. I'm looking to make some nice, good, positive expectation winning bets tonight. I'm looking to cash out. Let's see if we can get it done.
I can't wait to hear your action, and we will get to it very shortly because you still have 52 minutes to get in your action. Over in the corner, we got the legend, the Big Ragu in the house. How you doing, Big Ragu?
I'm doing great, man. What an exciting night it's going to be, man. There's nothing that this world needs now than football and sports in our lives again. So what a way to kick it off and bring, you know, kind of a huge sporting event. It's probably going to be the most watched draft ever. It's going to have a lot different feel. You know, everything's going to be done virtually. So hopefully everything goes off without a glitch worldwide, you know, with all the internet connections and stuff. But man, you know, we need sports. We need it big. And so happy to be here with this panel and the guests we got coming on tonight.
Well, we have one hell of a special guest in the studio, and one of the things I get to see is I get to see the Cappers roll into the studio, and look at that face right there. My God, you can't bring you can't leave a star like the 8th overall pick in the 1999 draft just sitting there in the studio, not on the screen. He's early too. Look at this guy, 6 minutes early. My God, leading receiver in 2001 NFL season. Let's bring him in right now. D-Boss, David Boston. I'm going to bring him in right now. Add to the screen. There he is. D-Boss, what up? Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Glad to be here, Jimmy. What's up? How you guys doing tonight?
Better now that we got football back.
Always a pleasure, Dave.
Boston in the house. D-Boston, I know you know Big Ragu and Babano well. That's my man, Bebsy, Rob Bebenek, up in the top. And wow, what a team. What a team in store. All right, let's go around and start breaking this down. Let's start with Babano. Babano, what's your favorite look here in today's draft?
The absolute favorite. There's probably two that I would say are close to being my favorite. The one that I probably like the most is I really like the offensive lineman from the Iowa Hawkeyes, Tristan Wirfs, under 8.5, his draft position, which I got around -160. I think there's been a little bit of a fluctuation up in that price on him. From all accounts, he's very possibly the guy that's going to be the top offensive lineman in this draft. There's some people that have said Jedrick Wills. There was some thought Mekhi Becton out of Louisville could have been that guy as the top offensive lineman, but there's been some concern about the drug test that he recently had, that some other issues, underlying issues. I think the fact that when he's at Louisville playing for Scott Satterfield, he didn't exactly play a ton of snaps in terms of passing plays. I mean, Louisville was a very run-heavy offense this season in college football. I think Mekhi Becton didn't really have the snaps in the passing game that maybe some scouts and some NFL GMs would like. So I think his stock might fall a bit. In comes Tristan Wirfs. There's a slew of teams, Lions, Giants, a bunch of teams in the early part of the draft that desperately need some offensive line help and maybe targeting that position in the draft. So if you say absolute favorite, Tristan Wirfs under 8.5. Honorable mention, Jimmy and crew, to C.J. Henderson, the cornerback from Florida. I liked him under 14.5, which I got at -160. I think he's got top 12 potential in this draft. Cornerbacks are a dime a dozen. There are a lot of teams looking to shore up their secondary, and from all accounts, he's got some athleticism edges against some of the other guys, like Okudah, expected to be the number one or the top cornerback to be gone in this draft, in this first round, but I think C.J. Henderson won't be far behind. I like him under 14.5. Those are two of my favorites, Jimmy.
Two quick looks from Babano. Before we get to Bebsy and Ragu, we got to ask the boss about the wide receivers in this draft. No monster coming out of Ohio State like you were. We have who will be drafted first out of the wide receivers. And after I'd love to hear what you think about what's going on with the Jerry Jeudy knee situation, because Chris Cabot, his agent, says never missed a practice or a game in 2 years after the surgery. The rumor was spread days before the draft by a team that's looking to cause a stir, hoping for Jerry to fall to them. CeeDee Lamb is the favorite to go first. Oklahoma's CeeDee Lamb. You got Henry Ruggs at +400. Jeudy at +125, CeeDee Lamb at -110. That's at Bet365. D-Boss, talk to us about these wide receivers. Who do you like best? Who do you think goes first?
I still think it's going to be Jerry Jeudy. He's the type of guy that, he can run every route on the field, tremendous hands, and one of the things he does best is his run after the catch. And so he's the guy. I know he has a little bit of injury issues, but I still feel like listening to everybody talk and talking to some of my guys, I feel like Jerry Jeudy will still be number one off the board. I think CeeDee Lamb will go second, and then I think Ruggs will be third.
So that would mean, let's see what Bet365 is holding on to right now, because there was a plus line this morning beside Jeudy, first wide receiver drafted. Wow. Huge move to CeeDee Lamb, D-Boss. CeeDee Lamb now -180, Jeudy +200.
Okay, so things are changing a little bit. I'm still going to go with Jerry Jeudy, the first pick. I know he's the type of guy coming from a program, and the explosive plays that he makes in his run after the catch is a game changer. And so I feel like he's one of those guys that you don't see too often in the draft. Besides this draft, and I know it's loaded, but the 2015 draft had a lot of receivers that came out of that draft, and Jerry Jeudy to me is the best overall receiver in this draft. Not the most explosive, but the best overall receiver.
Let's talk quickly about these others from Henry Ruggs. We got LSU's Justin Jefferson, Clemson's T. Higgins, Baylor's Denzel Migs, Colorado's Laviska Shenault Jr. Do any of them stand out to you?
I think my favorite receiver in the draft is Henry Ruggs. I mean, he's overall. I mean, he can punt return. He's very explosive, and he's one of those guys where he has the speed to go deep. And usually, when you see speedy guys, they don't really have the best hands all the time, and so he's one of those guys that has natural hands, 4.28 speed. And so I think he's going to be a guy that can come in the slot, punt return, and really make explosive plays in the NFL. So
Dennis Garcia in the house took under 5.5 wide receivers drafted in the first round. Let's see what that is at right now. I'm going to first wide receiver. I guess, wow. First tight end. They don't have a number here. Oh, here we go. Wide receiver drafted first round. Over 5.5 is heavily juiced, -160. Do you expect 6 or more wide receivers drafted?
I think if it is, it'll be at 6. It's not going to be more than that, but it's right. That's a good number. The line is set. I mean, it could be 5 or 6. There's some of those cleaner guys that right around 5 or 6. Brandon Ayuk is a guy that strikes my mind that could be kind of a late round player. Denzel Mims out of Baylor is another good player. He's come along in the Senior Bowl, made a lot of plays, and Justin Jefferson was there as well. So I mean, once you have Judy, then you have CeeDee Lamb, and you got Ruggs, and Jefferson. Mims can be in there. So I could see six going, but also depending on how it shakes out early on, we'll determine it.
Mohamed Joma is saying under 5.5. Mohamed Joma will be seen later on. The show says wide receiver class is so deep, GMs will wait to get quality wide receivers later in the draft. How lucky are we that we got David Boston on the show, man? It's so wonderful, so incredible having your insights. D-Boss rolling with us, Odds headquarters, odds.com headquarters. All right, let's go over to Bebsy. Rob Bebenek, what looks do you have your eye on here in the 2020 draft?
Well, actually, I did. One of my favorites was the under on the receivers as well, for the reason just mentioned. I think there's just so much talent in this draft. I think there's teams that if they need a wide receiver, they're probably just gonna be like, let's wait on it. So I would take the under on that, and I'm gonna take the over on the quarterbacks. I think there's a trend developing where teams want to trade into the end of the first round to get that extra year, the fifth-year option. So, like the San Francisco 49ers, 31, they don't have a pick in rounds 2, 3, or 4. They're going to look to trade out probably to a team trying to grab a guy like Eason or Fromm. And I also this isn't going to be popular, but I can see Javon Kinlaw sliding. I think he's a beast. He's right now, the over-under for his draft position is 13.5. But the guy's got knee tendonitis. That's sort of not really being talked about too much. But D Ford fought with it on the Niners this year. Todd Gurley's been battling it. I think that might scare some teams off, and you might see the beast Javon Kinlaw slide down.
I got to say one thing. I got to say one thing quickly about Javon Kinlaw. ESPN, and I tweeted this earlier today, they didn't do that guy any favors. How do you put in his highlight reel a play where he sacks the Akron quarterback? Okay, Akron's had a brutal offense. They've been one of the worst teams in college football the last few years. That highlight's got to go to the cutting room floor. That's not going to build anyone's resume. Seeing him sack the Akron quarterback, everybody does that the last couple of years. So I don't know if that's helping Javon Kinlaw out, showing that.
Getting some good looks here from the panel. Let's move to the big Ragoo. What do you have your eye on?
I'm all about Tua today, as far as betting goes. I think with him, the bet I took, I think he's going to be the third pick. I got plus 150 on that, and he's going to go to probably Miami, obviously. And I think the second quarterback drawn in the draft, minus 105. A lot of talk about Herbert, from Oregon out that way, but I don't think so. I know the Dolphins might have some interest in him also, but I think the Dolphins are in love with Tua, so I like Tua at minus 105.
It brings up very interesting situation with the quarterbacks. Let's see what D-Boss has to say about these quarterbacks. And the odds have changed mightily, but right now, will the Dolphins take Tua at number 5 has been a big question mark. Will the Chargers take Herbert at 6? D-Boss, what do you think the breakdown of these quarterbacks is going to go?
Man, that's a tough call after Joe Burrow, man. I think Herbert, I mean, he could have left last year and would have been a top 10 pick. So he decided to go back to college. But, I mean, he doesn't have as much talent around him as some of these other quarterbacks, but I feel like he's a great player. Tua, absent his injury, would have been the number 1 pick, in my opinion. So, I mean, I think a healthy Tua is better than Herbert, but I don't know. Some of these GMs, and especially with this COVID pandemic, you don't get a chance to see the doctors, don't get a chance to interact with you, and it just makes it a little bit more player friendly, in my opinion.
These, whether or not a quarterback is what Bebsy used to call a China doll, is the reason why Tua could slip here. QC Matrix calls China doll. Bebsy, what's your thought here on the quarterback situation?
I'm kind of like D-Boss here. After Burrow, it gets interesting. Honestly, like Tua seems like a great guy, and he's obviously talented. But if I'm a GM, I'm not touching him early. He's got Sam Bradford written all over him because it's not just the hip, it's the ankles, it's the we don't know broken hand, and nobody can evaluate the guy right now. So yes, super talented, but if you're banged up that much as a quarterback in college, what are the big boys going to do to you? I like Tua. I would stay away from him personally. Fortunately, the Niners aren't looking at that. So, go ahead, Chargers. Go ahead, Dolphins. Take a swing.
Let's move over to Jordan Love. Jordan Love this morning was over 19.5, was at minus 200. Let's see if that's changed here. We got a lot of interesting, Eason from Hurts. It's all very interesting. I'm going to pull up Jordan Love right now, draft position, see if that's changed. It's still the same. Still the same.
The only thing about Jordan Love, they're not going to play football in Utah State no more. He's dangerous there. But yeah, I love that kid. He's the X factor in the draft, I think. He's a baby Mahomes, whatever you want to call it, but he's going to be that quarterback that can move the pocket, make plays downfield, make plays with his feet. So he's a special talent, no doubt. Somebody's going to get a good backup quarterback with him.
D-Boss, we're led to believe that Tyrod Taylor could actually be the starting quarterback of the Chargers. I saw a great picture of you yesterday talking to Doug Flutie, whom we love so dearly up here. What do you think? Could Tyrod Taylor be the starting quarterback come week 1 of the regular season?
I believe they're going to draft somebody to take his place, or at least Tyrod to be able to be a backup quarterback. I feel like one of those two guys that we're talking about out of Tua and Herbert, one of those guys will be in there to start. And I feel like Tyrod, he's already proven himself. He's a good backup player. But if they have to go with him, they can. But I believe it will be one of the earlier draft picks.
God, I can't imagine. Babano, what do you think about Tyrod Taylor 1 and where Jordan Love will be drafted?
Well, I hope he's drafted 20 or later because I do have the over on him. Jordan Love, over 19.5. Well, I understand the immobile element, the dual threat capability that Jordan Love has, and he's certainly got that. He had a great year 2 years ago, but he had all the pieces at the dinner table set for him. He had a great offensive line 2 years ago. He had a lot more skill position talent around him at Utah State 2 years ago than he did last year. Last year, the offensive line was a complete turnover of personnel for Utah State last year with the offensive line. The skill position group wasn't as strong, and he struggled. And sometimes you can see where he's trying to force the football into windows that he just can't get it there in, and his decision-making came into question a little bit. So I think that's something where he's definitely got the opportunity at some point to be a guy that can play in the league, but he's one of those project guys. He's going to need to be worked on. He's going to need to have his game and his tools and his ability and I think his arm is well developed a little bit more. So from that standpoint, Jordan Love certainly has the potential to grow over time at the pro level, but I think he is one of those quarterbacks. And just in general, in this draft, I'm not bullish on taking quarterbacks under their draft position. I think there's a big-time need, or there's a big-time highlight on how strong the wide receiver class is. Offensive linemen, there are a bunch of them that are excellent cornerbacks as well in this draft, and I think you're going to see a lot of teams really try to fill some specific and big-time needs at those positions. So put it all together, and I ended up taking Jordan Love over 19.5 for his draft position.
What a spectacular group we have in the chat right now. Paco Healy, Muhammad, Joe McCullis, Pros, Jordan Kane, Ickschnizzle. Ickschnizzle says David Boston from the Ohio State in the house. Let's fucking go, says Ickschnizzle. Ickschnizzle coming to us live from Cleveland. And yes, we do have D Boston. Question from Guillermo Zertucci is, ask the crew when Jalen Hurts will be drafted. Jalen Hurts yesterday, over 62.5 at plus 135. Under 62.5 minus 175. Now it's over 62.5 at plus 190. Under 62.5 at minus 240. Let's start with D-Boss. What do you think about Jalen Hurts, and will he go in the second round?
Whew, I think if he does go in the second round, he'll be late in the second round. He kind of reminds me of a Taysom Hill type of player. Once he gets into the league, you can put him at a lot of different positions. Knows the game of football. Grew up, his dad was a football player right here in Houston. So I feel like as far as the second round, that's close. I'm going to say late second, early third. I mean, they set those numbers right around probably where it's going to be. But if I had to guess, I'd say late second round.
We still got to talk about Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm, but let's bring in Al Mack. Al Mack going to pop in for 5 minutes. Then we're going to trade Al Mack for an award-winning adult film star, which I think is a great trade for us. But let's bring in Al Mack right now to the stream and see what Al Mack's saying here. Al Mack, what up, man? Look at you sitting beside D-Boss.
What up? How's it going? How's my audio?
How are you, Al?
How's it going?
Oh, you sound great. You look good too, man. You don't have much time because we have a award-winning film star that's going to jump in. Let's talk about your action here, Al. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I think my best, the best play that I have the most confidence in is Okudah under 4.5 at -118. I even grabbed him at the third overall pick at +130. And then just to pick up the pace, I really like the Patriots' first pick to be a defensive player. I know it's a little bit higher. I got it at -140, and I think it's at about like -170 now. But I like that a lot. But as far as positions go, I really like running backs over a half at -150. I got it at. You can get it about that number most places. I know it's at like -180 at Bet365, but if you do a little bit of line shopping, you could probably get it at cheaper. And then also, I really like this one, the Big Ten, having more players drafted than Alabama. I also grabbed that -150. And then I really like both of what Bobano said. I really like Jordan Love over 19.5. I had to pay a little bit of a price at -250. And then I'd hate to disagree with a former NFL player, but I mean, I got Lamb. I think Lamb's going to go first, and I got him at -150. And so I think there's value on Lamb, and I liked Judy all week, but I just saw the steam on Lamb now, so I got to go with Lamb.
You know what? I just want to jump in, Jimmy, and say one thing about the Lamb versus Judy debate.
Please do.
About a week and a half ago, I took Lamb as the first wide receiver drafted, and it was +160 when I got it. I've got options now. Because I can whirl right back around now, take Jerry Judy at +200. I see it at Bet365, and I can lock in a profit. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that because this just keeps on this steam on CeeDee Lamb to be the first wide receiver drafted. Look, I think he's got a good chance to be, but you're going to say now Jerry Judy +200. I think it's now been over-adjusted. I think the price move or the move has gotten a little bit carried away. So I've got Lamb +160. I'm going to come right back here and take Judy right now +200 and lock in a profit with first wide receiver drafted. Why not when it's there for me?
Hold that thought.
Hold
that thought.
Ragu and hear what Ragu has to say about the quarterbacks that could be drafted.
Wait.
And he
I
looks
got to touch on that Lamb deal for 1 second. So who's going to take Lamb? Who's going to be the first team to take a wide receiver? Let's answer that question. Is it the Raiders? Is he going before the Raiders, you think?
I think the Raiders makes the most sense because I as much as the Jets need a receiver, they also got to keep Darnold upright. So I think probably the Raiders.
Okay, now Gruden loves Alabama. He's just an Alabama type of guy. So Judy's going to the Raiders.
There you go. I still think the Jets could take Lamb, honestly. That's kind of my thinking. Look, this is going to be razor close. Like, this has been a debate among people that are betting these props all week long. I've had debate with about 5 or 10 people. Half say they like Judy first, half say they like Lamb first. So this is going to be razor close between these two guys. But the time I saw Lamb +160, I thought it was value, especially with Judy with the lingering injury concern that he's got. I think people will overlook that a little bit because of just the talent. As David mentioned, the route running ability. This guy runs in, fantastic. Is just extremely adept at route running and does a fantastic job in that regard. That people will overlook it, I think. But At that time, I saw Lamb plus 160. I thought it was value. Now Judy at plus 200, though. Like I say, I've got to take that and guarantee a profit. I think it's the prudent way to go.
I like it. I like giant plus lines. I like it a lot. Babano. There's going to be many trades in this draft, and we are about to make our first one. Al Mack, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
And Al Mack will be back in action. Al Mack, just before you go over. Al Mack's going to be joining us here in a couple of hours. Your very favorite look in this entire draft from a betting standpoint is what?
It's definitely Okuda under 4.5 positions at minus 118. I just think he's too good to pass up. I think that number is probably being a little bit generous. I got an inner tops, and Okuda under 4.5. I like that one the most.
Okuda under 4.5. Al, my man, thank you for popping in for a quick hit for us, and I can't wait to see you shortly. Much love to you, my man. Enjoy the beginning of the draft, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks. Talk.
There goes Al Mack. A quick trade. We bring in award-winning adult film star Tay Stevens. Not only is she award-winning adult film star, but she's an enormous Brady fan. And I can't wait to talk about what's going on with the New
I know
England
all
Patriots.
about it, Jimmy.
Let's bring her in right now. Please welcome to the show, Tay Stevens in the house. Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. How are you guys? We staying safe or
How
what?
are you, Taylor? Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Last time we were singing and dancing in some bar in Las Vegas. Hopefully one
Exactly.
day again soon.
Hopefully, yeah, exactly. Once this mess is behind us, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, tell us your first feelings when you heard pretty Tom Brady, the man who mouth kisses his own son, left
Oh,
the New England Patriots.
calm down, Jimmy. Calm down. First of all, did Tom Brady leave or did we kick him out? Right?
Oof.
I'll
Shit.
always be a Tom Brady fan. My dog will always be a Tom Brady fan, but I think it's time to look forward, and I think that's why all we need to do is trust in Bill, Jimmy. Trust in Bill. He's got this one.
Trust in Bill. D-Boss, I know you run with a lot of these guys. What's your feeling here? Did Brady get the boot?
To me, it seems like it. Every time I hear something, and what my boy Diggs is always saying is that Belichick and him, that he was really the reason why he left. As far as the money situation, and Tom is always, taking a little bit less salary to make the team a little bit better. And I think he got just a little bit tired of those ways, and he's wanted to prove himself in another scenario. And I think he will do that.
I also think that Bill Belichick will do that. Right now, he's got a new situation. He'll mold a quarterback exactly the way he wants. And I think I'm not really worried about the Patriots, to be honest. Bill knows what he's doing. I'll always be a Brady fan, but I'm a Patriots fan first. So.
They got 12 drafts, right? 4 in the first round.
Hey, are you guys going to draft a quarterback here?
I mean, I don't think we'll trade up for a quarterback, to be quite honest, because Bill is notorious for going down, right? So he's not really going to trade up. I think Tua is a little bit of damaged goods. I mean, him and Saban are very close friends, so I don't think that Bill is going to really aim for a quarterback. I think we're okay in that situation for right now. I think what we really need, obviously, is a kicker. And obviously, we need a good defense since Van Noy is gone, Collins is gone, Elandon Roberts is gone. So we need a defense. Defense wins championships, as we well know. So,
Bebsy,
Great
what do you
point.
think happens with the
Well
Patriots first draft pick?
sorry.
Yeah,
This is a question for Bebsy here. Stand-up comedian Rob Bebenick in the house. Bebsy, do you think the Patriots go for a defensive player in the first round?
I mean, it's Bill Belichick. So, yeah, you got to assume that defense is on the table. He's smart. He's going to take the best guy, or he's going to trade down. And I don't know. Bill Belichick could pull Greg Maddux out of retirement, throw shoulder pads on him, teach him to throw a football, and win games. I don't think he's that concerned about finding a quarterback right now. So, yeah, I think defensive player, like Tay said, they lost some serious pieces on defense. And let's face it, sorry, I don't want to insult Brady here, but a lot of those rings are on the defense's shoulders.
Correct.
Just how the Pats operate. So
Last year, no one was talking about Brady. They were talking about our defense, right? So it's defense that's important. Brady is, unfortunately, as much as I love him, replaceable. Like, you can always mold another quarterback, but we need a good defense. So that's, I think, what's going to be Belichick's focus right now. I think he knows what he's doing, guys. I mean, six championships later.
are there odds on Belichick rigging the draft?
I don't know about that.
There should be.
By the way, Bet365 has just taken all props off the board. All props off the board. Dennis Garcia says, remember when Matt Castle won 10 games in New England? What happens, Tay, if the year starts with Stidham?
I think we'll be okay. I mean, didn't you hear the people, the other players on the team talking about how Stidham really put him through the ringer and how he actually made them like better? So I don't think that we're stuck with this nobody that doesn't know how to throw. Like, I mean, we obviously got him for a reason. Even Gronk said, Patriots organization is a tough organization to be in. So anyone that's there, you have to automatically assume they're already above level as far as, discipline and, just talent. So for me, I think that this is an opportunity for Bill to show what he's got with another quarterback. And who knows? I mean, Tom Brady is all over the place trespassing in Tampa Bay. So I don't know. Maybe he's going to want to come back since we do get a quarterback aside from Stidham, but we'll be all right.
Tay, you're getting a lot of love in the chat. Tay, you do the super contest every year. Is that right?
Yeah, I hope there is one this year, Jimmy. Like I'm like going crazy when they ended March Madness. And now I hope there's a football season. I pray, because my football Sundays are so important to me, and my dogs, of course. They're all Patriots fans by choice, of course.
Will you be making future bets on the Patriots this year?
Yeah, well, Patriots are plus 110 to win the division. I would lock that one up. So I'm not worried. That's my divisional bet, yes.
Taylor, now you cannot let Gabe Morency know about that, because I think he's going to have something to say about that with his Buffalo Bills, will he not?
Babano, don't you know Gabe? He always has something to say, right? So there's nothing I could say where he would have nothing to say. So I'm going to say what I want to say. The Bills are definitely, in contention, but I still think the Patriots will win the division. I don't think that we're just that bad without Tom Brady. We're not. We just aren't.
I'll say this about the Patriots. The ship has sailed if you want to fade them. I mean, their win total now after Gronk got traded is 8.5 now. I mean, this is a team that's won. This is a team that's won double-digit games. So they've really made a steep adjustment for no Tom Brady, no Rob Gronkowski, no defense. A defense that's really lost a lot of key pieces as well from last year. And Taylor, you brought that up. Not enough people are bringing that up. That the defense lost quite a bit from last year's Patriots team. A defense that really had to. Let's be honest. That defense had to cobble together a lot of those Patriot wins last year when that offense wasn't clicking. Not all Brady's fault, though. Come on, Philip Dorsett's your number one receiver in some games last year. I mean, that's not trying to that's like taking a butter knife to a knife fight. You're not really going to have much success doing that there. They've got to upgrade the skill position talent. It was lacking around him. The O-line was a little suspect. But I think 8.5, boy, this is a big, massive adjustment to the so-called demise of the New England Patriots.
Too massive. I would take the over on that one. That's how I feel. I mean, that's just my position, and I would definitely take them to win the division. I don't think we're that. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to swear, but I don't think we're that bad, guys. I think we're gonna be all right. It is the New England Patriots. We're not like on this island by ourselves. Like, we've got this. We'll do it one way or the other. We'll figure it out. Bill will anyway.
Tay, you are allowed to swear. You're also allowed to do anything you please. Anything you please here on the show. Let's quickly go around and find out, because we have our guy, Dennis Garcia, saying the New York Jets win the AFC East up here in Toronto. We're very excited about the Buffalo Bills. Let's go around to everybody here who they think will win the AFC East. Start with you, D-Boss. Who wins the AFC East this year?
Do the Patriots have 12 draft picks? Am I right on that?
Yes.
They have 4 in the first round?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm probably going to roll with the Patriots.
Yeah, D-Boss. I'm friends with you now, D-Boss.
Big Ragu, who wins the AFC East?
I think I made a point to you one day, and you questioned it about Stidham to me, and I'm still going to stay. I'm still going to say Jets. Jets.
No.
Babano, who wins the AFC East?
Buffalo Bills. Not a lukewarm opinion, but Buffalo Bills for me.
Bebsy, AFC East.
I got to go with Babano here. The Bills' defense is so good. They're on the rise. They picked up Stephon Diggs. I think anybody counting out the Patriots is kidding themselves. They're going to be right there, but I got to go with the Bills.
Jimmy?
What a treat
Yeah.
it is
You
to
didn't
have
ask me, Jimmy.
Tate
You
Stevens.
didn't ask me, Jimmy.
Say what, Tate?
You didn't ask me. The New England Patriots are going to win the AFC. So cheers to that, guys.
Wow. No Kansas City, no Baltimore, New England, says Taylor Steve. That's a confident
I'm a
fan
very
right there.
loyal person. Ask around.
I
I'll
love
say
it.
this
Hey,
about
Tate,
the Bills. One quick point about the Bills.
Sure.
Shaq Lawson is gone. Phillips is gone. And if you listen to Stephen A. Smith last week, they're actually still on the Buffalo Bills, if you listen to what he said in one show last week on First Take. But they're gone. So they did lose some key pieces on defense. Going to be a good defense still with Trey White, good secondary. But that's why I think they're going to be after an edge rusher this year in the draft, the Bills. They got to look in that direction because you got Jerry Hughes, who's getting older. Mario Addison's getting older. I think an edge rusher is going to be a target for them in this draft.
Going to be a very exciting draft, and D-Boss pointed out the amount of picks that Belichick has for himself. Tay, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Tay, where can we find you online?
So you can find me on my OnlyFans, onlyfans.com/JStevens and camwithtay.com. And also every Sunday watching the Patriots kick butt.
We love it. Tay Stevens in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the draft, and can't wait to have you on many shows as we move forward towards the football season. Stay healthy and know that you're loved.
Hey,
Before I
Tay,
go,
Big Ragu wants to say something quick.
what?
where's your worse half hanging out right now? Where's Sonny at?
Oh, I'm single, but Sonny's crazy. He's on his own. He's doing his own thing.
All right, kiddo.
For this prop bet though that I'm taking from under 61.5 in case no one asked me what I was taking, so I just thought I'd let you guys know. From under 61.5 for the draft because I got to bet on
Like
something, right?
Yep.
I like it.
So
Let's just, they're off the board now. Let's see if they pop back up. But yesterday from under 61.5 was -110, over 61.5 was -130. So that is coming from Taylor Stevens right now. Jake Fromm,
yes,
under 61.5.
under with a Boston accent. Thanks, Jimmy.
Love it. Great to have you. Stay healthy. Much
Stay
love.
safe, stay healthy, Taylor.
Stay safe and wash your hands.
Yes.
All right.
20 seconds.
Tay Stevens joining us. What a treat.
I've only
What
heard that
a
shit
treat.
for 100 times now the last month. Wash your hands for 20 seconds. I'm not 6 years old. I get it. I get it.
Have you been washing your hands for 20 seconds, though?
No. 10
No, I
seconds
don't.
is enough. As long as you scrub hard, that's all that matters. Get rid of the germs.
Swervin says Fromm is a bum. Let's talk about Fromm. D-Boss, what do you think of Fromm under 61.5?
Whew. I swear they set those numbers right around where I think he's going to land, man. I mean, it's literally. I mean, he had a good career at Georgia. He's a above the shoulder guy, smart quarterback. Had a good career, got a nice arm. He's just one of those guys where if you look at Drew Brees and some of these guys that have been drafted around that second round, third round, they end up kind of panning out. He's a guy I think that can sit around, pick up an offense, maybe the year 3 or 4 come in there and make some plays. It's tough to kind of call where he's going to land, but I think he's probably going to be late second round.
Yeah, we're at 61.5. We need to talk about Ohio State running backs, J.K. Dobbins. What do you think of J.K. Dobbins? What do you think of his future and his over-under draft spots at 44.5? D-Boss, what do you think of that?
I think he's going to go before 44. He's a tremendous running back. This draft doesn't have a whole lot of depth at running back. I mean, besides him and Swift are probably the two guys that come into mind. But I think he'll go before 44. He's a tremendous athlete. He had a great career at Ohio State. Very fast, can get off can cut the edge, shifty. He has a lot of talent, man. I think he can at least be a special teams guy and probably come in on third down or be in the slot. He's a tremendous athlete, bigger than you think too.
You think he's better than Taylor?
Ohio State. Is there any other Ohio State spots, any Buckeyes that you think are going to be drafted at very high in this draft?
With Chase Young, obviously, Okuda, those will be the top two. And then I think that cornerback they have, Arnett's, a lot of people are sleeping on him. He's a really good player out of Ohio State. And JK, those will be the top four people coming out of Ohio State. But that, I think as far as Dobbins, 44, I believe he can go higher than that.
There is a bet in the chat right now from Shy Archie says D-Boss curls with 225 on the bar, over under 8 reps.
Under.
No way. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Let's talk about running backs. Bebsy, is there any running backs in this draft you're looking at? We've been a look from Mohamed Jomo was under 0.5 running backs round 1. What do you think here, Bebsy?
I don't think there's going to be a running back going in round 1 just because of the way they devalue that position. I just don't see it. I don't see anybody taking one before the end of the first round. I like Okuda. I think he might be the best of it. There's Swift, Okuda, and Taylor. Personally, I'd take Okuda. I might be a bit biased because I'm a Buckeyes guy. But yeah, I'm saying no running backs in the first round. And I'm also saying nobody's touching on KJ Hill. I think KJ Hill is an underrated player, and he's going to go a bit higher than people are expecting right now.
Hey, Jimmy, real quick. As far as the running back position, I could see DeAndre Swift being Kansas City as that last pick. I mean, he would be a tremendous fit at Kansas City. So I guarantee you they are at least thinking about taking him at that last first round pick.
Ooh, that's a good look. That's a good look.
I was going to bring that up.
That's the only big fear of taking that bet is Kansas City could very well grab him.
The only one. Other than that, no one's going to take him before that. I mean,
that's the talk.
But Bono, what do you think about the running back situation we're dealing with here in the draft?
Yeah, Mohamed Joma said it. Rob said it. I'm in the same camp. It's a risk taking the no running back drafted in the first round, but it's a risk at plus 200 when I bet it. It was a really good price. I think it was worth a shot at that price. Maybe Miami goes with a Swift. Maybe, as we mentioned, Kansas City. Because they need that running back. And again, running back, they use the running back so many times in the passing game as well, the screen game, get him out in the open field. I mean, Andy Reid's very creative at using his running back to catch the football as well, so Kansas City could go in that direction as well. But when I'm a GM these days in the 2020 NFL, I look at it as what are the positions I'm coveting the most. Obviously, you got to win. You got to have the quarterback, or else you can't win. I'm looking at the trenches. I'm looking at the offensive line. I need to be strong there. I look at the defensive line. I need to be strong there. I need an edge rusher. I wouldn't mind having a cornerback in the secondary that can block up one-on-one coverage down the field and try to take away the top receiver from the other team. I look at all of those positional directions before I look at a running back. And that's in a year, guys, in a draft year where there is that stud, home run running back prospect out there. That's not this draft. So, and then there are still, even with a great running back that would be out there available, I'd still look at a variety of other positions. And I think if you're going to win an NFL in 2020, you've got to spend your first round draft capital on other positions before you spend them on the running back spot. So I think it was well worth the risk for me looking at no running back in the first round at a plus price.
Boston Nick looking at the Okuda under 4.5. All right, let's talk about the Redskins. Chase Young. Is there a chance that the Redskins trade that pick? And let's go with D-Boss because we're talking about Ohio State. What do you see Haskins doing this year, and what do you see Haskins doing in the future?
I mean, he came in last year when he finally got a chance to play. I mean, he's a talented kid, big arm. You can throw the deep ball really well. I think he's a good learner. I think he'll have a good second year. But I feel like Washington is probably going to take Chase Young. I mean, he's the best overall athlete in the draft. There's no even debate about it. He's a tremendous talent, but I do think the Redskins are going to go with Young.
Redskins grab Young. Haskins loves Young. Let's go to Bebenek and the Niners. 13th overall draft they got from the Colts. Who do you like? Who do you want?
I don't know. I've been flip-flopping all over this. Obviously, a big need is receiver. And I can't decide which one because Kyle Shanahan can use each one of those guys in a different way. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy's the cleanest route runner, the most polished. CeeDee Lamb's all about catch radius, run after the catch. And Ruggs is just pure speed. Now, everything I'm hearing is that Marquise Goodwin is as good as gone. So it could be Ruggs, and it could just be because they don't have that choice. Ruggs might be the only one left, especially if the Jets do end up going receiver. I honestly can't say. I don't know. I think I just keep circling back to Jerry Jeudy because, listen, he started the year as the best wide receiver prospect. He spent the whole year being phenomenal. And then now the week of the draft, people are like, maybe it's somebody else. It's still Judy's still the best receiver. If he's there, I think I want Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy. All right, let's talk about why, Bebsy, you think the 49ers won't fall the way all the Super Bowl losers have been falling in the last little while. Why could the Niners buck the trend of the Super Bowl jinx?
I think just youth and attitude. That team has everybody said it all year long. They had a special locker room. Losing guys like Buckner and Sanders are crippling in their own right for different reasons. Sanders transformed that offense, changed the way Debo plays. Buckner is one of the most underrated superstars in the league. The Colts got a phenomenal player there. But just this Niners team is good, and Kyle Shanahan is a phenomenal coach. They lost. Honestly, the biggest loss to me is losing their defensive backs coordinator, Woods. Like, losing that guy. Cleveland's going to get a big lift from getting Woods as their D coordinator. But I really think that team is really balanced. And they went from 4-12 to the Super Bowl, and everyone laughed at me when I said this team can seriously go deep. They just have good coaching and good players and the right attitude. So it comes down to health. They got to re-sign Kittle though. That's starting to scare me.
I hear that. Let's go to Babano here. Who is a sleeper team this year that you've got your eye on?
Sleeper team this year. Maybe a little bit of a bounce back year in Atlanta for the Falcons, just because of how things just completely plateaued against them last year. Still a very capable offensive football team. I'm looking for value. I'm looking for teams that you really wouldn't expect, maybe necessarily in terms of bounce back ability. I think the Atlanta Falcons certainly stand out maybe as one of those teams. It'll be interesting to see how things go with them. You look down the list in terms of teams that might be able to have a decent bounce back or as well this year. Can the Pittsburgh Steelers, bounce back? It's not like the Pittsburgh Steelers, to miss the playoffs 2 years in a row. Wouldn't put it past them. There's a lot of, up in the air in terms of Ben Roethlisberger moving forward. Certainly, there's a little bit of talk that maybe they're rebuilding, but I certainly wouldn't put it past them. Those are two teams that are perennially pretty good teams that certainly have had some down times the last couple of years. I think the Atlanta Falcons, the one concern I have about saying they might rebound is, what does this team look like since they collapsed and coughed up a lung in the second half against New England in the Super Bowl last year? That's really where the problem started for the Atlanta Falcons, and they haven't really rebounded from that, but they've certainly got the talent too. So think of those two teams. Atlanta would be a team from a buy low standpoint. I still have questions about Carolina, New Orleans with Drew Brees a year older, some talent they've got to replace on defense. I know people are obviously buying and drinking the Tampa Bay Buccaneer Kool-Aid with Brady and Gronk there, but Brady, of course, let's not forget, Bruce Arians is a proponent from a scheme perspective of deep vertical passing, throwing the deep ball, taking shots down the field. Can Tom Brady do that? I mean, there's questions a little bit about that because everything was underneath dink and dunk largely from Brady last year with the Patriots. So that's still a question that has to be answered.
D-Boss, we have a question from the chat from Shy Archie representing Chicago. It says, I missed the beginning of the video, but if it was not addressed, can we ask Mr. Boston about what it was like in the days and hours leading up to being drafted? What stands out to him about the moments before and after?
Before, I mean, I was definitely nervous. My whole family was there. I was actually really young when I left Ohio State. I was drafted at 20 years old. I was nervous, goosebumps everywhere. And outside of meeting my wife and seeing my kids born, it was the happiest day of my life to get drafted. But it was a nervous feeling, not knowing where I was going to get drafted. There's a lot more, I guess, tools available now to kind of project where you're going to land. But 20 years ago, I knew I was going to go in the first round, but I didn't know where. So it was just a nervous feeling, but it ended up being one of the happiest moments of my life.
And your dad just retired as a beloved referee. Is that right?
I don't know how much beloved from all of us, but yeah, he did.
And how long was he a ref for?
He was 25 years. 25 years, yeah. They just put his jersey in the Hall of Fame up in Canton. So.
Oh, wow.
Part of that.
Oh, that's so
That's
cool.
awesome. Good stuff.
So cool. Questions coming in from the chat. Let's go to the Big Ragu here. West Coast says, does Big Ben return to form? What do you think, Ragu?
I say so. I say he comes back in a good way. I mean, that team's been through the ringers, the past year, last year, especially last year. But, with the Brown drama and all the other stuff that was going on with this team. Tomlin's a good coach. They've always been a perennial team. Like Ian was saying, that's a team that's like sitting there in the wings, licking their chops. Now that New England's out of the picture, somebody else other than Baltimore possibly. I'm thinking Pittsburgh is probably going to make a run. So I do think they're going to have themselves in position, and they always have enough talent, to make things go their way. For years and years and years, that whole organization was built on the draft for a lot of years, Pittsburgh. So, but they have a different approach these past decade, and I think Pittsburgh will get back to the Pittsburgh of old. You'll see them competing for for that championship, not just the divisional, conference championship, but start off with the division first.
D-Boss, question from the chat. Antonio Brown back in the pros. You think we see Antonio Brown in an NFL uniform this year?
Man, I feel like somebody's going to try to give him a chance. I mean, this is a league of forgiveness. I can even see a Jerry Jones or somebody that has a tendency to overlook some of the mistakes and give guys a second chance. But I mean, he's done a lot of stuff, in a period of 24 to 36 months that that are very scary for a GM to take a chance on. But if I had to guess, I feel like as things kind of move along and he starts doing workouts with teams, somebody will give him a chance.
Bebenek, we were talking about the Steelers. You and I have joined in on a couple of futures bets, losing futures bets on the Steelers. Do you think Big Ben has a bounce back?
I think so. I mean, you say bounce back to form, but Big Ben's never really had great form, so to speak. He's definitely the fattest, out of shape superstar I've ever seen in my life. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I don't see why not. He's got talent around him. He's got a great O-line, and he's got good receivers. I do think he can bounce back, and I think Pittsburgh will probably come in as a bit of a sleeper, and then be one of those nasty teams come playoff time where you just don't want to run into them.
Twatty Latte says 2 years ago Ben led the league in passing. Twatty Latte going to be on this show. Twatty Latte from Pittsburgh. Babano, what are your expectations of the New York Giants this year?
Well, I'd like to see them obviously shore up their offensive line. The good news for them is Daniel Jones is not the standing statue that Eli Manning was, but he's still not the most mobile quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. So he's got to have protection. I'd like to see them get a little bit more run blocking as well. Not only a tackle, get a guard as well. Try to help out Saquon Barkley. Like, you really do have a supreme talent in him at the running back position. Give the guy some help. Give Daniel Jones some help. Shore up the offensive line. I think the defense, at times last year they were absolutely awful. but there were some games toward the second half of the season. They started to make some progress there, and then it was their offense that started to slip back. Remember, Daniel Jones came on the scene when he took over the starting job, and he had those first couple of games where he played very well. Then the offense tailed off a little bit down the stretch. The offensive line again was an issue. Offensive line. I can't hammer this point to Dave Gettleman and the management team home loudly enough. They've got to shore up that offensive line. They're saying on the broadcast here the Giants are still listening to offers to trade down from the number 4 pick, so they're still entertaining some possibilities to move down from that 4 spot. But
Don't tell me that shit.
Yeah, wherever they pick, hasn't happened yet, Doc. But that's
every year I get
this
disappointed with these guys when they didn't jack Zach
I don't
Martin
blame you for
from
feeling
Notre
that way.
Dame. When they brought in Beckham, that's a different story. But year after year after year, they disappoint in the draft, and it's really unbelievable. I mean, the Gettleman made his first move with Danny Dimes last year, so and that was like the big what if moment, or what the hell just what happened moment in the draft. But I love to see the Giants get Wirfs from Iowa. That would make my night if that happened.
Well, let's bring in a man who disappoints no one, especially seniors of the female variety. Let's bring him in right now. The man, the myth, the legend, DJ Big Boss in the house. Man, I miss you, Boss. How you
Kick
doing?
some lyrics. Kick some lyrics.
Hey, y'all thought y'all was gonna have a party without me, man? Y'all got the whole team in here, man. Y'all gonna have a party and leave me out, man.
Let's put our heads together right here. Let's see what happens.
Hey, we gotta switch that up, man. I don't know. You got all the bald-headed guys at the bottom. Come on down here, Jimmy. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. That's all.
It's been a long time, Ian, man. I miss you, brother. It's been Saturday mornings after Saturday mornings with no Ian showing up, man.
I know. I miss it, buddy. I miss it. How are you? How you been?
Oh, man, I've been doing great, man. Trying to stay safe, keep my hands clean and all that good stuff. Don't touch my face. And, the senior centers are locked down right now, so I got to change the way I do things. Right now, I'm at this hot wing eating contest right here, and these clowns over here, they're going in the second round to catch up to me. So I'm just on a break right now in this hot wing eating contest, man. I ate 72 hot wings in 10 minutes, man. I don't think none of them can see me, but I'm going into the next round. So I come to hang out with my guys, man.
Awesome. Yeah, didn't I say just 10 minutes ago about the damn hands and washing them? I've heard that a million times. It's funny you mentioned chicken wings, buddy. I plowed through a plate of wings before we started the show. So chicken wings, a lot of people are eating chicken wings tonight. It's football, that's why.
Hey, that's what I was going to say about D. Boston. Talk about the best thing about the NFL draft when he was young. It had to be the food, buddy. I know how to go before and after. They had hot wings. They had the whole layout.
Yeah, they have a spread. You know how they do it. They try to make everybody happy. But yeah, it's all good, man. How's everything going out there?
Oh man, it's wonderful right here, man. Just keeping all my babies inside, and they got me going to work sometimes, not to work sometimes, but getting my esports on real tough and joining y'all on this draft party, man. I don't know about this draft thing though, man. I think we just bored and one has something to do because this draft thing, they've been wrong for years, buddy. All y'all little stuff y'all figure out, it's gonna be one trade in the beginning rounds that throws everybody's perspective off, but it's absolutely fun taking some time to look at it and have some fun with it. They got some big numbers out there on some big things, and I'm sure it's a lot of volatility to make some money, but I don't know, man. These people that's putting the drafts together, that's out here, paying these kids to come on, they change in the NFL. Like, they don't take no time to build them up and make something out of them. They want them to get them over there and be instantly ready. So it's a whole nother ballpark nowadays, man. We just trying to catch up.
Well, we are about to start the draft. It is about to pop off. It looks lonely and different as everything is being lately. Boss, did you make any moves in this draft?
I haven't, but
No,
I'm getting. Are you talking about Big Boss?
Oh yeah, we got two bosses.
We got two bosses. It's all good though. We speak for each other. There's no
regular
big deal,
boss
man.
and big boss. Yeah.
We both the ball-headed one. You know what I'm saying?
DJ Big Boss, did you make any moves in the draft?
I absolutely tried but I couldn't find a spot, Jimmy. I couldn't find nothing really worth the time. But I was going over some things with Flipper, and the thing that I look at each year in the draft is, of course, who's coming out of Notre Dame, because that's my squad. And then I always like to look at the offensive lineman going into the draft right there. And then, since I was on the Mountain West so tough this year, I don't know what they see in Jordan Love, but they have Jordan Love on pace to go high in the draft, I guess. But I don't know. I think he's unproven talent. I don't think he never really had all the tools around him. So he's still a 50-50 ball to me. And this guy, Tua, I just don't like this guy, Tua. I'm going to just tell you the truth. He's Johnny Manziel number 2. If you tried Johnny Manziel before and that didn't work out, what makes you think this guy who has pretty much the same attributes and he's coming in off of injury, what is he gonna do, man? What are we looking at? But Joe Burrow, classy guy, man. That guy, he deserves everything he gets, man. Like, he played at a high level in college that makes you believe that he's prepared to go right now in the NFL. So I really like Joe Burrow. I hope him the best first round, whatever. But I don't know. He could probably have so much fun at some other squads. It'd be nice if he could get over to the Chargers, because the Chargers got some new things going on. It'll be interesting. But if he goes to the Bengals, best for Joe Burrows. But that's just the way I see it, man. And then, I love your boy over there at Ohio State. I think that he also deserves everything that he gets as well. Chase Young at the defensive end position. I think he's the best defensive end on the block right there. So that I just keep it right there, man. I know some guys that's deeply involved in this stuff, and they got some plus 1,000 probably winners going to come out of this thing right here.
There's been a couple big stories that we haven't talked about so far in this show, and one of them was the shocking DeAndre Hopkins trade. Let's go to D-Boss. So we'll go with DJ Big Boss and D-Boss. That'll be the way I break that down. D-Boss, were you shocked when you heard the trade? Tell us what you think of it.
I was shocked. No, I didn't see it coming. They had a really good year last year, Houston, and for a guy that's been with the Texans, this whole time, he's been a number 1 receiver, can still get open, get down the field and make plays, and he's a selfless player. And so I'm not sure why they traded him. I don't know if it was because of money or what the scenario was, but DeAndre Hopkins is a playmaker. He catches all 50-50 balls. Rangy guy, can run after the catch. He's a hell of a player, and I see no reason to let a guy like that go with all the continuity they have there. The Texans, they were just getting rolling into the playoffs and stuff, so I was shocked. What's your expectation of the Cardinals this year? I think they'll do better. They were, they covered a lot of spreads. A lot of people had them they were good underdog covers for last year. Kingsbury, I think Murray will be better this year under the system. Kingsbury slings the ball around a lot, and I think Murray has 1 year under his belt, and he'll be able to throw to Larry. He'll be able to throw to DeAndre Hopkins. So he's got weapons. I see them having a better year than last year, much better.
I think of all quarterbacks, guys, to make that leap from last year to this year, Kyler Murray could be that guy, because he does have a guy that can, I think, call plays at a relatively good level. You got a DeAndre Hopkins now. You chuck the ball to him in coverage. All he can do with his great hands, just ability, just outreach someone for a football down the field. I think Kyler Murray is going to have a nice season coming up next year. That's a team that's still a suspect on defense, though. Arizona quite a bit. They've got a lot of work to do to shore that up. From a total standpoint, I've got them circled over the total. They're going to be in some shootouts, some high-scoring games next year, I think.
Yeah. Hey, DB, you think they make a reach for?
Sorry, what did you think of the Hopkins trade? And what do you think about the Cardinals as rivals this year?
Was that to me?
To Bebsy, yeah.
I thought Bill O'Brien should have been fired on the spot for making that trade. That trade was insane. Nuke is arguably the best receiver in the league. He's top 3 without question. You don't throw for a second pick. For a second-round pick, they got more for Stephon Diggs. No knock on him. He's phenomenal, but Nuke is unreal. Bill O'Brien should have been fired on the spot for that insane move. And, yeah, now I hate that the Niners have to cover him, because Kyler Murray already gave that team fits last year.
Yep.
Now they've got Fitzgerald. They've got Hopkins. They've got Isabella. They've got Hakeem Butler, who's also, I think, poised to make a step because, look, he's going to be open. That pick or that trade made me so fucking angry at Bill O'Brien because he just gave Nuke to a rival for nothing. He's a moron. They should fire Bill O'Brien like now.
Shocking. It was absolutely.
He's the gift that keeps on giving, O'Brien.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
He's given-
Unbelievable.
yeah, you know what he's given? He's given hemorrhages to every Texans fan. That's what he's given.
What was Deshaun Watson thinking when that trade went public? He must have just snapped.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yep.
I mean, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, you nailed it, Rob. I mean, look at the return that Vikings got for Diggs compared to what the Texans got for Hopkins. They got a king's ransom, the Vikings,
Yeah.
for Diggs compared to what Houston got.
It was.
I would say just to be contrarian on that one though, you know, nowadays in the NFL and football period, you know, wide receivers come a dime a dozen, you know. They have a lot of them fired up, fast, everything, you know. So I mean, of course, not always as good as Bernard Hopkins, but you know, if they can't find a spot for Antonio Brown, they obviously must have good enough players in there to play ball.
Well, we're expecting Joe Burrow to go here, number one. If that happens, Babano, Bengals win total this year. What are you expecting?
Look, Joe Burrow has the chance to have a really, really strong NFL career in time. I just don't know if it's going to happen right away. And he's obviously the guy the Bengals are going to pick and should pick, but it's going to take time. I mean, it really is. I mean, the Bengals. The good news for Burrow is he's going into a system he knows. He's not going to have to change things too much. He played in a pro-style NFL system last year with LSU. Remember, Joe Brady was the offensive coordinator there who came from the Saints, came from an NFL pro-style background, brought that to LSU. It was a good fit for Burrow. So Burrow comes from that background where he played a pro-style offense going to this Cincinnati Bengals NFL situation now. But, boy, he's got a lot of holes around him that are going to have to be filled. You know, the offensive line for the Bengals was not good at all last year. That's going to have to be improved. I know Burrow's got the mobility and athleticism, and he could make plays happen when the pocket collapses, but still the Bengals have to shore that up. I don't love the skill position talent outside of, you know, maybe Boyd and Green at the wide receiver spot because Green can't stay healthy the last couple of seasons. That's a concern moving forward. And the defense for the Cincinnati Bengals is a big time a work in progress and trying to shore that up. Their pass rush was non-existent last year. Their secondary got torched for big plays last year. So there's a lot of the big cleanup job that has to be done around Joe Burrow. So he's going to have a nice career, but it's going to take time. Bengals fans are going to have to be patient. I don't think it happens immediately.
They did draft a left tackle last year who spent the whole year on IR, so that's something Burrow's got going for him.
Yes, that's a great point because the left tackle spot obviously critical.
Let's talk about Teddy Bridgewater. Let's talk about Cam Newton, where we think he'll end up and what we think Teddy can do. Let's start with D-Boss. What do you think Teddy can do as a number one again?
Bridgewater? I think he's gonna play well. I mean, you saw what he did when he came in when Drew Brees went out. He's been consistent. That's the one thing you get from him is consistency. He can make the throws. He can pick up an offense, and so I expect him to play well. Carolina has got a pretty good offensive line, and I think they got some talent around him. But I think he's a guy that you can expect to be consistent. He's not going to really blow the top off of you down the field or do anything, but he can make the throws and make plays. So I expect him not to turn the ball over and just kind of make the normal plays to keep himself in the game. And that's what he's usually known for, is just he doesn't really blow the game. He'll keep you in the game, you know.
Do you think Cam Newton, D-Boss, you think Cam Newton gets an opportunity this year?
I feel like listening to the coach, he seems to say that Cam's going to be there. So, I mean, I feel like I believe him when I hear him. Whether or not he has a chance to play, I don't know. But I feel like the coach is going to keep him there.
Raghu, what are your thoughts on Teddy Bridgewater?
Superstar in the league, no doubt. He's definitely going to have an immediate impact. I mean, especially with McCaffrey, I could see them coming up. It doesn't have to be so much one-dimensional where McCaffrey has to carry that team on his shoulders because of the injuries that, with Cam, the decline of Cam and his injuries and performance on the field. So that's going to be a big help to that offense as a whole. So that should, he's going to fit right in that spot. I think he's going to step in, and they're going to do some pretty decent things in Carolina. Not a bad football team. They just, too one-dimensional. But even though we knew how one-dimensional they were for 22 McCaffrey, they still couldn't stop the kid. So it's going to be that much better for them when Bridgewater gets on the field.
Bebsy, what are your thoughts on Bridgewater?
I like Teddy. I feel bad for the guy. I think he's been dealt a bad hand, obviously, with injuries situation. I think he does well in Carolina. As these other guys mentioned, McCaffrey's arguably the most dynamic running back in the league. He's got some wide receiver talent. I don't fully understand the trade for Turner for what's his nuts? The left tackle, older, I'm talking about. I didn't understand that move. I thought it was a backwards move. They kind of seem to be going in two different directions. That's my only worry about that team. But I love Teddy. I hope the best for him. I hope he stays healthy because I think the guy's got a ton of talent. And I think he deserves to be a QB1 in the league.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see him have the opportunity. Prince of the City in the house says, we are off. Prince of the City made a pretty penny fading his Philadelphia Eagles all season long and laughing in our faces when we would back the Philadelphia Eagles. Prince of the City betting against his own team. Here we go. Bengals are on the clock.
Are they all in? Are the Bengals all in on Burrow? They pull a move and somebody trades up to go grab him. What's the story, guys? Let's hear it.
Let's flip a coin for it.
They're going to stick with coin. I'll say this, too. It doesn't matter what the sport. NBA Finals, they could say Game 6 at 9 o'clock. The thing starts at 9:21. National Championship of the Final Four, 9 o'clock. It starts at 9:25. Same with the draft, 8 o'clock. It's 8:17. We're still waiting for the first pick. These things, they got to milk it, and commercials and intros, and this host talking. Let's send it to that analyst. Let's get Roger talking for 5 minutes. Come on, let's get to it here. Shake a leg.
Hey, I wanted to say something about Burrow, too. Now, I have much respect for Burrow, but you look at the scheme over there at LSU, the scheme was he was basically dropping the ball off in locations where nobody was, and the receivers were in tune to go get the ball from out of that area. And in the NFL, I don't think that's a scheme that can even be deployable just by, how many people they got watching the game. So I think his obstacles are going to be a little harder in the NFL than he had in college his last year, I'm going to say, because the scheme that they ran over there at LSU, that's what got him everything. That was very difficult when you got guys out here, trying to ride the hip on the wide receiver, and here the ball is coming and doesn't even look like it's going in the direction, but the receiver knows to go get it out of that area. That was very complex, and I don't know how that's going to deploy in the NFL.
I'll say this to your point, DJ Big Boss, is that when Burrow was great at making unbelievable throws, fairly accurate throws when the pocket collapsed. He's out bootlegging or he's rolling out and he's firing downfield 30, 40 yards too, not just these little, short routes. And still completing the pass. Having said that, in the later games of the season, the playoff games, Clemson, when they played Clemson in the title game, and even in the semifinal against Oklahoma, some of these balls were that close from being intercepted. And you got to wonder if these athletic DBs and safeties over the top in the NFL that are pretty good at that level too, maybe they pick off a few more of those balls that maybe weren't in college.
Yeah, I know that he works. He uses the sideline in the back of the end zone as his friend, and he can
Definitely,
pinpoint them in that area right there all day. But like I said, that scheme that they were running over there, and like you said, it looked like it was interceptable. But if you look at it, because I had to dissect it real good. All the money I lost going against him, I had to go back and re-dissect that real good. And some of the areas where he was throwing the ball, I'm telling you, it had nothing to do with the route. It had nothing to do with nothing. It was throwing the ball in a specific area, which would allow the receiver a chance to get it first. And that's how it looked like. Oh, just every time, just right there. But some of those pinpoint passes, that's not taken away from his skill set, because those pinpoint passes that he do, you can't, some of the clutch performance that you do, you can't take that away from him. But the scheme, I mean, and that's the whole thing in football, period. As you level up in football from high school to college to pros, the technology, the quality of coaching, it all advances along with it. And some schemes, just look at Cam Newton, prime example. We're going to talk about him. Look at Cam Newton, was #1 pick, and look at him right now. Some players cap off at a certain level. Some players, even though they were the Heisman Trophy winner, that was their best thing is in college, because when you level up to the next level, they don't fit. And that's the weird thing about the draft period, is that some of these players we have all high hopes for, and they might have been exhausted in their talent level when it comes to the NFL.
Yeah, Tim Couch and Ryan Leaf are perfect examples, right? Doesn't always work out.
Right.
Yep.
I don't think we can just pick on Tim Couch like that. He was the first overall pick to the Browns' new franchise. I think Tim Couch was probably destined to be a great quarterback, and then just got dealt a brutal hand, much like David Carr.
That David.
I agree. That happens too. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think Joe Burrow, he's throwing to Justin Jefferson. Like you said, some of these pinpoint passes that he's throwing, the guys run a 4.43 at the combine. He's so adjusting to receivers. That's one thing. But him and Tua both are very accurate. That's the one thing Tua brings to the table, is accuracy, giving the guys a chance to run after the catch. The ball's a little bit behind or in a bad spot, it can be the difference in 60 yards. And so one of the things that Joe Burrow does, he puts the ball in a position where the receivers can run after the catch. They look at that a lot.
Very few quarterbacks, if any, guys, I've seen thread the needle more than he did this year, Joe Burrow. It was really incredible to see. Now, all these little nagging concerns we have about Joe Burrow aside, we've got 4.5 minutes on the clock for Cincinnati. This is the pick they have to make. The Andy Dalton train has run its course. It stopped at the station, in my opinion, for good. This is obviously the direction they got to go here with Burrow.
D-Boss, I think the most polarizing quarterback in this draft for me is Herbert. What are your expectations of Oregon's Justin Herbert in the NFL?
I think he's going to be a great quarterback, honestly. I think he should have came out last year. They had him in the top 8 picks last year, and he decided to come back to college. And so he led Oregon to a Pac-12 championship, Rose Bowl champion. Had a great Senior Bowl MVP. Those are all the signs to where you see that he's going to new environments, new scenarios, different players, different receivers, and he's excelling. He's climbing the board fast. I feel like Justin Herbert will be a good pick, somewhere in the top 7-8 picks easily.
Was it a tough decision for you, D-Boss, to leave college early and enter the draft?
It wasn't a tough pick, a tough call. I was there, around Sean Springs and Orlando Pace and a lot of Terry Glenn, a lot of the guys were leaving early. And so I always had it in my head that if I had the opportunity that I would. And so once I found out, kind of where I was going to be projected at, I had a long discussion with my family, my dad and everybody. And so we made the decision to do that. But it wasn't a tough call because I think there were so many guys that I was watching before me do the same things.
Do you think that the Bengals bring in Taylor, get rid of Lewis, bring in Burrow, and can turn this ship around?
They got to have some more pieces in place. Before the season last year, Cincinnati notoriously had a pretty decent team. They were in the playoffs. They would lose the first game every time, but they're a team that, consistently was, a 8, 9, 10 win game season. So I feel like last year was a bit of a drop off. And so if they can get the pieces around Burrow here, I feel like it's probably not going to be this year, but the following year, I feel like they have a chance to get back to that 8 to 10 game win season.
Wow. Bebsy, what are your expectations of Zach Taylor, Burrow changing everything in Cincinnati?
I think it needed to happen. I think the fact that they kept getting into the playoffs and losing first round, it was time for a change. I think Burrow is coming into a better situation than a lot of first overall QBs have because he does have AJ Green. He does have Joe Mixon. Who knows if Ross is going to come into his own. But it's obviously, like Babano said, it's the choice they got to make right here. It has to be Burrow. They gotta go with this guy. He's a highly graded QB. Some guys are saying best graded QB since Andrew Luck. So yeah, it's the right move. At the end of the day, it's the NFL draft. Who knows if these guys are going to pan out? Who knows if they aren't? But it's the way they got to go.
And what's your expectation of Herbert, Bebsy?
I don't know. His accuracy is hit and miss. He's a big dude. He sees the field well. He's athletic. He's done well by Oregon, but making that jump is difficult. I think if he falls into the right position with some help around him, like if he goes to the Chargers and can sit behind Tyrod Taylor, who, by the way, has never been given a fair shake,
Burrow's it.
I think he'll be all right. Yeah, picks coming in here.
Burrow is picked by the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow. We have a question from the chat. Dennis Garcia says, please tell me it won't take 20 minutes for every pick. We have a question from the chat. We don't have Babano for much longer. Let's ask what Babano thinks. Matthew Nathan saying, where do you guys see Isaiah Simmons being drafted? Babano?
Yeah, I think he's 7. Possibly to Carolina. I think that definitely is a sensible spot for him. They need to shore up that position. We know what obviously happened to Luke Kuechly last year, or obviously retiring after last year. That's a position where they've got to look at it. Of course, Davis not getting any younger either. This is definitely a situation where Isaiah Simmons is probably a good fit for Carolina at 7. I actually did take him over 6.5. In terms of his draft position, so if he falls 7, that's going to cash that for me. I think that's where he's going to go. I hope that's where he goes. So I did take Isaiah Simmons over 6.5 his draft position prop. I think ultimately he goes 7th to Carolina.
Yeah, they've been talking about the 7 to 12 range. Matthew Nathan cutting it close with the over 7.5. The over 7.5. Well, Burrow is a Cincinnati Bengal. Burrow is a Cincinnati Bengal.
And the miracle is no internet problems for Cincinnati. No technical issues. No internet dial-up internet disconnections or anything, which we're all worried about. I thought the Cincinnati Bengals, with all their bad organizational decisions last year, I thought maybe they'd operate off dial-up phone internet tonight. But looks like they got through it okay tonight. I'll say this: the IT people, they're worth their weight in gold tonight. You've got IT people staying in Winnebagos in people's driveways and driveways of the GM. You've got people sleeping in basements. These IT people trying to make sure the technology doesn't fail these GMs. Could you imagine during the draft something goes wrong with one of these connections? The GMs are going to be so mad. They're going to say, hey, I told you could sleep in my basement? Well, one more screw up, you're going to be sleeping on the street. They're going to get ticked if something happens. They'll blame it on the IT guy.
We have some questions coming in about Bebsy's sweatsuit that we may ask him in a little bit. Babano, what a treat it's been to roll with you here on the opening round of the draft, sharing your looks. Are you cool to join us again tomorrow, my friend?
Yeah, I'm around tomorrow, guys. So, yeah, I'll be there. So let me know when you want me to join in the show. It's round 2 and 3 tomorrow night. Looking forward to it. Great stuff. Rob, good to meet you. Jimmy, as always. Big Ragu, as always. DJ Big Boss, as always. D-Boss, David Boston, good to talk to you.
You too, buddy.
I still remember that draft. 8th overall you were that year, 99. So how old would I have been? 14. I was watching the draft, believe it or not, when I was 14 years old in 1999, which tells you, clearly shows you why I ended up doing what I'm doing. I've just been a sports nut my entire life. We all have, definitely. But great stuff, guys. Good luck with your props. Everyone watching, thanks for watching. Good luck with your bets as well. Jimmy and company, have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Much love, Babano. Thank you so much for joining us.
See you guys.
I don't want D-Boss to I feel like I'm holding him hostage now, an hour and a half in. D-Boss, we love stay as long as you possibly can, but don't feel pressure, man.
No, it's all good. I got a little longer.
I absolutely love it, D-Boss, but don't feel pressure. D-Boss, for that, we're in heaven with you here in the chat, but don't, no pressure. We're dropping Babano, and we are adding Pittsburgh's finest Twate Latte to the chat. Let's give him up, bring him up right now. Twatty, what's up, man? Welcome.
What's up, boys? Hey, Jimmy, in honor of your first show with odds.com, I went and got the good stuff.
Plastic bottle. Plastic bottle.
Tavern.
What is that?
I got the good stuff.
That's baby making music.
Oh, cheers. 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 Bottles up, man. Cheers. I don't have White Tavern.
Not even brown bagging it. That's
terrible. This was $8.90 for 2 liters. So what's up, boys?
What's going on?
Not too much, Twatty. Your rivals, the Cincinnati Bengals just drafted Joe Burrow. You think a culture change in the Bengal dressing room?
Well, I mean, hey, they still run out some talent. I mean, especially offensively, you're gonna put T. Boyd as your number 2. AJ Green hopefully comes back healthy for you. 2 years ago, everyone thought Joe Mixon may be the next best thing, right? And you put Burrow around them, you still got some good D linemen. Yeah, I mean, I think they should probably be close to a 500 team.
500 this year?
Yeah.
Holy shit! And the
hey, Jimmy.
Now, when I say 500, that's 7, 9, 8, and 8, around there. Yeah.
It's not 7, 9, but I know I feel you
in that area. Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a flag on the play, man. I heard you say that dressing room thing again, man. Flag on the play.
Oh shit! My fault. My fault, man. My fault, man. Did I say
10-yard penalty? Repeat second down, man.
Yeah, sorry. I know it's not the gap, and I apologize for that. But Bebsy, Babano can't get my back here. But those of us that played hockey, that's where we put our equipment on. In the dressing room.
I know, Jimmy.
Oh yeah, you guys call it a locker room, don't you?
Yeah, we like you guys call it a washroom.
You know, I always got to give you a hard time, Jimmy.
I guess D-Boss in the NFL, you never called it the dressing room?
It's a locker room. We call it locker room. Yeah.
All right. It sounds like the Redskins pick is in here. Oh, man, thank you for calling me out on that. I pretty much knocked out. D-Boss, my big problem was calling the Atlanta Falcons. I called them the Falcons. And ooh, shit, did I take heat, man.
Yeah. We let you get away with that for about 2 years before someone called you out.
Yeah.
We had to send him to a speech therapist for that one.
2 years.
Hey, I got plenty of flags, Jimmy. I got plenty of flags. I'll throw these flags
boss.
all day.
Respect, man. Twate Latte, did you make any moves in the draft?
Well, I did some Kyler Murray overs, passing yards, and I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. In the draft, no, I didn't. I did some future.
Future bets? So you believe in this Cardinals team?
Yeah. I think Kyler Murray's going to have a huge year. He should get over in his touchdowns and passing yards. And then, obviously, I like Will Fuller's stats this year, provided – I mean, this guy gets hurt getting the mail, but if he can stay, healthy, he should put up some big numbers this year.
Whew. Yeah, there are a bunch of dangerous wide receivers. I only take unders on wide receiver and running back props. Injuries just play such a giant role in those prop bets. D-Boss, do you mess around with the prop market with yards? Because I find the unders very appealing. D-Boss, you mess with them?
I don't. I mean, I did in the Super Bowl last year. I was 2-2 on there, but I typically don't mess around with the prop bets. I usually just bet the sides and totals. But here, I mean, I think that whoever said that under 4, Okuda 4.5, that's going to hit. I'm not sure who said that. I think it was one of the guys earlier.
I think it was Babano, but I gotta agree wholeheartedly. You're looking at Matt Patricia, who's from Belichick's system. They gotta go after Okuda here. I look at Okuda and I see Patrick Peterson 2.0. The guy's big, he's fast, he's phenomenal. King's ransom to trade out here, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of trades early in this draft. Just because of the fact that you haven't been able to interview or give players medicals here. So I think a lot of guys are going to stand pat, and I would be shocked if the Lions don't go Okuda here.
I agree. They lost their top corner from last year. I feel like Patricia's a guy that needs a cover corner. Like you said, Belichick, they need that one corner that it runs their defense. So I believe Okuda under 4.5 is almost a guarantee.
Yeah, it does look like a nice look. From a prop perspective, the easiest bet ever. And I got to give a shout out to Whale Capper, who will be joining us later on in the show. Whale Capper put me on when we were in Miami for the Low Bag Summit of Champions. Was Le'Veon Bell under? It was 1,200 and something. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just
Wow.
What did he end up with? 580 or some shit. It was a very, very, very easy bet. So Chase Young goes number 2 to the Redskins. Haskins, Chase Young. So let's compare D-Boss, because these are Ohio State guys. Let's compare the trajectory of the Cardinals and the Redskins. Who do you think gets to the playoffs faster? Who do you think gets to legitimacy faster?
Cardinals, 100%. Cardinals, I mean, they played people tough. If you look at the 49ers game on the road and at home, I mean, they were down to the wire both games. That's a Super Bowl team. They're in a lot of games. They got a high-powered offense, and with Hopkins coming over there, Fitzgerald is back. One more year under the belt for Kyler Murray around Kingsbury. I feel like they're gonna be in every game, pretty much have a chance to win every game, or they'll be in there. I don't think they're gonna get blown out by hardly anybody this year. So I feel like they'll 7, 8, 9 wins would not shock me coming up for the Cardinals, maybe 10.
So what do you think the trajectory of the Redskins is?
I think Haskins is. I mean, I think they're going to make moves, but I feel like the team overall in general is just not a team. They're not explosive. They're not something that somebody I look at as I get scared when I turn the TV on or if I bet against them. They're usually just average. The Redskins every year they're 7-9 or 6-10, 8-8. They're just. Every year when I watch the Cowboys game, I mean, they're just an average team overall. But I feel like Haskins will be better this year, and Chase Young will definitely help with his six strip sacks he had this year. He's pretty much a turnover machine, flip the field position easily on defense. But I think they'll be better, but not as good as the Cardinals.
Dennis Garcia has a great point. Says, I'll go Washington because the West to me is that much stronger. D-Boss, what do you think about Rivera moving over to the Redskins? Do you think he can – do you believe in him?
I believe in him. He took Cam Newton when they went to the Super Bowl, but I mean, I feel like he's a good coach, well respected. I think the guys in the locker room respect him. One of my roommates from college, Niall Diggs, I mentioned to him all the time. He played at Carolina with them as well, so he's a guy that commands the locker room. The players listen to him. He's a former player himself, so. When he speaks, they listen, and he'll come in there and bring discipline to that team. He's going to make a difference for sure. I just don't know if they have the pieces around right now to make a run into the playoffs.
Yeah, no, it's well put that Rivera will bring discipline. Big Ragu, what do you think of Rivera moving over to the Skins and then having Chase Young edge rushing with Haskins at quarterback? What do you think the trajectory of the Redskins is?
Rivera is a defensive guy, number one, but he's a locker room guy, like D-Boss said, and he's got Super Bowl experience. He's going to have, he's going to rally the players. He's going to be a players type of coach. He's a likable guy. Just, he's a great leader. The guy's got all the attributes to succeed in the league, as he's been in the league all these years. So you don't never hear anybody say a bad thing about Ron Rivera. Talent-wise, he's going to develop the talent that he brings in. He'll bring the pieces in, but they're probably a couple years away. I mean, the good thing about it, the league, the division they're in, the East, it's kind of it's kind of in a little bit of a lull right now. So I'm not going to say they're going to strike while the iron's hot, because they're kind of equal in that league. If the Giants, they're not going to overperform, I don't think, anytime soon. So Washington's probably going to be on par with the Giants. And then, the Cowboys should be the elite team in that division. And you're going to have probably Philadelphia just hanging around also. So I think out of the three teams below Dallas in that league, I think Washington probably has the most upside in the short term. And then the Giants may be right behind them, and Philadelphia. So I don't think they're going to make an impact on the playoffs this year. They're probably about 2 or 3 years off before they hit the playoff stride.
Okuda goes third overall. Al Mack, great call on Okuda early.
Yeah.
Okuda booked.
Three Buckeyes.
Yeah, the Buckeyes, and we got one of the greatest of all time here on our tab. I mean, it's just
doing you proud, D-Boss.
Yeah, they're balling, man. The 2 and 3.
It's very exciting.
I mean, technically 1 as well. That's where Burrow started.
Right.
That's true. Yeah, and his girlfriend lives in Cincinnati, so he should be okay. They have to have a long distance.
Where's all the talk about the SEC? Where's the SEC guys? Come on.
They're coming.
We have a question for a DJ Big Boss here from Prince of the City. Says he thinks the first Notre Dame player is going to go at 399. You think about that?
Wow, you better stop playing, man. You better tell him stop playing. We got Claypool and we got Kimmett, who is the top tight end prospect. You better stop playing. You better go look and see what the Notre Dame. We just mentioned Will Fuller on the show already. You better stop playing, Prince of the City. I know you're just being funny.
I actually want
Michigan man.
I want to ask DJ Big Boss with this, because Chase Claypool, he's my sleeper draft crush. What's your take on Claypool?
Man, I love Claypool. Whoever gets Claypool is going to get a lot of bang for their buck. This guy is big. He has hands, and he's coming out of Notre Dame where he's been running in a nice system. He can rise to occasion. One of the biggest attributes about players that play for certain teams is that they can play in those big games, like D. Boston right here. They have the ability to play in those big games, and Claypool, that's what you're going to get, and now, with, the way the draft is rolling right now, you're probably going to get some good value, get him at a nice price. So he's going to be a lot of, and don't sleep on Kimmett either. That guy can block and he can get out there and catch the ball a little bit. So I don't know, Prince of the City, he just wanted to hear me speak and say something negative towards Notre Dame, the little Michigan Wolverine guy.
Let's give a little respect.
He's a Canadian boy.
Yeah, good. I was going to say, Bebsy, a good Canadian boy. Not only a good Canadian boy, but we got Sunny Dollywall in the chat. And
what's up,
Sonny? Right? What was the Abbotsford Senior Secondary School? Sonny, I thought you went to Gordie Howe's wife's school. What the hell was that? I'm wasting this right now. I thought you went to a different school, but there you go. There you go. Claypool, Abbotsford Senior Secondary. Claypool in this joint. Respect, man. Well, Swatty, how's that vodka going down?
It's terrible. Fucking terrible. But it
looks like he likes it, man. It looks like he likes it.
I had to spend.
I think he's on his second bottle.
And I'm mixing it with Gatorade Zero. How terrible is that?
Oh man,
you gotta count calories. You gotta count calories, even if you drink it. You gotta count calories.
They said that kind of shit right there is really good for Corona. So keep drinking.
It throws it on fire. Yeah.
I like Taka vodka and Kamchaka.
You just make that shit up, or is that a thing?
Wow.
No, those are
things.
Taka, Taaka, and Kamchaka.
Hey, we usually buy those for the guys hanging outside the store. We don't buy that for ourselves. Jimmy, Taka, Kamchaka. Woo.
Oh man.
Listen, you could blow a kneecap reaching down to grab the bottles off of the bottom shelf like that.
These were on the bottom shelf too. You're right. You're right.
What West Coast says you use it on your hands.
And you probably do make a good hand sanitizer, I'm sure.
Oh man,
It's
I'm
affordable, too.
all the time, man.
I think you could get a fifth of Takabaka for like $4.
$3.50. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that shit, man.
Quick,
What I'll do is I'll just pour it in here.
Oh,
I'll pour it in
man.
here, and everyone will think I'm drinking Grey Goose.
The goose.
the goose.
I used to do that in high school. Is I buy the cheap shit and have an empty Grey Goose, and then pour the cheap shit into the empty Grey Goose. So everyone thought I was balling.
Man, respect.
You didn't know about that trick, did you?
But where'd you get the Grey Goose bottle to start off with, though? That's a real
No.
question. Did you
No,
buy
I bought-
it, or did you dig it out of a trash can somewhere?
No, I paid for it.
Okay.
Found it in
It was,
a
it was a gift. It was a gift.
I got a quick question for the panel here. This next pick coming in, is it Simmons or a tackle?
Ooh.
I don't know, but I got something to say about the tackle situation because the favorite is Tristan out of Iowa. I kind of like Andrew out of Georgia, but
yeah.
this guy Becton out of Louisville is really like, if you were a lineman coach, you're gonna take Becton. The guy is 6'7", and he weighs like 320 or something, and the guy ran like a 5'10" in the combine.
Forget that.
I think Becton's he's the high ceiling guy and the potential guy. But
Right.
I like, and yeah, maybe he's going to be the best. He's got the best physical tools. But I'm a Jedrick Wills guy. I think that guy's a day one starter and just an absolute beast. If I'm
You're
taking
talking about my
I'm
team.
taking Wills.
Raghu, if I may jump in.
With-
Isaiah Simmons, to me, I think is the best player in the draft. I mean, Chase Young and him athletically are pretty close, but Isaiah Simmons can take over a game. He's unbelievable.
I love Simmons. I love him.
He's ridiculous. He's my he's my crush, in the draft. If you can get him, I'll try to scoop him up. I think he's going to fall to Carolina, which is good for him playing at Clemson. But, the Giants really need a guard to protect Danny Dimes and get Saquon some yards. But I have
Absolutely.
a hard time passing on Simmons myself.
It's all about the Iowa kid for me because, you missed us early in the show. I was crying about all the the messed up drafts that the Giants have had over the years with their first pick. So I think they get redemption. They make the right call here, and they got to get this kid from Iowa to get him in there because his combine numbers were absolutely ridiculous. He's like a 4'8", 36-inch vertical, 350-pound guy. With that kind of agility and strength, and just
Tristan,
I mean,
his versatility is insane too. That guy can play guard or tackle. I think he's a plug-and-play guy too. He's my number 2. I think if you just want to tackle, I would go Wills. But if you just need a guy on your O-line, I'd like Wirfs. I'm with you there, Raghu.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to be a little more versatile, but you're probably right about Wills too. So I wouldn't be disappointed either way. But my choice would be the Iowa kid for sure.
But I think with Works,
pretty quick.
I think Works is a 50-50 at pass blocking. And when you stepping into the NFL, you gotta be, pass blocking becomes
They
more
blew it again.
important.
They got Thomas from Georgia.
Wow.
See?
Fucking Gettleman, man. I like to choke.
Gettleman.
I like to choke his fucking ass right now.
Gettleman.
I figured Thomas was gonna be the guy though. At the end, they started having all kinds of talks about Thomas. The thing I don't like about Thomas at Georgia is that whole offensive line was slow, man.
Slow.
When Notre Dame played Georgia, we ran around that offensive line.
Listen, I got tired of Flowers. I got tired of the other kid that came from Wisconsin. Just it's a disappointment year after year. We'll see. I mean, I hope for the best.
Hey, let's quickly give some love to
man.
the
Fucking Gettleman.
boss The guy was rolling with us for an hour and 49 minutes.
I didn't even say goodbye to him.
No, he just bounced quick, man. Little Irish goodbye. Oh, no, he's coming back. Okay, he's coming back.
Come on, get him back in the studio, man. We got to rough him up a little bit.
He would say bye. He wouldn't just bounce.
Come on, man. Come back in.
Bounce.
What
Even if
happened?
he did bounce, I'd be like, look, we got an hour and 49 minutes at D-Boss.
He's family for life, man.
Oh, family for life. Family for life, D-Boss. Know that you can Irish goodbye anytime, man, but he's back in action right now, man.
Yep.
Son Dizzle says D-Boss left after seeing the view count. We're building something here, man.
Yeah, come on, Sonny.
Come on, Sonny. Schnizzle said he just wanted to sit next to Twatty.
I mean,
Was that what it was? They want to pass the bottle around.
it makes him look a lot better if he's next to me, no doubt.
He was trying to get closer to that White Castle.
Mhm.
I got a question for you. Because you said you love Simmons, right? That's your guy.
I love Simmons. Yeah.
Is there a little bit of you that worries that Simmons is going to be a bit like Mark Barron or Jabril Peppers in the sense that he's sort of that hybrid player that might take some time to find his way in the NFL? That's my only concern with him. Now, I think the way the NFL is going, you need faster, speedier, smaller linebackers. So I love him too, but is that a concern at all for you?
No, he's Ryan Shazier to me. I mean, Ryan Shazier got hurt 2 years ago, but before that, he may have been the best linebacker in football.
He was.
I mean, he reminds me exactly of Ryan Shazier. Strong, but lanky, super fast, can guard a tight end, can check a tight end out of the backfield, or check a running back out of the backfield, lock up on a tight end. Yeah, I mean, that's who he reminds me of.
Yeah,
Against Ohio State, in the semifinal against Ohio State, he just dominated.
Yeah.
He was everywhere in that game.
yeah.
He was a little early in the championship game too, but not so much for that matter. But yeah, definitely he dominated that game.
I'll tell you who didn't dominate that game, who took that fucking game off, and I watched him, was Chase Young. He had 2 tackles and one pass hurry in that game. He completely took that game off, which for a guy of that talent really surprised me against Ohio State, that particular game.
Let's talk about these Dolphins here and see if Tua gets drafted here. I was blown away by the job Flores did.
Awesome job.
Yeah.
I was blown away. They were clearly fighting for him down the stretch. Let's go to D-Boss. What did you think of the Dolphins in the last 8 games of the year? I had the Dolphins under 5.5 win total, and I almost lost it.
Yeah, I mean, they started the season off. They weren't playing for the coach. I mean, they were sloppy. And then something kind of clicked on them right midway through the season. They started competing in a lot of games, and I feel like they just started. The coach finally bought into the players. They were in the game at Dallas. I went to 2 Dolphin games this year to watch my dad ref, and the one game at Dallas they were right in the game at halftime, and then they just blew it in the second half. And then the Jets game. They played really well versus the Jets at home, and I was surprised at that. They actually beat the Jets. But, they started late in the year. I think the players just had more respect for themselves. They were getting blown out. They were fumbling the ball. They looked like a college team. And then all of a sudden, I feel like the coach, they finally bought into the system and what the coach has been saying. They just started playing harder and competing, and it showed.
I was so impressed. Extremely impressed the way they fought for him. I mean, they looked like they could go 0-16, and they really, really fought for him. And this draft is huge. I mean, you think it's going to be Tua here?
Where are they at here? What pick is it?
5th.
5?
Coming up right now.
You take Simmons at 4?
I don't know. They're not showing Tua.
They're not. No, they did one clip on it.
Yeah, but he didn't look happy and he wasn't on the phone.
Hey, who did they take it for?
Thomas.
Andrew Thomas.
The Chargers are interesting next pick. I mean, this is a team that has as much talent as most Super Bowl contenders, and they're picking in the 6th hole. I mean, they may only be 1 or 2 players away from being a contender. Obviously, they're going to go quarterback.
They don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well.
on the clock.
No,
Hey,
they are very, very talented positionally. Oh my God, Bebsy, you think Tua is picked here?
I don't know. They only showed him once, and he didn't look happy, and he wasn't on the phone.
Very briefly.
Herbert.
Like he put
They're
I
going
take
he goes on
Herbert.
for a second.
I mean, personally, I think Herbert.
I said before, I don't trust taking Tua because of the college injury history, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins miss him here.
I think Herbert goes.
Oh, that would be huge.
Somebody gonna make some money. Tua, pay me.
So Tua goes on the Chargers. Next pick.
Wow.
That's a pretty good team.
Who was
No,
fine?
Tua's got to the Dolphins. He's there. It's
He
official.
is?
Tua.
Officially, yeah. Tua.
Pay me.
Nice.
Would you have Ragu on that?
Minus 105.
Nice.
Second quarterback picked.
Why does Tua's entire family look bored and disappointed? Oh, there's
Look at all those injuries.
Yeah, it's a bunch.
And he's playing behind Alabama's line against college teams. What's he going to do when he has no left tackle for the Dolphins?
with 3 unreal receivers.
Right, yeah. But I mean, in regards to being hurt, he played on behind Alabama's line. Now he's playing behind Miami's line.
You think he's Mariota all over again?
No, this guy is accurate. And that's what I'm into. I'm not big into the guys that can throw the ball through the barn anymore. I'm into the accurate, cerebral
Yeah, that don't
guy.
mean nothing.
But he's definitely injury prone. I mean, so we'll see.
Son Dizzle said Tua just got hurt during that phone call.
No doubt.
Hey, I gotta get out of here, Jimmy, man.
I like healthy Tua. That's why I think his ceiling is Sam Bradford's career. Sam Bradford was great when he was healthy, but what did he play? 9 games total, $180 million.
That's the difference, man. When these guys get up into the NFL, everything speeds up, tenfold for them. And
Icon says, what a
Different
gift for the
game.
Dolphins. DJ Big Boss, thank you so much for joining us, my man.
DJ,
I miss you enormously, dude. I need more Big Boss in my life.
All right, boy.
Hey, man, this just a beginning, right? Ain't this just a beginning?
Oh, man. Are you kidding me? You kidding me? I mean,
Odds.com, it's just a beginning right now.
there might be some liver issues for me, but other than that, this is just the beginning.
There we go.
Just the
But, man,
beginning.
I appreciate hanging out with all the fellas, man.
You too, man.
seeing you, man.
Enjoyed myself, man.
Good seeing you,
I'm
man.
gonna go ahead and jump out of here, man.
All right, boss.
Y'all have a good one.
Talk
Boss,
to you
you're
later,
the
my
truth.
man.
Stay healthy and you give my love to your family, man.
Will do. Same here.
All right, man.
There he goes. DJ Big Boss, man. God, I miss him. Fuck, I miss him. Is there a more lovely dude on the planet than that guy? I don't know. All right, there's Tua telling jokes. Well, I mean, Dennis Garcia is a great point. Would you even start Tua year one?
I wouldn't. I'd roll with at least Fitzpatrick to start. Give Tua some time. I don't know. I wouldn't start him right away.
I agree. You're not making the playoffs. I mean, I'm sure Fitzmagic is a good guy to learn from. Being that he has the highest Wonderlic of all time, that's a good guy to sit behind. So, yeah, maybe not the whole season, but let's get at least 4 to 8 games.
Tua. I think that makes sense.
I do. I think it's probably the best well, there in the Chargers is a good landing spot because, again, I like Tyrod Taylor. I really don't think that guy's been given a fair shake anywhere. So I think both of these teams are probably going to take a QB, and I think they should sit behind their starters for now.
I tried to like Tyrod. D-Boss, what do you? We talked about Tyrod off the top of the show. Here, the Canadians, when Tyrod was in Buffalo, we tried so hard to believe in him, and I think he makes sound decisions. I just don't think he has the talent, the throwing talent, to succeed. You're going to be conscious of what he does leaving the pocket and how he's mobile, but you're never going to be afraid of his arm. How often are you going to put in dime packages against Tyrod? D-Boss, do you have any fear of Tyrod's arm? Is Tyrod's arm capable of beating defenses?
I certainly haven't seen it, but I think, like I said, I think he does make good decisions. He's, sometimes when you get off rhythm and you see the first read, second read not there, and he takes off and tries to be unorthodox, it throws the system off and the receivers off. He's competed in a lot of games, but I just don't see him beating you with his arm. He just doesn't have the arm talent, the accuracy, the strength. He's not shown me anything that would lead me to believe that the defensive coordinator is concerned about the passing game when he's at quarterback.
Jimmy, if I may, if you're Tyrod Taylor and you're playing in Buffalo, how are you going to have good numbers? I mean, you're playing 8 games in a blizzard at home. Then you're going to go to New York and you're going to play in a blizzard. Then you're going to go, to New England and play in a blizzard. I mean, you got 10 games as a quarterback that you're playing in 30-mile-an-hour winds and shitty conditions. I mean, put him in, Drew Brees' situation, his numbers and accuracy probably look a lot better than they do. And then he goes to Cleveland and plays 8 games in Cleveland, 1 in Pittsburgh, 1 in Baltimore, 1 in Cincinnati every year. It's like, it's tough if you're one of these guys that play outdoors in the Northeast. I mean, with the exception of Tom Brady, obviously.
Don't forget Eli.
Also, who's Tyrod ever had weapons-wise? Like, briefly he had Landry, but the guy's never been given much support. It's not like he's ever ran a good team into the ground. He's just done okay with not much to work with.
The Chargers pick is in.
I'm going
Is this
Herbert.
Herbert, or could they flip the switch? And
I'm
do
going
something?
Herbert.
They got to have a quarterback.
Herbert. You're going
They're
Herbert.
really one player away from being a Super Bowl contender, I think.
Dennis
That's the
Garcia
quarterback.
says I would take Simmons here.
Shit. I love Simmons, but I still gotta get my quarterback.
I mean, if you're all in on Taylor, Simmons is the pick, but I don't think anybody's all in on Taylor but me in this conversation.
So you wouldn't take a quarterback here?
No, I would. I would
Oh.
take Herbert here. I'm just saying reports are they're all in on Taylor. So if that's the
Herbert.
case, yeah, you take Simmons. But I think it's Herbert.
It's Herbert.
It is Herbert.
And Tyrod will compete for the job, or definitely at a training camp and going into the early games in the season. Tyrod will be competing for that job. So, I mean, there's no slam dunk that Herbert's going to come in there and start.
What did they give to get him, DB?
Who's that?
Taylor.
Last year?
Yeah.
This offseason? I don't remember what the trade was.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Justin Herbert.
Ugh.
All right, so Simmons is best of it. Okay.
I can't see Simmons getting past the Panthers here.
I think it's him
No,
now.
no way.
You
No
gotta,
way.
you got to replace Kuechly. The only other guy I think can possibly be on the table here is Derek Brown.
From Auburn? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a man. He requires a double team. 3 straight years, 10 tackles for losses. He's a player, hell of a player, man. They don't talk enough about him, actually. Give him the notoriety and credit that he deserves. He's a hell of a player.
Hey, boss. Carolina needs some wide receivers. you being a wide receiver, right? I mean, what are they? They're running out DJ Moore. I mean, this team needs some receivers too. I mean, obviously, I take Simmons here, but am I right about their receiving core, or what do you think?
I think they need receivers, but I think that at this spot, Simmons is a guy, like you said, he can take over a game. He was out there in the secondary, 35 yards down the field versus Ohio State, batting balls down. I mean, this guy's a heck of a player, but they do need receivers. There's a lot of receivers. It's a deep draft at receiver position, so I think they can go here and still get a good pick the next one.
Yeah, Simmons is going to come off.
Yeah,
that should be like no time used in this pick at all.
What is Carolina's next pick after this?
Good question. Let's see. Okay.
So what do you think Miami comes back with? They got to get their left tackle, right? They're picks, right?
Miami's. Don't be surprised if Miami don't start jockeying some trades around here if they see something they really like, because they got a bunch of spots that they can work with.
Nilo says they gave up a third rounder for Tyrod. Prince of the City says Herbert will become a stud within a few years. Mark my words. That's what
Prince says that.
Yeah, interesting. And Gas Station saying Herbert has a super slow release.
The only downside I heard about Herbert is that he's not really, I don't want to say he's not a leader, but he's not really a vocal leader. That's the only thing I've really heard about him.
Oh man, he put their team on their back. Oregon all the last couple of years. I mean, he's really carried that team and done a good job with them as far as him taking them to a Pac-12 championship and winning the Rose Bowl this past year. And he was MVP at the Senior Bowl, so he's definitely showing the scouts and people that he's worthy of playing.
Herbert looks like somebody I'd give change to in front of the 7-Eleven.
What about Carolina going with a safety for the second pick?
The second pick? Now there's two safeties out there that I think they won't have an early enough pick probably to get McKinney from Alabama, but one of the sleepers in the draft, a guy was my second roommate at Ohio State, Antoine.
I know what you're going to say. Yeah,
Antoine Winfield Jr. is a hell of a player.
Antoine Winfield is my favorite NFL player.
Oh my God! Yeah, yeah.
I have the biggest man crush on him. This is a guy no one knows about. He could guard you, and he'd love to come up and hit. He's one of my favorite players.
Collision. He's no fear of contact at all. Welcomes contact. Actually, he would prefer contact than shying away. I mean, linebacker mentality.
Love it.
Here's another question for you, D-Boss. Another guy you played with, Michael Pittman. His kids in this draft. What's your take on Michael Pittman Jr.?
He made some plays for USC. Every time you look up, he would have a bomb here, 8 catches here for 120 yards. I mean, he's not very explosive. Not one of those guys that you're going to see like a Judy or a CeeDee Lamb or someone that's going to catch a little slant and go 75 yards. He doesn't bring that kind of explosion, but he's got consistent hands out there in the Pac-12. He's made plays for a couple of years now that I think that's gotten people's attention. But I don't see him in the first 2 rounds. There's just too many good receivers that are better than him. But he's definitely a consistent player. He will be drafted probably in the 3rd or 4th round, but he's a good player.
You think late day 2 guy?
What's that?
Late day 2 guy?
I mean, I could see him like I'd be like the 3rd round. I think he's a good 3rd round pick. Just doesn't have the explosion you would see because some of those guys that are in the 2nd, 3rd round, 4th round, they have to play gunner. They have to be able to go down on kickoff return. They got to be able to play as well. I just don't think he brings any of that punt return ability, any of that. He's really not good in the slot. He's an outside guy, probably a 2nd or 3rd wideout on the outside. But he's a good player. Had a hell of a career at USC.
I don't know why this Panthers pick has taken so long.
I don't either.
Really, that should have been like a no-brainer.
Like I said, the only guy I would even consider outside of Isaiah Simmons here is Derek Brown. But you lose a guy like Kuechly, you got to replace him with a stud, and Simmons just makes sense here.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're waiting for a phone call to trade out.
Why is CeeDee Lamb not on the radar for the Panthers? I mean,
CeeDee Lamb, in my opinion, I mean, everyone has him. I heard Jimmy earlier say that he was maybe the first pick off the draft. To me, at a Baylor, they don't play no defense. I mean, Jerry Jeudy's making plays against much more talent than CeeDee Lamb. I mean, they just really don't play defense down there. You play against some of those guys down at Oklahoma State and some of those other places that they just don't really play a lot of defense. So he's had success, made a lot of guys look stupid in the open field, but he's a great talent and a great player. But I don't see him converting over to the NFL like I see a Ruggs or a Jerry Jeudy type of player.
Let's talk about Kingsbury for a second. So we know he's going to run a lot of spread, a lot of dynamic offensive formations. You don't see them reaching the Lamb and bringing him, uniting him with Kyler?
I mean, if they can trade, if they can get him, they got to make a lot of moves and quickly in the next probably 20, 30 minutes to make some moves. But if they got him out there with Hopkins and Fitzgerald, I mean, that'd be unheard of. I don't know what they'd have to give up to get him, but I mean, it makes sense. He's the kind of guy that can go in the slot and make a lot of guys miss in space. Punt returner, excellent on the punt return. He just has that little bit of that it factor, I think, that a lot of scouts are looking for. But my only knock with him, he's just the talent level that he was going against is not the same as some of the other players that are in a much tougher conference.
I think Zona needs so many pieces. I can't see them looking at a receiver early at all, especially when they got Fitzgerald, Hopkins, Andy Isabella, and Hakeem Butler already.
But haven't we said that about Texas Tech and Kingsbury for years? When is he going to recruit defense? And he never did.
Never did, yeah.
I'm so worried that he's going to take CeeDee Lamb or he's going to go offense where he needs a left tackle.
What did they pick? Are they coming up, Cardinals?
Next pick after this one.
So they're set. Okay.
I just feel like that Kingsbury just doesn't even give a shit about defense.
It's Derek Brown.
Yeah, he's kind of like Gruden. Kingsbury's just like Gruden.
It's Derek Brown.
Wow.
Brown?
Wow.
Yeah, well, they needed a tackle too.
I get it, man. Derek Brown's a beast.
He's a beast, man. God, dog, is he good, man.
Can't you find this may be uneducated, but I think you could find D linemen more than you can find somebody like Simmons, right? Or no?
It's not a big D lineman class. Like you got Derek Brown, you got Javon Kinlaw, who I said earlier I'm skeptical about because of his knee issues. And then after that, you got Jordan Elliott out of Mizzou, Ross Blacklock out of TCU. It's not a deep D line class. So, but also it's not a deep linebacker class. There's a stark drop off after Simmons, I think. But I don't hate this pick. I think it makes sense. I don't think Derek Brown's not going to be a bad player at the next level.
Yeah. Well, they had him rated as the best defensive lineman in the draft. A lot of places I've looked.
And Carolina can also pick up they could pick up that kid out of Oklahoma, that Kenneth Murray might not be a bad fit. If they pick earlier in the second round, he might be a guy floating around that they could pick up at linebacker. He was climbing up the boards fast, big physical guy from Oklahoma.
Murray can play, and Queen from LSU can play, but those three guys are, I think, tops for linebacker.
Yeah. Tight ends too. It's a very tight end. There's not a lot of tight ends out there, and a linebacker is a slow draft for this year.
I think that, in my opinion, I don't like that pick. Obviously, again, I have a crush on Simmons, but how is this guy slipping to?
Me too, Twatty.
To be honest with you, Twatty, I think here is interesting because Arizona, without question, needs to help out Kyler with that O-line. But if Simmons drops to you here, they don't have any linebackers. This is a good pick for Zona here. And I think going into this draft, Arizona probably didn't think.
I think Henry Ruggs is going to go higher than people think.
I agree.
For some reason right now, I feel like he translates over to the NFL. I'm telling you right now, I know he's like 3 or 4 on the list of receivers behind Lamb and Jeudy. I know he's kind of 3 or 4 depending on which board you look at, but this guy is very, very good, and he'll be a great player in the NFL. I mean, it's my favorite player in the draft, actually, is Henry Ruggs III.
I see it. I got CeeDee Lamb as my number 1 over wide receiver, but obviously Ruggs is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's burner. So he's way faster than CeeDee Lamb. He is in a 40.
All I've heard about Ruggs too is character guy. He's phenomenal. Everyone loves him.
I heard that as well.
Hey,
And
Babs,
you
you probably
never
see
know.
Worms here.
The Bengals ran up and got John Ross before anybody thought that guy was going to get picked. So you can't coach speed. That's another reason why Ruggs might go early.
Yeah,
Let me ask D-Boss a question because this bugs me. These guys, these burners who are wide receivers, I mean, it seems to me like that doesn't translate, and I don't see why it would. I mean, this is a league that we don't throw the ball 70 yards down the field anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it more important to be a route runner and be strong, high pointing the ball than to be a burner?
It depends on which system you're in. It just depends on what team you're on, who drafts you, and the kind of scheme that you're going to. And so usually with those speed guys, they either have a problem with route running or they can't catch very well. They usually have some kind of knock. But I think this Ruggs guy you don't see speed guys like this that have the natural hands catching over the shoulder and making the kind of plays.
Simmons, baby.
Arizona.
There we go.
As
I
a
told you. I told you this.
I hate that pick.
I can't believe he slipped. Shit.
As
Best
a
player left.
Fuck.
You're going to see the first receiver right here.
You got to at some point, right?
The first wideout's coming right here.
Shit.
The Cardinals are going to be so dangerous this year, man.
Oh, I hate that pick. As a Niners fan, it's a great pick for Arizona, but
They're going to be so dangerous.
That's a good call. You're right. If these slipped, you had to take them, right? Good call by you.
That's
You have to.
old school draft.
yeah,
They're going to be so
you can't
dangerous, man.
draft that talent, especially at such a major position of need for Arizona. And there's a guy. Look, you look at players like George Kittle, and you need somebody to task to George Kittle. Simmons is that guy.
Oh, yeah. Does George Kittle beat Simmons in the open field? I don't think
Hey,
so.
You know a guy named Patrick Willis? You remember that guy?
Yeah.
Well, I remember that.
There's your guy right there.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when Buffalo drafted Edmonds, I was just like, oh, there's a guy who can cover Gronk. Gronk retired, and obviously he's back. But you look at guys in your division who are unmatchable, and then you look at a guy who can match him. And I think now we're going to see Simmons and Kittle battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be a great matchup there. Hey, D-Boss, well, we got you. What's going on with Dobbins? Where's he going to go?
JK, I mean, I think he's going to go in the second round. I probably middle second round, early second round. He's got all the talent in the world. He had a great career at Ohio State. Big kid, bigger than people think. He's a tall, muscular, lean guy. I think he's going to, they're just the running backs. Like you said, they don't value them as much nowadays in the NFL, but he's a guy that I think is going to be able to make plays as soon as the training camp starts. He's a guy ready to go in there and make plays. So.
Good.
D-Boss, with all these needs in Jacksonville, you really think receiver here?
I mean, I'm just looking at the best available guys left. I mean, it's kind of hard to start, passing up some of these superstar receivers. It's getting around that time. There's supposed to be 6 drafted in this first round. I think maybe they don't need that. Yeah, Jacksonville doesn't need a wideout as bad as some of the other teams coming up. But
they did just cut Marquise Lee though, so you never know.
Oh yes, right.
Marquise Lee just got picked up by the Patriots today.
Good pickup by the Pats, I think.
Who's the guy? He's an absolute stud for Jack. His name's eluding me. Their Jacksonville wide receiver is a rookie 2 years ago. He's unbelievable. What's that?
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why I think they got bigger needs in receiver, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one go here. But at the same time, I think the smart move is taking, I don't know, maybe a tackle. They just lost so many parts too. They lost so much defense.
Yeah,
they lost a ton on defense. You're right. Yeah, they did.
This is Jerry Jeudy coming up here. I'm telling you, I'm going with Jeudy right here on this pick.
Who's going to throw him the ball?
You might be right. Judy shouldn't have slipped this far.
Huh?
They lost both their All-Pro DBs too. I mean, obviously Ramsey went halfway through the year, but both of them are gone.
Booyah, gone?
The thing is, though, is DJ Henderson's the next CB on the board, and
CJ Henderson?
he
Right.
has tackling issues. He's a great cover guy, but he can't tackle, and I don't know. The Niners have been linked to him. I don't want him at 13, so I can't see him going this early.
Judy can't go this early. If you believe in the intel we're receiving, and maybe there's twists that there's gonna be twists and turns and curveballs, but if you believe in the intel, there's no way Judy goes right now.
Never believe the intel, Jimmy. Never believe the intel.
I feel you, but I mean, Judy moved up to plus 200 to go before CD.
Wow, I can't. The boss will disagree. I think CD is probably better than Judy, but I know he likes Ruggs better than CD. So, do you like Judy better than CD, boss?
I do. I think he can run all the routes. He's he's Julio Jones. He can do everything. He's very, very fast.
I could be wrong about CD then.
His route running is so much more crisp and so much NFL ready than the other two. So even if he had an injury with his knee, I think they would. He's been number one receiver the entire year, and he's done everything that would warrant him to be number one. Now, if he has a little bit of a knee issue, if it's not a torn ACL or something major, that guy is the best receiver in the draft. I mean, that's just there's no. In your film, he's the best receiver in the draft.
Okay.
But I don't know. Crazy things happen during the draft. Trades are made. I don't know. Although that CD Lamb guy, he like you said, he's a playmaker, punt return, slot guy, can make all kind of plays. Makes the big play, changes the game with his big play potential. But he just the talent he was going against on some of them. Just to me, is not the same as Alabama.
I think CD has to go to the right place. If he goes to the right place, he'll be phenomenal. But I think Judy can go anywhere and be great, and CD has to go to a place that will help him be great. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Like I could see CD Lamb going to a place like San Francisco where Kyle Shanahan, we all know the guy's a master at getting guys wide open. Judy just beats guys. CD, like D-Boss said earlier, there's a level of competition that he hasn't faced where guys like Ruggs and Judy have. So CD's got to go to the right situation, and he can be phenomenal. His catch radius is unreal. His run after the catch is arguably the best.
Unbelievable.
For those guys. Yeah. But man, if I had my druthers, I take Judy above everyone.
Yeah.
All right, draft pick is in.
I stand corrected then.
Oh, I
they go back-to-back Auburn players.
Hey guys, Tony Bruscher can get over 5.5 wide receiver live bet over plus 250.
Plus 250. Wow.
I thought that would be a given. There was going to be 5 or 6 taken, but we don't have one, and we're already at pick 10 or whatever.
I think there'll be a run on receivers starting next pick.
The market is telling you not to make that bet, Tony.
Here's the thing. After the 3 guys we've just been talking about, your next guy is Justin Jefferson. And then after that, you're looking at guys like KJ Hamler, Jalen Reagor,
T. Higgins.
T. Higgins would be in there.
Higgins,
Brandon Ayuk's a good player as well.
Yeah.
The kid out of Minnesota is a nice player too. I mean, there's a ton.
Denzel Mims, there's another guy.
Yeah, the guy from Baylor here.
Ayuk out of Arizona State. Yeah.
Ayuk's a truck. I like that guy. He's a bit of a sloppy route runner, but God, I like him with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, he's fast.
He reminds me of the guy who replaced, right? Not Hakeem Butler. Who's the kid? Harry.
N'Keal Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Ayuk too, but I think he's a guy who's got to go to a place that can get him open. Wow, it was C.J. Henderson.
Henderson from Florida, University Gator.
At 10?
Home Cowboy.
I literally just said I wouldn't take him here, but Okay.
Was it the Browns?
It's not an overreach.
Who was it? Was it the Browns?
They need a lot of help.
No, it was the
No, the
Jags.
Jaguars stood home.
I mean, okay.
You said he had some on-field issues.
No, he doesn't have off-field issues.
Oh,
He can cover. He's just not. He doesn't. He shies away from contact. That was his
Wow.
big knock at Florida. He doesn't.
Not physical.
Yeah, he does not physical. He doesn't hit. He's pretty lean for for his size. He's got great length, but he's just a lean guy. And
I mean, what are you going to do when you lose 2 All-Pro type DBs? I guess you gotta.
I get
you
it.
may have to go there.
Ramsey and Bouye, you gotta. You get the cupboard is empty. You gotta get the best guy. I understand the pick. I just personally wouldn't have wanted him this high.
I mean, Florida's defense last year, they had a lot of solid pieces in there. So, they were well balanced. And it shows across the field. So naturally you're going to get some highlighted. I'm not going to say overreach in that spot, but he's definitely earned the spot that he's in for sure. But just his field presence, being on the Gators squad, that kind of pushed him over a little bit, on account of the style of defense that Florida plays. And they've always put good corners on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, and he he was highly touted coming into this season. It's not like he's a 1-year wonder or anything.
Right.
Just, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of a reach at this spot. At 9, I think it's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, but I'm sending you a message.
Because you're looking at this next pick, the Jets. Oh shit! The Browns traded in.
Did they?
The Browns are up. The pick is in.
Yeah.
Holy
So
shit.
like they've seen somebody want to reach after.
Browns got to be taking a tackle here. That was their biggest problem, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're definitely not going skill position here.
Oh no, I'm an idiot. Browns always had 10. The Jets are on 11.
Yeah, the Browns are definitely going offensive line here.
Sorry guys, I'm pretty deep in this whiskey right now. So
I think they take the guy from Alabama or Georgia, that offensive lineman.
yeah, you got to take a tackle here.
Yeah.
The kid from Georgia is probably going to go.
Yeah, Georgia. Wills, we talked about Wills earlier. Surprised he was still around too.
Who's that?
Wills.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if the Browns grab Wills or Wirfs here, that's
Yeah,
that's
Wills is gone.
value.
They got Wills.
Yeah, Wills.
I mean, it seemed like Baker was, and he hasn't played well, in fairness, but it seemed like he was under pressure every time he dropped back. So I don't really have a problem with that pick.
No, I think that's the right pick. That was their biggest weakness, certainly offensively, is left tackle. And I think Wills is the most pro ready left tackle in this draft. This is a great pick by the Browns.
So who's going to be the next offensive line pick? That's got to be Wirfs, but who's going to get him? The Jets, maybe?
Well, the Jets' two biggest needs are tackle and wide receiver. And you got Wirfs and Becton tackle wise, and then you got every receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd probably say Wirfs is going to go him or Becton, like you were saying. I figure Wirfs. I was hoping the Giants would get him, but I guess not. When that went through,
I think Wirfs is the safer pick. I think Becton's the home run pick.
Yeah.
But,
It's interesting. Vegas has 2 picks coming up. What, in the next 8? What do you guys think they do?
wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
Receiver. Yep.
Yeah, Vegas is 12 and 19. Am I right?
He might take Ruggs. Gruden's he's a perfect guy. Gruden likes just that kind of guy. Even though Judy's better, but it wouldn't shock me if Ruggs went to.
It come from Bama.
You know who their number one last year was, and I love them, but their number one was Tyrell Williams. I mean, come on, that can't be your number one, right?
Yeah,
it's you got to get one of those guys in there.
I think when I was down at Tampa Bay with Gruden for two years down there, and I can just tell you his offense, the way he runs his schemes, the Henry Ruggs is the type of receiver that he likes. Just perfect. I think Judy's overall better, can fit in more offenses though.
I mean, this reminds me a little bit of the Michael Crabtree draft when it started. I was like, there's no chance Crabtree drops to the Niners. And then the Raiders took Darius Hayward-Bay because Al Davis loves track stars. And he dropped to him. So, I mean, I know Al Davis is gone. But there it is. I think it's
Jedrick Wills.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, okay.
I'm behind, too. I'm watching it on Sling, so I'm probably 2 minutes behind.
I'm watching it on DAZN.
Oh, okay. You like that?
Jets are at 11?
We are at 11, yeah, Jets.
Yeah, I'm at 11, but I think I got about a 20-second delay.
What's your clock say, Bebs?
I got 3:30.
My clock says 4 minutes now.
Oh, really? Wow. Mine says 3:04.
Oh, shit.
We're good ahead of us.
And I got the worst internet in the planet.
It's holding up okay, though.
When you're in Ocala, it's country ass.
Yeah, I got the horse farms behind me, so they're stealing my money and my internet.
You're by the villages, so they know those people don't need the internet.
Yeah.
I'm on Rogers. You guys ever heard of that shit? Probably not.
Yeah, Rogers, yeah. When I was up in Canada last year, that's the Sprint of Canada, right, Rogers?
Yeah.
I'm working on it. I got some high-tech equipment coming to my house. I was hoping to be here today, but it's going to be here by Monday. I'll be ready to rock and roll.
No matter how much money I throw at them, my internet doesn't go faster. So,
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying this because I want more opportunities to fall to the Niners. I think if I'm a Jets fan and a Jets GM, I take a guy to protect Sam Darnold here. Yeah, you got to.
You don't want him seeing ghosts as much as he's been seeing ghosts.
Well, you got to replace Robbie Anderson. I mean,
yeah,
you got no one out wide.
No playmakers whatsoever.
They have nothing in the cupboard playmaker wise, but again, like this draft is so deep receiver wise.
Yeah,
you gotta keep Darnold upright to get to a receiver.
Okay, yeah, good point. Yep.
Nobody, when you're a fan of a team, nobody wants to see an O lineman taken because it's not a sexy pick. But you look at teams who build in the trenches and they get better faster. There's no two ways about that.
Yep.
That's how Dallas came. Dak was there. His rookie year, they were loaded at offensive line. Dak Prescott's rookie year, and they drafted Martin, all those guys, and they were changed everything with him and Zeke. That's the best Dak to me, a version of that. I mean, he had a great year this year once they changed coordinators.
Yeah,
throwing the ball a lot more. But his rookie year, Dak he had all day to throw. He sat back there with clean the whole day.
Yeah, 100%. You gotta take care of your QB. You gotta keep him upright.
Hey, D-Boss, did you see that tweet? The 2015 Ohio State roster?
I don't think so. I don't go on there that much to.
Someone just tweeted at me it. Michael Thomas, Ezekiel Elliott, Joey Bosa, Joe Burrow was on that team. Eli Apple, Curtis Samuel, Braxton Miller, Paris Campbell, Terry McLaurin, Rashawn Lattimore, Raekwon McMillan, Sam Hubbard, Garyon Conley, Cardell Jones, Denzel Ward, Jerome Baker, and Malik Hooker.
Dang.
Absurd.
That may be better than that Miami team. Remember the Miami team that like had Portis and McGahee and Shockey and Winslow Jr. and DJ Williams and all those guys? That may be better than them.
It's a lot of guys you just reeled off for Ohio State. I didn't even know that.
That's crazy.
I can't believe how many people slept on Lattimore.
Yeah.
He can cover.
Dennis Garcia says, whenever you draft a quarterback, you should stop caring about defense. Wide receivers or running backs. All that matters is getting guys to protect him.
Wait a second. Wide receiver is 8.
Makes sense.
I mean, we've seen teams time and again. I think the thing that kept Seattle down from Seattle should have won way more than they have over the last decade, but they have no line. And every single year they're just like, Russ is so good he can run around and ignore the fact that nobody blocks for him. And hey, every year when I see them not draft an O-lineman, I'm like, that's great as a Niners fan, but as Russell Wilson, he's got to be sitting at home being like, for fuck's sakes, give me a goddamn block. Give me somebody who keeps me from running away. But they never do, and Seattle continuously is good, not great.
Seattle got hurt because they were such a great drafting team. They drafted so many good players at the same time. All their contracts were due at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great. So I'm penalized because I drafted great people the whole time. So now they're all due, and I got to let people go. That's
Mackay.
Mackay
home run pick.
Who they get?
Mackay Becton.
Becton.
It's not
wow.
a pick,
You went over, right?
It's the right pick.
Yeah.
But it's right.
Yeah, it's the right pick.
He was who? Oh, it's not CeeDee Lamb.
No.
Hey, Boston, CD Lamb's got to go here, though.
Well, the Niners?
This is Ruggs or Judy to the
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah, no doubt. He's taking a Bama player. He's
This is
know, he-
Gruden grabbing a Bama.
yeah,
Who?
Gruden Bama married at the hip.
It's Ruggs. It's Ruggs or Lamb.
Yeah.
One of those
You
two.
think?
Hey, I would take Lamb personally, but
I mean, I just feel like Ruggs. I don't know why. I feel like he's. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know though, because he's like they don't have a big number one over there. They got a good tight end.
Godwin, right? Godwin's their number one.
But here's the thing: they like Tyrell Williams is considered their deep threat. So, I mean, I almost think all this Ruggs love from Gruden is a smokescreen. And Mayock, you got to remember, Mayock's the GM there. Mayock's, I think Judy's a Mayock guy and Ruggs is a Gruden guy. So this is a power struggle pick right here.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, Lamb is a better overall. I mean, Judy's a better receiver. I mean, there's no doubt. I just think the speed of Gruden loves. That's why he picked up Joey Galloway. I remember 2007. He's went and got Galloway out there when he was an older guy, but he still could run a 4.2, 4.3 at that age. And
I mean, Galloway can run a 4.4 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Still squatting like 400 pounds, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, he looks like he could still play. But the receiver goes back-to-back picks here. Is that fair to say or no?
Who's at 13?
San Fran.
San Fran.
Yeah, they're gonna pick up a receiver too, right, Bebs?
If the board didn't fall this way, I would say 100%. The only thing they don't take, or they take instead of a receiver, is Wirfs. Reason being, they just cut Person, and they need a successor to Joe Staley. So if they decide to go safe, they take Wirfs, who can be plugged in at right guard, and then move over to tackle when Staley retires, and then worry about receiver at 31.
That makes the most sense to me, Bebsy.
What's that?
That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Lock him down.
Wirfs isn't a sexy pick, but if they take him, I get it. And then they grab a receiver at 31, which they won't. They'll trade to out of 31. But
By the way, Bebsy, we got Robbie Tagaloa, the Samoan Thunder, huge Niner fan in the chat. Also, Buck Nasty popped in earlier. I don't know if he'll be back, but we got a couple big Niner fans in the chat with us.
I mean, look, I want the best receiver in the draft, of course, but I get it. I get how football works. You want to protect your guy, and the Niners didn't have a great interior O-line this year. That's not a secret. Wirfs makes sense at right tackle. Or sorry, right guard, and then moves over to tackle when Staley retires. But I also want Judy.
Yeah. It's nice to be the Niners where you're pretty much stacked, pretty much. You know, you don't have to fill a need. Although, no, I mean, I guess a need like Robbie says is O-line. But I mean, they're pretty much loaded. The Niners are loaded.
You got to take I understand why Becton went. And I guess, you know, when you get to the 10 to 20 and 20 to 30, you don't need to focus on the best player available. You can focus on need.
Yeah.
But we don't need another Bowie.
No, I mean, you
Bring the lineman.
You got to have your board, and then you got to have your needs, and then if board supersedes the needs, then yeah, take it. But if Mayock has control, this is Judy. If Gruden has control, this is Ruggs.
Okay, nice.
Maybe they flip the switch and they go with the O-line. That Ruggs it is. It's Ruggs.
Wow.
Hey, Ruggs. I said it. It's the guy he fits.
He called it. Good call, D-Boss.
Yep.
So, Bebsy, so now who do you go?
Wow.
My brain says Wirfs. My heart says Judy.
Wow. I can't believe when Babano hedged the plus money, he gets –
y'all are about to take Judy. Y'all get the 49ers are coming on Judy right here.
I think so too. I really think Judy's a guy that Kyle Shanahan's just going to start jerking off right now and grab Judy.
Yeah.
I hope
so good. Ruggs, my God.
I mean,
so boss, do you think so? I mean, so you think if you were choosing, who would you choose, Ruggs or Judy?
I think if I'm the Raider, I would have chose Ruggs. I said it before. He's my favorite player. I just think that
your guy.
He's a better fit for more teams. Ruggs can punt return. He can go down on, you know, if he needs to be on a kickoff, he can go slot. He can play inside, outside. You know, he's a big play guy, man. And so Gruden likes those type of players. But I think if you just want to, you know, over the course of a 5-10 year career, Judy's probably going to be more 10 catches, 141 yards, touchdown, that kind of player.
Right.
Ruggs will be like 3 for 94. You know,
Exactly. He'll be like Will Fuller. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly.
By the way, our guy Dan Kelly got 7-1 on Andrew Thomas, and Jason Grandy said, "Dan, I tailed the Andrew Thomas pick. Thank you, Dan Kelly, and your nephew. Great work."
Well, Jimmy, that doesn't surprise you. Dan Kelly did that.
No,
he's the smartest guy on earth, really.
You know what? I think when it comes down to it, after we've been capping with everybody for this long, and through all the different sports, you know, Dan Kelly would be at the top of the list. Dan Kelly, Gas Station Sushi. I think, you know, they're guys we look up to, and for good reason.
He knows his shit. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Hey, Jimmy, I got to take off here in a couple of minutes.
D-Boss.
2 minutes.
Well, I can't believe we got you for what, 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Awesome. That is.
You better go talk to his agent after tonight.
I enjoy chopping it up with you guys, man.
Oh man, you inspire us to try to be funnier and more intelligent, and it's nice to be rolling around with guys who get picked 8th overall in the NFL draft, man.
All good. My pleasure to be here, man.
Your money in the bank. Thank you so much for joining us, man. We're honored to have your presence. Now, you come back tomorrow, man? Will you come back tomorrow?
What time are y'all doing it? Is it the same time?
No, we're gonna go an hour earlier, but just pop
Yeah.
in anytime you
Make an appearance.
Yeah, I
just
can do
pop
that. No
in
problem.
anytime you can.
Is it the same
Cameo.
link? The same link as before?
No, I'll ship you a new link. I'll
Okay.
ship you a new link for tomorrow. But if you want to pop in, man, you make us all better.
It's all good. Nice meeting you, Bepsi, Twadi, Ragu, champ.
Real pleasure, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Have a good rest of the
Hey,
night.
T-Boss, before
Stay
you
safe,
go,
brother. See you later.
much love to your family. Stay healthy, and congratulations on your dad's retirement.
Thank you.
Your whole family leads by example, and thank you for joining us, my friend.
No, thanks a lot. I appreciate it coming on. Y'all have a good rest of the night.
Thanks,
All right,
boss.
boss.
All right.
Stay
Much
well.
love, man. D-Boss
Thank you.
joining us. Wow. What a you guys better step it the fuck up, man.
What a beauty.
Original jumbo flanker.
Major knowledge.
He's so he's a great guy, and he's
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't dare say it to his face, but he's one of the few rivals of the Niners I adored while he played. What a fucking beauty.
yeah, what a beauty.
I mean, he was ahead of his time, right? I mean, in today's game, it's bigger, stronger receivers. You throw it up to him. You know, back in the day, it was like, fast guys and all that. Yeah, he was definitely ahead of his time. What a player.
Yeah,
And a great guy.
what a beast.
Yeah.
Who else you got coming on, Jim? Anybody else?
Oh my God. Anybody else? We got like 8 or 9. I was because I wasn't sure how long D was going to want to stick with us. I didn't think he'd be with us for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So I just told everybody.
He's having a good time, man. He's having a great time.
I'm expecting 15 minutes.
He's money in the bank. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of spectacular cappers coming up. We have Almac, Sonny Vega, Trot Wham, Muhammad Joma, and then an appearance from the whale capper.
I mean, I would love to stay on, and I'll stay on as long as I can. But if you want me to bounce, I can bounce.
No, I need you. We need no. This is perfect. Everything's perfect.
I was gonna go get a quick bite to eat, about 5-10 minutes. Is that okay?
Of course. And if you want to fuck off for the night, you can. If you want to come back, we need
I'll
you.
come back. I'll come back definitely.
And
Don't
if
worry.
you
Don't worry.
go
This is the whole
study.
idea for the show. I just need I need Bebsy to stay for 4.5 hours. Bebsy, you ready?
Bebsy, you can take his abuse, can't you?
Yeah, I'm here. It looks like the Bucks just traded up.
Holy shit.
Here's the first move, huh?
The first trade, 49ers trade the pick.
Tom Brady made a phone call somewhere.
Holy shit.
What'd they do?
Niners traded the pick to the Bucks.
The Bucks got to be taking an O lineman here to keep Brady upright.
You know they consulted with Brady before they made this pick.
Oh, yeah, Tom's making this pick.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't
gotta
believe
sit around.
those soft
Yeah,
tits get paid $30 million a year.
There he
Dave
is.
Kelly says that Brady wants Worth. Yep,
Yeah.
he's exactly right as usual.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's a great pick for the Bucks, and
Yeah.
takes away a sexy pick from the Niners. I just want to see what are the details of this trade. I don't have. I've got my phone playing the draft and my computer.
I'm gonna mute myself, see if I can hear what they say.
Yeah. Anybody got details?
It looks like, I don't know. Worth's girlfriend's average, and he doesn't look too happy.
Why would you not want to start your career playing with Brady and Gronk and then suck for the whole rest of your career?
I mean, if you're going to get picked 13th overall, at least you should have your girlfriend interested.
Sure.
Look at Arians just chilling by himself. Arians is a different cat. He's a different cat. I like him.
Yeah, I like him too.
He's like one pick, though. I as a Niner fan, I love this.
Gas Station said earlier, he said, why did the Cardinals get rid of Arians? But I think they needed to change.
Why did the Steelers get rid of Arians?
I don't think the Cardinals got rid of Arians. I think Arians got rid of the Cardinals.
Him and Ben were just like killing the league when he was with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, Arians made a lot of that Steelers history. Arians is a phenomenal coach.
How happy is he that he doesn't have to fuck with Jameis Winston this year?
I mean, I said this coming out. Jameis has all the physical. Okay, San Francisco getting 14 and 117. I like that. To move down one pick, because you know damn well that the Bucs aren't taking a wide receiver here.
Yeah, no, no.
No, you're right.
That's a weird decision for the Bucs to make, because unless you really believe San Francisco is going to take Wirfs, and I'm assuming Wirfs is your guy here, why would you move up one spot?
You got to
They
have.
thought they were going to take him. They didn't want to gamble.
I get it. I get the mentality of if your guy's there, go get him, and I appreciate that.
So what they
Skywalker
give,
says we're
what they give up
assuming it'll be
117?
football this year. Skywalker, come on, let's get out of that funk, man.
Yeah,
Get out.
They moved down one and gave up 117, which isn't outrageous.
Skywalker's right, but damn, we need this tonight. Give
Skywalker,
us
come on.
that.
Why are you guys going to sit here and think we're not going to have sports? Let's come on. Okay, shake that shit out. Everything's going to come back to normal in a couple months. Everything's going to be okay. Shake that shit off, man.
Listen, we're going to be playing baseball in Florida and Arizona. We're going to be playing basketball in Nevada. We're going to be playing football wherever we play football. We're getting back into sports, guys. It's coming.
I don't know. I don't think we need to do that. I think everything's going to come back to normal around July 4th.
Can I get baseball going so I can make some money, please? Please.
It's Wirfs.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Stelly's a high school baseball coach. I didn't know, Stelly. I didn't know you were a high school baseball coach. Says season just got canceled today.
Oh shit.
Let's not,
Okay.
we have to reframe the situation. We're all being tested, and let's not look. It's a tough time for everybody, and let's not be negative. And let's reframe the situation. And I know that it looks bleak right now, but in 2 or 3 weeks, things could be looking nice. It's going to get warmer, especially up here in Canada.
Well, did we stop talking about the draft here?
You're right. The Niners are 6 minutes and 25 seconds away.
Worse
Pepsi.
it is.
I just was trying to bring in some positivity. Maybe I need
Yeah, you were.
Ray of sunshine.
Some,
JP Weisers to bring that positivity.
What are you drinking, Jim?
I'm drinking old JP Weisers. I left
Crown Russie. Twatty, you're my new
This
favorite.
is so bad. I don't even know how to pronounce it. How do you say this word?
Russie.
I don't even know how to say that word.
I'm Eastern European, but that's Russie.
Okay. Does that stand for, like, what's that mean in Russian? Shit?
Yeah, it's probably
Shit?
it means barn swill.
Tomorrow?
Twatty, you have pulled out 2 liquors I've never even dreamed of seeing already on this show. You're my new hero. I love it.
All right. We have a
$20 invested.
look. I'd like to talk about Twatty Latte's see-through fire, clear fire all day. You know I'm a Taka Kamchaka fan. But my next guest, who's already been on the show, I've I've given him the bottles I couldn't finish in Las Vegas. I watched him put them in his backpack and take good care of him. He also gave us our first winning bet of the day on this show. Let's welcome Al Mack back in action. Al, how you doing, homie?
What's up? I started off pretty well, but then what was it? Lamb. I can't believe they picked Ruggs. That's wild. And then my other loser was I had Wills for a first offensive line drafted, but I'm still up, so we're still looking okay.
Almac, I got to apologize to you. I gave a shout out to Babano for the Okuda call, but that was all you.
Oh well, whatever.
I was with you on that call, though, man. It made no sense for Okuda to drop beyond 4.
Yeah, there was a ton of value there. I didn't. It almost seemed like it was. I don't know, like they were leaving it open. They wanted the exposure. I don't know. I don't know what it was.
I think the Lions left that open to hope for a king's ransom, but everything made sense for them to take Okuda. They lost their starting CB. Matt Patricia comes from Belichick's system, who's always valued a number 1 shutdown quarter.
Exactly.
That makes full sense, but I did give Babano that credit, and you deserved it.
Babano deserves credit, not for that one. Bebenek, we are maybe 120 seconds from figuring out what the 49ers are going to do here in this pick.
Buddy, I'm shit-faced, and I'm not going to remember this pick in the morning.
Listen,
I still will.
see if you can remember this. I just Googled Twatty's fucking vodka here. Crown Russi. And now it makes sense because this was a taste test from Penn State University, the sorority house and fraternity houses. They voted Crown Russi the worst tasting vodka ahead of Pinnacle, Sveka, and another one, Vladimir. Have you drank the Vladimir vodka yet?
Oh yeah, you want me to get some?
Yeah, you can go get the Vladimir.
Yes. I'm surprised Kamchatka and Taka aren't on that list. Prince of the City says I own 3 bars and never even heard of those vodkas.
Can we get confirmation that the vodka is made in a bathtub?
One guy said there's not enough money in the world to make me drink this shit again.
Oh, come on, man.
He's a tough guy.
Albert Ross and Swervin are saying Bebsy 49ers and goddamn 49ers. Is there a delay? Has something happened? I don't know yet.
I think it'll happen any second.
There's your Vladimir.
I don't know who Swervin is, but I got
Wow. Unbelievable.
I guess Sonny Dollywall is gone, eh?
Listen, we can't send you to the bar rescue show because you're not going to help the cause. That's for sure.
Not at all.
Dan Kelly is giving us
Respect, my man.
rubbing alcohol and melted snow.
I'm getting some love from my buddy Jordy Nordman here, who's a goddamn beauty. He's a chef extraordinaire. What's up, Jordy?
Jordy Nordman in the house. Thank you for joining us, Jordy. Respect.
Jordy was a Jimmy the Bag fan and had no idea that I knew Jimmy.
Shit,
No
Bebsy.
way.
I'm an OG Jimmy fan. I think Al Mack probably is too. I think from the day Jimmy started, I was there, and I think probably Al was there too. What was that?
Yeah.
What was it, Jimmy? 3 years? 2 years?
I went down to
Since you were giving out them bullshit parlays.
Hey man, what do you do without a bankroll, Twatty? What the fuck do you do?
Hey, since you started 2 years ago, I probably busted 2 or 3 back rolls. So you're right.
You go for big scores, Twatty. That's what you fucking do. And the
I
only
hear
way to
you.
do that's through parlays, man.
I mean, I would spend hours on the phone going over picks with Jimmy, and my wife would be like, "Why the fuck are you talking to him so long?" So, this is
Who you talking to, Jake from State Farm?
this is the culmination here.
The culmination. I'm telling you what. Oh no. Oh shit. Sorry, let me put my
Why
arms
is
down.
this pick? Kyle Shanahan's got a smile on his face.
It's between Judy and CD right now, man. It's gotta be. That's
it's a
what
wide
they're
receiver.
trying to make us believe that shit.
I can't see them trading down with Wirfs on the table and then not taking a receiver. This is Judy or CD.
Yeah, no question.
Either one of them is going to be a stud in K. Shanny's system.
I'm
There he
curious to see who gave Judy that beverage.
This is Judy.
He's of age. Maybe.
No,
No.
I was more interested in the elderly female that gave it to her.
When you're a first-round draft pick, you don't need of age. Jerry Judy.
You got
Judy?
it. Wow.
You happy, Bebsy?
I'm very happy.
How'd you get that so fast?
I'm just looking at the comments.
Oh wow. Okay. See?
Christopher Comatini. Give Christopher a shout out. He's the first guy to write Judy.
Not really. They went to fucking Javin Kinlaw, defensive tackle from South Carolina.
Oh!
No,
Hey, Bebsy.
no.
Fucking
Sorry, Betsy.
Christopher Comatini, get your shit together.
You're fucking with his emotions.
I hate this pick.
Wow, that's a shocker.
Wow.
They were happy. That's a John Lynch pick right there, fellas.
But their front seven's so tough already, man.
Wow.
Wow.
They're nasty. They're
Look.
nasty.
Look, I'll clarify. I love healthy Kinlaw. I don't like Kinlaw.
Wow.
Bebsy, how can you run on this team now, though? I mean, you couldn't run on them last year. Now it's
All right, fellas, I'll be back in a little bit.
all right. Good.
Bragoo, enjoy your food. We're going to make a quick draft day trade. Big Ragoo for the one and only Wham Bam up in this joint. We got Wham Bam, a.k.a. Trot Wham, joining us. Trot Wham, what it is, man. Thank you for joining us.
Man, I have to make sure I'm not muted right here. Trying to enjoy you guys, bro. You guys are talking y'all shit, man. It's kind of fucked up how the chat just got my guy Pepsi like that. That's fucked up, bro. But it's all good, bro. It's all good. We're gonna get it back together.
What's up, Wham?
I'm managing.
Good.
Manage. Fuck.
Trot Wham, it's good to see you, man. Since I left Costa Rica, you and Boss, I've missed dearly, and very thankful to see you on this show. What are the main angles on this draft? Did you make any moves?
Yeah, I kind of got a little L early, bro. I had Tua. I was getting a little ambitious, man. I'm ambitious here. I took Tua top 3. I took him under 3.5 plus 220. It was just a little small wager, you know what I mean? But that shit lost. I was looking for, something, crazy. Maybe more people was going after Tua. It just looked like it was just Miami, and you see how that happened, bro.
Ooh. Well, you know what? The Dolphins can pay you back during the season.
Most definitely. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about the Dolphins here. We're just going to let that go and just go on to we might just fade Bill O'Brien. I see you guys talking about good old B.O.B.
B.O.B. Fucked our minds up. How dope was it seeing D Boss for 2 hours and 49 minutes on this motherfucker? I was like, if we could get D Boss for 30 minutes, that'd be spectacular.
Right.
He stayed for 2 hours and 49 minutes.
That was
Man,
good.
bro.
That was a good look by him. That was a good look by him.
Nah, that guy's my guy, man. D Boston, man, get to know a guy like that, man, especially just giving us gems, telling us experiences about what these guys are going through right now. You know what I mean? I can't tell you that shit. I probably look like I should, but I can't tell you that shit.
How was your high school football career, Trotwam?
Oh, it was terrible. I got cut like Jordan in freshman. I didn't bounce back like that though. You know what I mean? I didn't bounce back, bro. My little brothers give me shit about that shit all the time too, because they end up being like CIF, wrestling good gurus and all this good shit. So, but I still bust their ass at home, so it's all good.
Trotwam, you living in Los Angeles, the city without a team. Still, who do you back in NFL?
Well, I love how you said that. It's two without a team for real. Nah, you know what? I always kind of jumped in right where the NFL was kind of in a transition, and I just loved Michael Vick, man, and it just made me a Falcon fan. I'm anticipating the Falcons to do something already, but they didn't do shit. So it looks like we're just going to be sitting on our hands today, hoping that we pick the right places. So, kind of nervous, bro. I could go on all about, how whack these Falcons been to me lately. So I don't want to leave you guys there. There's enough trauma out here.
Falcons? Is that how you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it, Charlie?
The Falcons, man, the Falcons. I heard you, the Falcons. You know what I mean? I understand it. You could have U after the A, maybe. That's kind of how that is almost pronounced, right? It's like with an A-U.
Almac, how do you pronounce the Falcons?
Falcons.
You're the only one that fucked up, Jimmy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You're both from Canada.
No,
and
I say Falcons.
Thank you, Al, but no pressure.
Yeah, I say Falcons.
I say
Lamb, you guys have a new running back.
Until Jimmy corrected me to say Falcons.
I
was a Falcons guy before this.
I did tell Bebsy that everybody was making fun of me. I did tell Bebsy that.
Let's talk about that.
I'm going back to Falcons. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, I like Falcons.
As you should. Keep it original.
What do you think of your new running back?
I mean, is that really a new running back, or is this like a borrowed toy that we just got from someone that they really didn't want it? They tried to trade it up. Yeah, I mean, Todd Gurley. We already seen what happened. You're supposed to ball out on your Super Bowl game. You go all the way in. You know what I'm saying? You go all the way out, and the fact that he didn't go all the way out, this just shows me this is probably something I shouldn't be excited for. So I'm not going to be excited about it until I see something about it. You know what I mean? But
yeah, but you can't go all the way out if you don't have the ball. You can't put the ball in his own hands.
Yeah.
Give a big shout out, just very quickly. Albert Ross rolls with us all day with the ponies, rolling with us with the horses. Much love to you, Albert Ross. Albert Ross, I did not make a bet on this draft. Not one bet. I did lose $400 in front of you this afternoon with the horses.
It's all good.
I did make 1.3K in front of you last week with the horses. It's just facts. I'm not gonna
Judy to the Broncos.
Judy to the Broncos.
Jalen Sutton and Jerry Judy. Now you need someone to throw in the ball.
Yeah, Twatty's right. That's a fucking masterful duo right there.
That is.
Because Sutton's being slept on in the NFL, but pairing him with Judy, damn, that's a nasty pair.
Judy's a perfect pick for the Broncos.
Judy was a perfect pick for the Niners. Fuck. You know what? Here's the thing. If Kinlaw is healthy, amazing pick. My biggest worry is the knee.
Well, what is it the Josh Point says Drew Lock looks promising. It all comes down to what your expectations of Drew Lock is.
Yeah.
Look, Drew Lock is a big, strong, tall QB that Elway likes, and if you have receivers and talent around him, he'll be fine. You can mask a shitty quarterback or an average quarterback with great talent. And right now you got Judy and Sutton, and then you got a good 1-2 punch at running back. This is a good scenario for the Broncos.
Very good. And Sutton, with his height, helps. The Denver Broncos had the highest. They were the tallest wide receiving core in the league last year, and that helps. Fucking helps. Sutton's going to be a beast. Judy's going to help.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like the Niners had no interest in Judy from the hop. I thought it was a smokescreen. I thought they were just trying to grab this guy under the radar, but maybe they didn't like something about him. But this is a huge pick for the Broncos.
I thought it was interesting that D-Boss liked Judy the most, and I understand why. Obviously, the biggest twist of this whole draft was
Ruggs, man,
going in front of them.
I mean, he was the fastest guy at the draft, right? He was the fastest guy at the draft.
Almac, what's your biggest surprise of this draft?
So far, that Lamb, I can't believe Lamb has dropped all the way now to be the third wide receiver. That's wild, man.
Just read my mind. CD Lamb.
I didn't see this coming.
Somebody, West Coast wrote Melvin Gordon will suck. West Coast agree wholeheartedly. Melvin Gordon is a running back who can only get yards when the hole is wide open.
I mean, Al Mack's exactly right. CeeDee Lamb's still on the board.
That's crazy.
Is crazy. Crazy to me.
Yeah, the Falcons should probably
They should just
take
get
him.
him. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the best available, but they won't because that's not what they're needing right now. So they
No,
won't
it's
fucking
not.
go. They won't fucking get him. Watch. That's stupid as fuck, man. That's another example.
I'd be surprised if Caleb Chason is in the pick here. Atlanta has no pass rushers. They desperately need a pass rusher. Caleb Chason can play ball. This has got to be the pick here. They tried to trade up to 2 for Chase Young, which they just clearly didn't have the capital for them. But Atlanta's got to go Chason here. I'd be stunned if that's not the pick. He's a solid pass rusher. And to drop to 16 with no sniff, this is got to be the Falcons pick.
Josh Poino is agreeing with you. Says, I agree, Bebsy. Chason is the pick. If they pick, is the pick.
I mean,
Very interesting.
Quinn's got to be in a win now or I'm getting fired mode. So
Most definitely.
he helps this team more than anyone.
I mean, who has more talent offensively than the Falcons? They're at least a top 5 offense, right? Or top 3 if you just look at pure talent. Yeah, I mean, this team should be better than they are. They got to go defense.
I lost a lot of money on Falcon future bets.
But you're absolutely right, though. You've got a running back. You've got receivers. You've got a very good quarterback, in Ryan. A decent O-line. It's their defense that's a disaster.
Trawam, the Clippers were going to beat the Lakers in the Western Conference Final.
Oh, I know you
Just so
couldn't
know.
wait to say that. I know you couldn't wait to say that.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
They
But
would've
remember
taken
when
care of
last
them
time we was
6,
talking
too.
on
Wouldn't even need
remember
7.
No, I don't.
but we remember the last
I don't-
video we made together. I did tell you that the Lakers were going to beat the Clippers, and they did beat the Clippers. And my bet that day was the Lakers beating the Bucks too. So that did work out, just like I said it as well. So I'm just gonna leave that there. It's on wax.
In your pretend world, you were in business, but the Clippers were going to beat the Lakers in 6, maybe 5.
We'll see.
In
I
my
think we'll
pretend
see. I
world,
think we
I
got
would
a
have been
chance.
paid out. None
Al
of that
Mack-
would have mattered because I would have been paid out my 20-1 on the Raptors.
Oh, let's not talk about Eastern Conference. Eastern Conference is a mess. The Western Conference was pretty simple, unless you
Boucher-
include the Mavs.
Boucher was going to he was about to play good for you guys too. I was liking the way you
About?
guys, man. I mean, no, not just saying. I'm just saying like he was going to go, push himself higher than he was already going. That's what I'm saying. He was about to make some real noise, not just some,
Dude,
not some
Boucher's
local
got
noise.
baby
He was
on.
about to make some real noise.
He's got baby on. And when he gets big boy arms, he's going to be a beast. And he probably, who knows what everybody's doing in isolation, who knows? But if Boucher is getting himself shoulders, let's not talk basketball. But I
Yeah,
tell
right.
you
That's
what,
a good one.
Trawam, Clippers would have won the Western Conference.
Yeah, sounds good, brother.
I'm going to try.
I don't know
Good.
about that. I
That
don't know
sounds
about
good.
that, man.
Sounds good, bro. Sounds good. I like the way it kind of ended as well, though. It just gives you so much mystery. Everything is a mystery here. It's like that woman in the alley that's trying to set you up and shit. You never know. Should I really walk in there? She might not be that type,
You thought
It
about
all
hooking-
came.
but she's trying to set you up.
It all came down to a flu game in Utah once again.
What?
Wow, that's a good
Good
one.
call. I've never
like
thought of that.
I like that.
I never thought
Wow.
of it.
Wow,
Whoa, am I reading this
that's
right?
very poetic right there.
Terrell.
Very poetic.
AJ Terrell right now? Am I reading it right?
Wow.
He got his tits lit. I mean, what's his name? Chase just annihilated him in the national championship.
Shit is weird, bro.
Wow.
He had 200 yards receiving against him.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, this is just something that you just can't go in here with confidence. Can't, bro. Can't go in here with confidence.
Wow. How about that?
They've had
That's
such
off-
fear with their defense.
That's off the board.
Joe Burrow just lit him up in the national championship.
CD,
So that's
CD's
three
still out there.
corners.
He's still out there, man. He's gonna get picked up by somebody that really deserves him, and it's gonna really do. He's gonna really do good things out there. Hopefully, he gets into at least a wide receiver 2 spot.
Gonna fall all the way to
Nice.
fucking the New England, probably.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I don't like that pick at all. I don't like that pick at all.
That's exactly what the fuck is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny. That's cheating. Oh man.
That's a bad pick.
Oh, so I mean, let's just be real. I mean, from this way, I've been watching the draft today. This is a pretty boring draft. I think the WNBA draft was a little bit more exciting than this. For real. I'm dead ass.
You're not helping, man. You're not helping.
Honest, though. Am I right or wrong? Like, I'm gonna be real.
Hold on. Yeah, I was just about to say that though. I have a half unit on under 5.5 trades, and I'm looking good now with just 17 picks in.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
You know what?
You're
That's
looking
probably
great.
what it is. That's what it is, Al. You hit it right on it. I'm just being a fan right now. All this news reports about the Falcons coming in here. We're gonna make all these moves. We're gonna do all this great stuff. I'm just so defeated, bro. Just defeated.
The moves, I think the big moves will be tomorrow because a lot of these guys, they've scouted all these first rounders, but they haven't scouted the deeper guys as much, right? Especially in this draft because of the quarantine and all that. So I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot of trades, but that's why I bet the under, because I just think with the isolation and with even the technical problems that the trades it'd be boring, or not boring, but just there wouldn't be as many trades.
No, the under that was a good pick. Yeah.
That was a great play. That was a great
That was
play.
a good pick.
I wish I bet a full unit, not a half unit.
It was such a sharp idea. The idea made so much sense. We have some questions coming in from the chat. First one is from Gas Station Sushi, the legend. Gas Station Sushi says, "What's Al Mac drinking?" Al Mac, what are you drinking for the draft?
I'm drinking some local 3-speed lager from Amsterdam Brewery. And I got a side glass of 40 Creek as well.
Glass.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, what's the side glass?
40 Creek.
40 Creek side glass.
That's all that the Foodora app had for delivery, so that's what I got.
Oh man.
Hey, whatever
Fuck
safe,
you,
bro.
man.
Whatever
Thank
safe.
you, drink
Alcohol
all.
delivered? Fuck.
Fuck yeah.
Foodora.
Jesus.
Shout out to that.
Don't get upset, Twatty. Don't get upset.
I'm about out.
Okay, we have another Sun Dizzle back in action with us. So sorry, fellas, I had to leave for a second. My girlfriend said she's an Atlanta Falcons fan, so he broke up with her real quick. That'll happen. Let's bring in a new guest to the show. Spectacular handicapper making his debut here with us at Odds.com, Odds.com, Odds HQ, making our debut with us. I've missed him, man. I don't know. We'll ask him how the quarantines treated him. Oh, he just bounced. He just fucking bounced.
Come on. Was it Sonny Vega?
He just
Oh my god.
fucking bounced, man.
He was like, you know what, this shit right here.
Will Capper had to get on a yacht. I mean, come on. He
No,
got
Will
time for
Capper
this.
No, that
That's
wasn't
not
Will.
Will.
No, I knew who that was. I knew that was. It's
Will
the only
Capper's
person I
doing
thought I
something
could back
well,
out like
dude.
that. I knew
He
it.
fucking bounced. Not tonight, he said. This guy.
That's funny as fuck.
We had a special guest who fucking bounced.
Like,
Oh,
fuck
there's
you.
Mike McCarthy looking good, looking healthy. That guy's not 6 months away from a heart attack. Holy shit. Look at Mike McCarthy. Enjoy this little clip from Mike McCarthy because this could be the last time we see him.
Fuck, man. Hey, the way this shit going, bro, I wouldn't doubt it. My God, I would not doubt that.
Lamb's girlfriend looks pissed.
There's Jerry Jones.
Missing all that money.
Jerry Jones doesn't care. Yeah, of course, he's lost a ton in the last little. But Jerry Jones doesn't care about the. Oh no, there is a woman in the scene. Okay, all right.
Isn't Matt Patricia bigger than Mike McCarthy?
Yes, Matt Patricia's bigger than everybody. All right, they're having a little fat neck off. Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy deciding who's got the fatter neck right now. I'd say it's McCarthy. I'd say that bloated throat hole is fatter.
Patricia got the bigger stomach though.
I don't know if you could see Jerry Jones's belly hanging down past his balls. It's a different fat.
Old man balls, old
it's
skin.
A different fat though. Jerry Jones's fat is like they're both not going to be around for 5 more years, so enjoy them while they're here.
I read earlier that Jerry's making all the picks himself, which, well, we know how well it's worked out for senile old GMs and owners to make picks themselves. Just look at Al Davis. This should be a great pick.
I hope he is. Oh.
I got money on a kicker.
He's like Joe Burrow.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
It's about time. Jesus.
Right.
It's about time.
Swervin called it, but right before he said that, he said I'm so smiley. What the hell you want me to do up here, Swervin? You want me to be mad and looking all mean and shit? It's for the birds.
Okay, so
man.
do we think that 3 more wide receivers are drafted in the next 14 picks?
I would have thought that at the beginning, but
now that he's fallen so far, I don't know.
I think that's a good pick for the Cowboys. I don't like Jerry Jones, that sloppy titted clown, but you got to give Dak something.
Right.
I mean, if you're Dak, you got Ezekiel, you got Amari, you got CD. I mean, you got enough.
Got rid of Witten.
Right? You got a good defense.
Got rid of Witten.
This the smart pick. Lamb's the sexy pick, and he's a great player. And putting him with Gallup and Cooper is great. But you just lost a lot on your defense. You should. This isn't a smart pick. This is a sexy pick. It's not a smart pick.
Come on, that's my man. Yeah, come on.
That's a right call. It's a sexy pick, not a smart pick. Because we thought CD was going to be the first wide receiver taken.
Well,
yeah, I did.
I did.
The guy hasn't played against a ton of talent. I like CD, but he didn't have a ton of competition, and he dropped, maybe rightfully so. I didn't think this late, but this is not a smart pick for the Cowboys. Surprise, surprise. Jerry Jones at the helm.
Who do you guys think pulled the trigger on this, McCarthy or Jerry Jones? Who pulled the trigger on
it's a
CD?
Jones pick to me.
Yeah, Jerry
for sure.
Seems like a Jones pick.
He's sitting at home, all the picks himself.
Right.
Hey, props to D Boss before he bounced. He said this. He said those SEC receivers would go before CD Lamb.
Yeah. No.
Walter Scott's right. Said Dak wants his money. A safety or cornerback would have been the right choice. Let's bring in our next guest, Muhammad Joma, making his debut here with us. Muhammad Joma gave his play of the days. And they ran hot, but we didn't get enough of them because I left Costa Rica, went back to Canada, where it's been fucking shitty.
It's been spectacular. It's been spectacular since you've gotten back.
I don't know if it would have been better if I stuck around, but
what did you have? One? Did you have one week of sports?
Right now, Muhammad Joma, what up, man? How are you?
Not too bad. How are you guys doing?
What up, Joma?
I'm a Joma. What it do, bro?
Muhammad, you look like you're coming to us from like some sort of 1920s speaky film.
Yeah, no, it's like I had to get away from I had to get away from people, so this is my hideout.
Are you black and white, or is this in color?
It's like different color. It's just dark in here. I think.
All right.
Muhammad, I know you just met us, well, me anyways, but you look like you're about to tell us a great ghost story.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of old, like my sister's. It's my sister's old room, and she's an artist, and she used to draw on these walls. So there's a lot of chalk and stuff.
Is that Goji's brother?
What's that?
No, just fucking.
No. No. Yeah.
Swervin says you look like you're coming from a bunker in Tajikistan.
No, Edmonton. I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
I like that he didn't use Afghanistan. He went right with Tajikistan. It takes it's a second level, you know. Well, Afghanistan would have been boring, but Tajikistan.
Yeah, he went off the board a little bit there. I appreciate that. I respect that a lot, actually.
Yes.
If you're gonna make that that reference, that joke, you can't go the obvious. You got to find an obscure one.
You know, Absolute Zero Humor says this is terrible.
Let me stop smiling this shit because this shit is funny as hell. Hey, you know what's funny though, man? The thing is though, I thought it was going to be like some sort of hologram fake thing come out the wall, like some type of holographic, like something like scary for sure. There's like you said that was your sister room, bro. Like, did you ever say like it was something under my bed up in there? The shit looks spooky up in there, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't spend too much time in this room, so I wish I had a better explanation for you other than the art. But yeah, there's a bunch of dusty chalk on the wall behind me. There's too many people downstairs, so I had to come chill up here.
Sorry, Muhammad, I don't want to steal your thunder, and I don't want to do the show or anything, but my wife just made me a cocktail, and she really wants a shout out. She's just standing in the doorway being like, you can mention the drink. So, and she got her friend on fucking FaceTime. So here's my drink. My wife, what a sweetheart. Are we up
That
to
does
speed
look
now?
like a delicious drink. Hey, could you?
That does look good.
My girl's walking away from me. All right.
Like that's a good idea, but no, maybe not. Maybe not.
I mean,
maybe not, Jimmy.
Yeah, I want to fucking drink for
Put it
real.
down.
Don't worry, I got a
Yeah.
mango pineapple
Yeah,
Perrier.
oh no, I just need ice. Man,
Nice.
put ice in this cup. Wow. Not easy what I'm dealing with.
Your beverage
drink there. Mohammed, what do you think of the draft so far, man?
I thought the top 10 was pretty status quo. I think it went pretty close to script. And then I thought, I mean, the receivers lasted a little longer. I thought that the Jets would probably take a receiver. But then once they went O-line, it kind of tossed the receivers down the board a little bit. I thought Dallas's last move, taking CD, was pretty stupid, for lack of a better term. I thought that they needed to address, as a lot of you guys said, that they needed to address their defense.
Right.
And just adding another receiver, it's a typical Jerry Jones move, I think. I think it's pretty weak.
Spot on, Muhammad. Spot on.
Just to play devil's advocate, maybe they could be just loading up assets to try to get a deal for a defensive pick. But that sounds too smart to be a Jerry Jones move.
Yeah, it just seems like it's the shiniest toy on the table was CD, and
exactly.
For Jerry Jones. Yeah, for Jerry he saw that and he couldn't resist. I think that's it. That comes down to.
Spot on. Couldn't agree more.
Agree.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, what up?
I'm about to bounce. You can get Vega or Tay, someone in my spot.
I'm gonna get somebody with smaller breasts than Tay. But yeah,
That's me, but not by much. But
you know, I think that Muhammad is in quarantine right now, and
you're about to roast, aren't you?
Hey,
You're
Jimmy, man.
you're roast people. I can stay for a roast.
you know, at least you have some color in your face.
My guy, Joe. He said, my man is practicing social distancing and shit. He just have to
All right,
get away.
Dolphin pick is in. Another Flores Dolphin pick is in. Twatty, you've been spectacular, man. If you need to bounce, I get it, but
Do you have someone in backup? I'll stay till you got someone in backup.
Oh no, Twatty, no worries. We got the whale capper coming in, and
I said that.
yeah, no pressure, man. You've been money in the bank, but I need to see that vodka one more time. I need to see that vodka one
Which
more time.
one? Which
The
one?
dirtiest.
I want to see both of them.
You want this one,
Yeah.
or do you want this one?
What about the Grey
Tavern.
Goose?
Crown Rousse.
I want the Rousse.
Twatty, I don't know what bathtub
Hey.
you buy your alcohol from, but you're my
Offensive
favorite
tackle.
person on earth.
Jimmy, love you. All right, guys. Have a good night. Good talking to you guys.
Twatty, be well. Much
Hey.
love, man.
You
All right, man. Hey, I'll be on tomorrow.
Sweet. Thank you.
Oh, my guy.
That's what we're trying to do here.
Austin Jackson leapfrog Jones, which is a pretty wild development. I did not see that coming.
Austin Jackson. So, I mean, we're in pick 19. I think the Jordan Love watch we should all have patience with the Jordan Love watch. But Walter
One
Scott's
more
right.
pick.
The over-under for Jordan Love was
19.5. So one more. And
19 and a half.
wow, yeah,
Yeah, 19 and a half.
19 and a
I
half.
laid the minus 250 this morning. So as long as this isn't Love, we're good.
Sonny Dollywall wrote this comment twice, so he really wants a shout out for it. It's true. He said, Jimmy the Bag, one time Bebsy made fun of me so bad his wife apologized to me the next day, which is almost true. My wife made me call Sonny and be like, I was just kidding, you know. And Sonny laughed and was like, yeah, I know you're just kidding. And I was like, yeah, I know. But my wife made me make this phone call. You got your shout out, Sonny. I'm sorry for the night I got hammered and made fun of you.
I don't know that story.
That's a true story.
I don't know.
And I woke up in the morning and she's like, do you know that Sonny Dollywall guy? And I was like, yeah, I love Sonny. And she's like, you were so mean to him last night. And I was like, yeah, I know he's mean to Sonny. He's a shitbag. And then she's like, you should really call him and apologize. And so I did because I love Sonny. You're a piece of shit, Sonny. But he wants to shout out so bad for this. There you go, Sonny, you fucking garbage.
Nice.
Okay, we are on the Las Vegas Raiders. It'll always be strange when I say that out loud. Round 1, 19th pick overall, and we have a very special guest joining us right now. Our final guest of the evening, so soak it in. One of the best NFL cappers I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Let's bring him onto the scene. The whale capper in the house, man. Always in a beautiful outdoor location. How you doing, whale capper?
I couldn't be better, man. Wham knows it's summertime here in California.
It's hot as
It
fuck
is
out here, bro.
summertime, man.
Hot as fuck out here, bro.
Yeah, last week it was pretty chilly. It was nasty out, really. It was the rain. It was cold, and then all of a sudden it's summertime, man. 90
crazy.
degrees here. Oh, it's going to be hot this weekend. And this draft so far has had some. It hasn't really been, all that unpredictable, which has made it pretty fun from a betting standpoint. I hit a couple of pretty wild long shots that I had in my portfolio. I had Andrew Thomas, first offensive lineman, at 20-1. Which I thought had no chance. That came through.
Wow.
I had Ruggs, wide receiver one, at 6-1.
Killer.
I thought that was done. That one came through. But so it's been just a wildly fun draft so far. I just need one more offensive lineman and we can really party.
Wow.
Nice.
Hey, whale capper, how warm does it look where Muhammad is in Edmonton?
Well, Edmonton, I'm sure, is beautiful.
It's actually it's hot here, actually.
Yeah, the heart of Alberta.
Yeah, 100% Western Canada.
I love it, man. How about you guys? Everybody having a good, fun, successful draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Bebsy, what do
getting
you
there.
think of what the 49ers have done in this draft?
I've said this from the start. I love Javon Kinlaw as a player. I worry about his health. If he's healthy, amazing pick. Amazing, not awful pick. I love it down and
Oh, dude, Kinlaw's going to be he'll go down as the second best defensive player after Young in this draft, I think.
You think so?
Oh yeah, Kinlaw is the real deal. Absolutely. The injury red flags, that make a guy fall are always a little spooky. But I got to tell you, he is as talented and as good as they come. That was a slam dunk pick for them. They lost to Forrest Buckner. I thought that was a question. Like I was like a little like, ooh, this is going to be a bigger deal than people realize. But you slot a guy like Kinlaw, and he is awesome.
I love his skill, and if knee tendonitis is not an issue, great pick. It's just when you're a Niners fan and you watch Dee Ford fight knee tendonitis all year and play 25% snaps, you're weary of a guy like Kinlaw who's dealing with it at age 21. So I like the player, I really do, and I'm okay with not taking a receiver because this is a really deep class, and I know they can probably steal a guy that's going to make sense later. But it all comes down to the health of that knee. It's boom or bust with him, and I like him from a player standpoint. A health standpoint, I'm worried.
Yeah, and I totally concede the point. Like the guys that were available for them receiver wise, Judy and Lamb were both really nice fits. But I always doubted the need to take a wide receiver high for the Niners because Shanahan is such an unbelievable schemer.
Yeah,
he can make a guy with second, third round talent be all pro. Like as we're going to see with Samuel this year. Like Samuel's going to be a clear league-wide wide receiver one this year, and a lot of it's going to be because Shanahan's going to put him in perfect spots, regularly. So I think they can keep that going with somebody in the second tier.
My draft crushes last year were second round receiver. I wanted AJ Brown, who was phenomenal, obviously. But how can you be disappointed with Deebo Samuel? So. I said this with the top three guys is they all have their own different set of skills, and I trust Shanahan to make them good. I think weapon players in the NFL come down to coaching scheme more than talent now, more than ever. There used to be a time where, and there's exceptions to the rule, but if you have a great scheme and if you have a coach that can make that player good, it's going to make all the difference between a first-round boom or bust for those guys. So it's hard to not trust Shanahan and Lynch right now. They took a garbage team to the Super Bowl in a very short period of time. It's just it's hard to look at a stud like Judy and be like, you took a potentially injury-prone plair.
That's another Ohio State there.
Judy, though, might be relatively injury prone. There was a third Ohio State player got picked.
Damian Arnett, cornerback.
Whoa.
Whale Capper, we had David Boston on the show for 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh yeah, that's awesome. What's he up to nowadays?
I was counting down to the second. I don't know. He's jumping on our show, and I love him dearly. We have a question from the chat. For you, Whale Capper, Schnizzle 420, the pride of Ohio, coming to us live from Cleveland, says, "Can you ask Whale Capper who he thinks the Chiefs are going to take?"
I am in the camp where they can go. Okay, I guess I was expecting them to take cornerback or defensive tackle. And to be honest, the run on cornerbacks to this point has been pretty aggressive. So I don't think there's going to be a player worth taking at 32 from the cornerback position. So I'm going to go with the defensive tackle. I think this kid, Marlon Davidson from Auburn, he's a Chris Jones clone. If you bring in a guy who's kind of got that same skill set, that gives you a ton of leverage to either get a team-friendly deal done with Chris Jones, or trade him for future assets. That's my move if I'm the Chiefs. The Chiefs don't really need much. I know a lot of the speculation heading into this draft was they were going to take a fat, wide receiver, take, somebody fast to, give Mahomes even more weapons. That's a luxury at this point. They have such a stable of just badass wide receivers. I wouldn't expect they actually go in that direction. I think they go defense. It's possible that one of the better cornerbacks is still on the board. Johnson from Utah is outstanding. If he's there, that would be a great pick. The Diggs from Alabama, great cornerback. If he's there, that would be a great pick. But I have a funny feeling, just given the way that, the Raiders, boy, this was just a massive reach. Arnett in 19th is
right.
That was he got overdrafted like crazy. If there's a continued run here on cornerbacks, then I think there'll be a pretty good defensive tackle available for him at 32.
Cornerback taken 9th overall by the Jags, Henderson. We're back with the Jags. Mohamed Joma, what are you thinking about this Jacksonville Jaguar squad?
I thought Gladney would be the corner off the board. I think Gladney, size-wise, is smaller than some, your prototypical corner, but I thought he'd be picked well over Arnett. But you got to give a shout-out to D-Boss. D-Boss said Arnett is going to go higher than anyone thought. And I thought Arnett's like, okay, you're an Ohio State guy, and I'm a Buckeyes guy too. I didn't think he'd go this high.
Jimmy, you asked me about Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that franchise is a mess. That whole Khan's kid and the defensive end, I can't even pronounce his last name. The spat they had over on Twitter. I just think it just seems like an organization in complete shambles. I don't think they know what direction. I think their first round pick is an obvious attempt to try and replace what they lost with Ramsey and Boyd at corner. But they have so many positional needs that I just think it's tougher to know where to start when you have that many needs. So I think it's an okay pick. I do think it was a bit of a reach at 9. I feel like they could have made a bigger splash, but we'll see in time, I guess.
Muhammad, agree wholeheartedly. Henderson was such a reach, and you're right about the fact that they're just that team is being decimated right now, and the Cod family's fucking that team up. It's turning into a mess.
Yeah. It's tough in the NFL. Like, leadership and structure and organizational stability is so important. And when you don't have that, it's tough. You're looking at a 4 or 5 win season year after year if you don't have that stability and that leadership at the top.
And they were so close. They were so close.
What's the fair price on if the Jaguars are in London or in Jacksonville in 2021? Like minus 200 that they're still in Jacksonville, or is it more like 50-50?
Yeah.
I don't work with that. I don't think they're going there.
I don't think they're going to move. They're just going to be a terrible run. Like, I don't think. I don't know. I don't think. I can't see
Montreal Jaguars. I like that.
Well, with everything that's going on, how feasible do you think a move like that would even be right now? To move a team to a different continent.
I almost think you. I almost think you have to.
He's in with
you have to take him to a bigger market like London, or else you risk really squandering your investment if you're the Cons. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Well, do you think an NFL team would do all right in Hawaii?
It's not.
Number of people is probably not enough.
You won't be able to fill the stadium.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
It's
tough to get like the viewership on those college games as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're degenerates and we're staying up for that shit. It's gonna be hard to stay up for that.
We're missing this pick here, which is K'Lavon Chaisson to the Jags, which makes total sense because Yannick Ngakoue is on his way out. And that means that's trade value for the Jags. But this is a good pick for the Jags. This makes sense. They've been decimated on defense. K'Lavon Chaisson's arguably the best edge guy in this draft. And now they can move Ngakoue because, I mean, he's been pretty vocal. He wants the fuck out.
Can I ask a question? Because I've never bet these props, like especially offensive line. Does a linebacker count as an offensive lineman?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Tackles interior. Basically, there are 7 or 8 tackles who are candidates to go round 1, and then 1 interior offensive lineman who's a center from Michigan. What do we have? 5 tackles so far?
Yeah, 5.
So we just 1 more, and I can call it a night.
What you got? Over 5.5?
Over 5.5 that's my biggest outlay of any of the props across anything I played.
Who are we looking at? Jones and who's after Jones?
Jones is okay. There's a kid from Georgia, Isaiah Wilson, who's pretty good. There's a kid from TCU, Niang, who's okay. All of these guys are borderline first-round talent anyway, but because of the run we've had so far, because of the need across the league, I think it was pretty likely that we see 1 or 2 more. What about you guys? Are you looking for under 6.5, Al?
Yeah, under 6.5.
Okay.
So
we want to land right
I think
on.
I'm still looking pretty good.
We just need 1 more. And then we can.
Yeah, exactly.
I just need to survive the 5.5. I need under wide receivers. I need 5.5 on that. So hopefully,
Muhammad,
I expect. Yeah,
Muhammad, I think you'll get that. I think the only other receiver that people are looking at right now, first round, is Jefferson.
This is
I agree with you.
This is a huge swing pick right here, because if the Eagles take Jefferson, then you probably see a 5th wide receiver to get taken by Minnesota in one of their 2 picks. If
You're right. Which would be Mims, I would imagine.
Yeah, if the Eagles pass on Jefferson, then I think Jefferson goes to Minnesota, and that might be all she wrote. Maybe 1 more. So
ironically, I feel like it might be my team, the Pack, that screw me over. I think they could take a wide receiver. I think Jefferson gets taken, and I'm hoping Philly somehow passes him up and Minnesota takes him. And then if Green Bay takes a wide out, I'm still at 5, and I'll be okay. But we'll see.
Hey,
I think
we have a question from the chat here from our guy Ixnizzle, the pride of Ohio. Says, can you ask Whale 1 more for me? I'd like to know what round he thinks Hurts will be drafted. Yesterday, Hurts is over under, and it changed. It changed heavy with the under 62.5. I guess shouldn't say change heavy, but minus 175 at Bet365 went up to minus 200. The over 62.5 yesterday was plus 135, and it went up to plus 150. So there was a real feeling that he would go, late 2nd round or the first pick in the 3rd round. What do you think about Jalen Hurts and draft prospects?
I like him as a player a lot, and some team will get a very, very good, potential future starter to develop as a quarterback. The problem is there seems to be a really, really soft quarterback market right now. There's good players on the free agency. Out there in free agency, there are good players in this draft who really I don't see an obvious fit team-wise or interest really. So I would have said talent-wise he was a slam dunk 2nd rounder, but just based on the way the market is shaping and the kind of the other positions that are being prioritized by teams, I can see him slide to the beginning of round 3. I don't expect him to make it to round 4 for sure. He's kind of late round 2, early round 3 landing spot somewhere. And to be honest with you, team-wise, I don't have a fit. I don't have a specific spot. I think the Steelers make sense, but they didn't have a 1st-round pick, so they may not prioritize taking a backup quarterback. But we saw what happened when Ben got hurt last year. Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph stink. So they absolutely ought to consider upgrading their quarterback position from the backup standpoint. They don't have the cap room to bring in one of the vets that is on the market, so they're probably going to be drafting a quarterback, I would guess. And Hurts is the best of the guys that I think make sense as to develop as a backup. So maybe Pittsburgh early in round 3 is where I would project him if I had to make a pick right now.
Jalen Rager.
Yeah, we just missed Rieger. Redog was just picked.
Wow.
Was just drafted. So we have another wide receiver gone. You say, wow.
What
is that
the
surprise
hell?
you,
It's a reach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime reach. They could have traded down to pick 30 or so and it's gotten him there. They didn't have to take him at 21.
Nah, not at all.
Couple reaches.
Yeah.
19 was a massive reach and 21 was a massive reach. See, in years past, these would be traded picks, right? Like because of the way that this draft is structured, because everybody's kind of has an inability to communicate in real time, you're getting these reaches.
Exactly.
There's no way.
Exactly.
No way that the Raiders take this kid 19 if they can't facilitate a trade. No way that the Eagles take Rieger 21 if they can't facilitate a trade. This is wild.
Said that at the start of this. There's going to be people reaching, and there's going to be people. There's not going to be a ton of trades because you can't evaluate as well as you can in the past. I like Jalen Rager. I just think this is. I agree with Whale here. This is a big reach at this juncture. He was late first round, early second. He's got a lot of speed and good return skills and separation, but Jesus, fuck, that's an early call. That's an early call to take him.
So now that 5.5 doesn't look as good.
No, it looks terrible right now because you still got Mims, who was a bit of a combine darling, and you've still got KJ Hamler who could go. That 5.5 does not look so good right now.
Let's go back to quarterbacks. We've been talking about it, throughout the show. It's a prime position to talk about. We're sitting here with Jordan Love. We know that Jordan Love was a 19.5. So those of you who thought that Jordan Love wouldn't be respected are right.
Wow, what a terrible line that was.
19.5 for Jordan Love.
19.5.
Now, the over did get pushed. The over started at 150. Actually,
I think that some books opened it at 16.5.
It's interesting they passed on Jefferson.
I don't know where Love lands. I don't think he gets picked in the first round. I don't see anything.
I don't either.
Drawam, you and Big Boss, follow Utah State very closely. Are you surprised that Jordan Love's still available right now?
Nah, I mean, this is pretty early in the draft. There's they're way better quarterbacks, I believe, that's even available still compared to what the upside is a lot for Jordan Love. Don't get me wrong. He has a lot of upside, but the fact that he's where he's at right now, it just shows that, like Will said, they really can't get that much out of these players other than what they've seen so far. And what he's seen from him is, being up on what weak inferior defenses. So you can't really get that much from Jordan Love. I wasn't expecting him to go that high, like Boss said earlier.
Well, let's go to the next quarterback. We're still sorry, I don't have the
dude, Jalen Rager, man.
Up here. Let me get this.
They passing up on Jefferson.
I don't think Eagle fans are going to be too happy about that.
That's Nelson Aguilar 2.0. The guy has the same hand problems.
Yeah.
Let's stay with quarterbacks for a second. We have some questions coming from the chat. I'll ask Wildcat for that question, West Coast. But let's move down the list. Let's go to Jacob Eason. Wildcapper, how do you think Eason is going to bang out here? Let me pull up my notes here. I believe Eason was at 47.5. The over was being juiced at the time, but not heavily. What do you think about Washington's Jacob Eason?
Again, a team I don't see a landing spot for him. The only buzz I've heard, again, look at who's taking quarterbacks right now. Miami and Cincinnati, Miami, and Chargers. Who else was in the quarterback market? Anyone? Patriots. I mean, Patriots. And the only guy that I've heard reasonably linked to the Patriots is Fromm. And the Patriots don't even have a second round pick. So Patriots are going to wait to round 3, take Fromm. I have no clue where these other guys land. They are going to slide. Love is going to slide. Eason's going to slide. Hurts. Right. I think Hurts will have a suitor. There are some teams that I think have legitimate interest in him. But I don't know.
Will, do you not see a just a trend developing in the NFL where teams reach at the end of the first round just to get that 5th-year extension. You have that 5th-year option. You get a guy like Lamar Jackson, for example, who they got at the end of the round, and obviously has panned out way better than most people thought. When that happens, it sets off a chain reaction of people being like, yeah, let's reach for that guy in hopes that we can go for a Super Bowl on a low-end quarterback deal.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that from a team-building philosophy, that's a great strategy. The problem is just last year you saw Denver have the opportunity to trade back into the bottom of round 1 to take Locke, a guy that they now have made their bed with, right? Locke is the guy in Denver. They ended up taking him in round 2 rather than trading up with Patriots in the 32nd pick and taking him there. They could have had a 5th-year option on Locke, and they didn't. I don't understand why teams don't think this way necessarily. I think maybe it's harder to get deals done than we realize, and the teams that are at the bottom of round 1 know that they're in an advantaged position. You know what I mean? Like, they know they have the advantage, that those are sought after picks because of that 5th-year option, and they demand a pretty hefty price. If they can't get it, then they're going to take a player that they think they want a 5th-year option on, right? So I do think that just in general, the teams that are playoff teams that are relatively complete rosters that are, competing for titles, they view those picks as, reasonably they're not stupid. They're like, yeah, we know how much these picks are worth. And if you want to trade in for a quarterback, it's going to cost you. So you have to have exactly the right situation where a team absolutely loves a guy to make the deal work. And, I got burned last year thinking that it was for sure going to happen with 4 quarterbacks, and I bet over 3.5. I was super confident in it, and I got crushed when the Broncos take Locke beginning of day 2. I was like, you got to be kidding me, because I had that exact thinking. And I think you can't, especially from a handicapping standpoint, you can't count on trades getting done because and especially this year.
Yeah. No, this year more than ever, it's for sure restricting trades. People can't do medical evaluations. People can't meet with players. So what have we seen? One trade? Has there been one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My biggest regret so far has been only putting a half unit on that under 5.5 trades at even money.
It was such a brilliant idea to understand that they were incapable of making those trades, Al. It was such a perfect the breakdown was so perfect. We're sitting at 4 receivers.
It looks like Jefferson just went.
Oh, did Jefferson just go? So we have 5 now?
Oh boy, the sweat is on. You got this, Mohammed. Nobody else is going. No one else is going.
Nobody else.
No one else is going.
I hope not.
Right. Hey,
I don't see anybody.
New England's gonna pick a defensive player for sure.
Yeah. My computer is gonna die pretty soon, so I'm gonna sign off here, guys. Appreciate you having me on, and that was a hell of a lot of fun discussion-wise. Keep up the great work.
It is getting dark over there, Well Capper.
I'm not plugged in, so I'm about to crash here.
We're sick, man. There's no wolves. No wolves.
No.
Nah, it's cooling down though. It is cooling down though, so we probably got to get in the house.
All right, hey, take care, guys.
Well, Capper, your money in the bank. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
All right, yes,
sir.
All right, we are going to bring in a big recruit Irish goodbye after. I'm not sure what meal he.
West Coast. I remember his question though about the running back. What's the best running back? I honestly like Zach Moss. I know this guy, Mohammed Jones. He knows a little bit about Zach Moss as far as the running back. What you think about Zach Moss, bro?
It's tough. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hit it, Mohammed. Hit it.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Like for me, it's tough because I felt like Utah's offense was so one-dimensional that all the pressure was on him all the time. I think if he's in an offense, and he should be in the NFL, that can both run and pass, he'll be a beast. But I just think his opportunities were limited where he was. I think if he goes, especially if he goes to a contending team that has a passing game, I think he'll fit in nicely. But I don't think he's a guy that you take in the first 2 rounds. I think you can probably get him in round 3 or 4. So I think you wait on him. But as far as like a running back, I'm hoping right now for me, I'm hoping that no running backs get taken in the first round because I'm on under a half. So I'm just these last few picks here, man. I just don't want to see any receivers or any running backs taken. That's where I'm at right now.
We are going to bring in a very special guest. Nobody has inspired our imagination like our next guest. The guy has bring him in right now.
That's my guy.
Mr. Sonny Vega up in this joint. Sonny Vega, what up, man? How you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm doing good. Thank you for having me. So far, it's a good draft. No, I'm glad that we haven't seen something like Michael Sam feeding cake to each other's faces before, like in 2014, right?
Straight up. Very blessed to not see that.
Man. Everybody's keeping a 6 feet of distance, you know?
Yeah, not for nothing, man. It's just it was inappropriate to me. It was inappropriate. I'm kind of old school. If I see a couple out in public holding hands, that's
Break
about
that
enough for me.
Yeah, break that shit up.
Touching face is a little too much.
Break that shit up, Sonny. Respect.
I mean, if I get drafted, look, if I were to get drafted, and maybe I will, I don't know. And if my girlfriend or my wife, who knows, maybe I might get drafted. If my girlfriend or my wife make out with me in public like that, no, it's just inappropriate. I'm an old man. I'm old school. You know, anything more than holding hands in public, no, it doesn't work out. So far, it's been I don't know. It's been a pretty systematic draft. I think the Cowboys. That was a sexy pick for the Cowboys, I believe, with Lamb. So that was interesting to me.
That
was sexy though.
Sonny, when I was drafted first overall in the second round of Little League baseball, and Tom Brady kissed me on the mouth, and I let him do it. You know, I just let him do it, and it's something that I regret forever. He didn't kiss. We were only 5 teams in the league, and I was first overall in the second round. He didn't kiss anybody in the first round. He just kissed me on the mouth, and
he didn't kiss nobody else but you.
Well, this is why you look so good, Jimmy. You have beautiful skin, beautiful jaw structure. You look good. This is why, right? You got Tom Brady genes in you.
Oh, he got his genes in him now. You got a lot of that lip service, huh? You got a lot of that lip service.
I'm good though. I'm self-quarantining. I gave myself a haircut. I'm down to 2 packs a day of cigarettes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm down to like half a bottle of whiskey. So I'm making changes in my life. I'm reading books. Like, I mean, when would I ever read a book before?
Pop up.
So look, this is it's a challenging time. It's pushed me to grow. We got to find the silver lining in this, guys. All right?
I agree.
COVID, it's the vid. I mean, growing up, it was the HIV, right? It was the HIV. It was HIV. Today is the vid, you know. I remember going to high school, and in gym class, I mean, the lesson was, this is how old I am. The lesson was that you can't catch HIV by sitting on a toilet seat. That's how old I am.
That's fact.
That's not true, though. That's not true.
What?
So we have to find the silver lining in this. And we got to be strong together, but apart. But
That's right.
stay apart, but stay strong together.
That's right. 100.
I didn't think you could catch HIV by mouth kissing or by the toilet seat. Am I wrong?
No, I think
Eat on it and give him HIV, but I never had it. So, you know, science is
Science isn't good.
You never know. Science is wacky.
Science wacky. We have more draft coverage.
Yes.
Oh, that shit's still going on.
Yeah, there is more draft stuff.
So that was just another offensive lineman, correct? An interior lineman.
There it is.
I'm
So
seeing
Will Keppers.
to the Saints.
An interior lineman was just drafted.
So that counts as an offensive line, right?
Yeah.
So we're at
think
6.
so. Yeah.
Wait, where are you guys at? Because I just saw Kenneth Murray, who's a linebacker.
Yeah, that's a linebacker.
Dude. Yeah, but that was the last pick. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, that's what I see too. I see that too. Chargers.
Oh, he's a
took Kenneth Murray.
linebacker.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
he's a
Linebacker.
linebacker.
Yeah, that's a linebacker.
Well, they didn't put that. They put interior lineman. Yeah, he's a linebacker.
No, he's a linebacker.
Yeah, you're good though. You're good.
So he's not an
Inside
offensive
linebacker.
So we're only at five.
Inside linebacker. ILB inside
Okay,
linebacker.
so we're only at five. So we're only at five offensive line guys.
Right. Exactly.
Offensive line, yes.
Offensive line.
The big Ragu is back after. I'm interested to hear what kind of meal he provided. So I'm going to cut myself here, and we're going to bring in the big Ragu. And you guys better make this shit magical. I'll be right here watching. You guys better keep this.
Make the shit magical, guys. Big Ragu, what's going on, boss?
Where the fuck did he go?
He just said he's dipping out. He want to know what the hell
He
you
says
eat.
he better make it magic. So,
Yeah,
well,
you want to know what you eat.
Pepsi, man, it's all on you, man. So no pressure.
There you go.
It's all good, man.
Give me the bag.
He want to know what the hell I ate. I fucking ate leftover pizza. That's what I ate. What am I gonna eat at 10:30 at night? Think I'm gonna go out and cook a gourmet meal? Fucking 10:30 at night. Fire up the barbecue and boil some
Roof Chris
pasta.
closed, Jimmy.
I
Roof
love
Chris
it.
closed.
I love it.
Classic Jimmy the bag. He's gonna go. He's gonna go hit some PCP. He's gonna come back fired up. Are his picks gonna be good? No. Is he gonna be 8 cents? No. But he's gonna do his best. That's why we love Jimmy.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with leftover.
Let Jimmy do Jimmy.
Jimmy's gonna be Jimmy, and look. We got Wim, we got Muhammad, we got Ragu, we got Almax back, and we got Vega. We're gonna make this work. We're gonna. This is the substitute all-star team. Okay.
Absolutely.
The
It's good to see you, brother.
Nice.
This is the Bulls when Michael Jordan retired. We're not going to win, but we're going to hold it down.
So I do have new news. They did schedule the Vegas draft for 2022. I do see that they did reschedule the Vegas draft for 2022.
That's good.
Hopefully we could get the damn bridge and all the damn fucking boat with the people and shit. Get all that shit back, man. 2022.
Where they going next year? Where they going next year?
I didn't check that one. I just seen that on Twitter just now. So maybe we could
Next year will still be from home.
Please don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Until further notice.
Oh, man. Don't say
Speaking
that.
of Las Vegas, I seen that the Palazzo and the Venetian are set to open June 1st. Really?
Wow.
That's in about 5 weeks from now. I mean,
Yeah, the
how are you
Vegas
gonna pull
mayor.
your off?
The Vegas
I get-
mayor
I
is
get-
just nuts.
About to
What's
book
that?
my room, you guys watch cheap.
Yeah,
The
but
Vegas mayor is nuts.
Nevada doesn't
Yeah.
have that many cases, man.
They would have won the first to close down. Actually, if you looked at things
Right.
as a whole, not
Right.
necessarily stay at home, but they business wise, with their service industry,
Casinos and
they,
stuff, yeah.
they shut it down pretty quick.
I got
They
a lot
only
of
have
friends in Vegas. I got a lot of friends, and I guess friends like family type thing in Las Vegas, and it's really bad. It is really hit hard. I
Yeah.
can get how the casinos will secure the people coming in and their suitcases. I mean, post 9/11, when I lived there, they used to check people's trunk with valet parking and so on and so forth. And I get this. They can control that. They can control the people coming in and their suitcases now. And, well, you see how it is different entering people's rooms because of the mass shooting from NWA, so on and so forth. I get that. But how are they going to really sanitize and disinfect the poker chips? That, to me, is a big deal. They already announced how the buffets, they no longer exist. Buffets are gone. This is the new normal for us. That's it.
Yeah.
Listen,
Sad
look,
but true.
I
Sad but
like
true.
all you guys. I like all you guys. I love all you guys. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to shake hands anymore. We're going to have to do like a foot shake. We're going to have to shake hands with our feet, kind of like kid and play type thing.
No, yeah,
right?
I was just gonna say the NBA's been teaching us this whole time to do all these damn dance
The
moves
hop
without touching.
dances.
We gotta figure this shit out, guys.
right?
We could always do like you did back in the day, like when you went to shake somebody's hand, you really didn't want to shake, you go like this, and then you go like this at the last minute.
Can we at least agree that a virtual draft is less weird than going to the podium on a moat, getting into a weird fucking rowboat and going over to Roger Goodell, who's a cunt, and just this is less weird. This is less weird than what they tried to set up.
Yeah, I agree.
I see some funny ass shit. I probably shouldn't comment, man. So let's keep on to the next segment.
We gotta pick it. The Saints pick is in.
Who's on the clock now?
The Saints pick is in.
Oh, nice. Saints, they are in. Let's see. It's interesting.
We got the Saints on the clock or the Vikings?
They
The
select.
Vikings have already picked. The Saints are on the clock here.
Oh yeah.
Saints picked Ruiz.
Yeah, Michigan.
Wow.
Did they not pick an interior lineman first round last year?
Oh, guard counts though. Guard counts as an offensive lineman. That one does count.
Oh wow.
I believe that one does count.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because also
So did we
guard.
miss? Did we miss a trade? I think we might have missed.
No.
Oh.
I'm gonna level with you guys. I'm really drunk.
I hope so.
Yeah, it looks like we did.
You've been
miss a
only going
trade.
about
New
4
England-
hours, man.
New England traded the pick to the Chargers, who gave up the second and third round up. So yeah. So New England traded that pick to the Chargers, I believe. I believe
Let me
that's
tell
the
you-
Kenneth Murray.
That happened now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's happy, man. You could tell. Good for you, guy. Yeah.
So when Lamb got drafted, did you guys see Lamb's?
I missed that one.
girlfriend's legs. That was the best part. That
What
was
was
the
she
best part of
doing?
the draft for me.
Damn, I missed that. I got to look back at that.
What happened?
Girlfriend legs. That piece of leg right there. I want to take a bite of that.
Oh yeah, I
lamb.
saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw.
My man.
Yeah.
That leg of lamb.
That was
Leg
the
of
best.
lamb.
Leg of lamb.
I knew
Leg
that
of
was
lamb.
coming.
There it is. Yeah, it was an alley hoop right there, Rocco. That was alley
Yeah,
hoop right
it's a little past Easter, but that's okay, brother.
there. Yeah,
So
definitely.
Caesar Ruiz is an offensive lineman.
Yeah, center.
Yeah, he's a center guard, but primarily a center.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we got left here? 20. We're at what? 25 now.
Yeah, we're at 25. Who we have on the clock here?
We got the Minnesota Vikings.
Minnesota back. They're
And
back.
they
at
got.
it.
I missed that one with. I missed the
corner.
2 receivers. How many receivers were up to now? Because
Uh,
Lamb and
five.
Just three.
Wow.
Three.
Five.
No, Rager
We're
went.
at 5.
Yeah, and
you had
Jefferson.
Yeah,
Rager
we're at
go. You had
5.
Lamb, and then you had Jefferson, right?
Yes.
Didn't Jefferson
Right.
go to the
5.
Vikings?
Well, that
Yeah.
pick's out the
Yeah.
window, right? It was 4.5 on receivers or 5.5.
No, 5.5.
5.5. So
Yeah.
one more.
Don't want one more. Get out of this round without any receivers
Yeah, I
anymore.
agree. I'm on that as
Wait a
well.
minute, you got the 49ers is going to probably pick a receiver in 30.
No, the 49ers are trading out.
They're
So,
going to
Big
trade
Ragu,
out.
I got a question for you, though, Big Ragu. Who you think is the best running back in this draft so far?
Who's the best running back that got picked so far? Or who's
Well,
the best running back?
I don't
in the
think
draft?
anyone got picked yet. No one got picked yet. But as far as
No,
like,
I mean, I'm sorry. Right? Who you think? Who's going to be the best running back? Well, you know what? I mean, all of the talk is about Swift, and you got Dobbins and everything, but
Taylor.
Taylor, Taylor early last year, he was like the Heisman candidate, and then when Joe Burrow started getting all the attention, a lot of that shift started swaying the other way. But I like Taylor. I think he's a solid running back. It depends on what team he's got to go to. That's the key there. I say probably the most versatile back. Everybody's going to say Swift, but I kind of like the kid from LSU. I like him a lot too.
Alaire.
Oh, that's
Larry.
Edwards.
So
Yeah.
apparently, I think the Vikings are trading this pick to the Niners.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's going to get interesting.
Wow.
I don't want this.
You
There's
guys
no
think
one to trade up for right now.
So what's going to happen with the 31st trade, 31st pick for the Niners now?
Well, it's not the 31st pick anymore. I can't figure out who the fuck they want right now. Hamler? Maybe Hamler?
No, Hamler. I didn't see
that's
even
a
a
trade,
single
yeah.
mock with Hamler in the first round. I don't think Hamler's going to go this high.
Mims?
Yeah, he's all happy Shanahan.
Back up.
You guys think we can get out of this round without a running back taken?
I
think that
think you're
too.
good.
Yeah,
I think you're
well,
good.
the only people who are going to screw it up is the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's going to come
that was
down to
my
that
point.
Yeah.
The bets I didn't place, which I was leaning heavily towards, was no in the first round with the running back, and then the number of players for the SEC. But some models showed it like 17. I know the over and under was 14, but I figured that Swift would have a big part of that, being close to that 14th, 15th pick for the SEC. So he would be instrumental in, both pieces of that puzzle, the running backs, of course, and then, the number of players drafted in the first round for the SEC. So I stood away from it just for that reason. I chickened out. The return wasn't going to be that good anyways. I mean, Al Mack, I thought, didn't you have a bet on the running backs in the first round? Or no, or something like that?
Yeah, I have Taylor under 36.5, and then I have over a half running back in the first round as well.
You do have over half, okay.
Yeah.
But not Taylor.
They're saying they're going to take a wide receiver here.
Oh, no.
Wow.
This has got to be
Yeah.
a wideout, but I can't understand trading
Yeah,
up.
they did. Brandon Oyoku, whatever, Arizona
Wow.
State.
I think
Ayuk?
that was a reach.
I
Ayuk,
said it
yeah.
early. I like this guy. I like this guy.
Oh.
God damn.
So good.
Position? They could have waited.
That's
Yeah,
a good
they
pick,
could've
bro. That's a good pick, though. Yeah,
I like the
Arizona
player.
State
I
players.
like the spot.
That sucks, guys. Sorry,
No
man.
way.
I like the player. I don't like the spot. This was a reach for Ayuk. But he's going to make sense in the Niners system. I just don't like this guy would have been available at 31. This is
Yeah.
bad. This is
But
bad
maybe
management.
this is
It's
maybe one of
good.
those fifth year things, right? Do you guys think this is one of those fifth year things? They're trying to just extend the guy in.
But they would have had that at 31 as well.
So what did they give up to go up there and get it?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
I like that. I said like 2 months ago, this guy would be not like he's a fucking big tough asshole with the ball. I like that about him. He's mean after the catch, and Shanahan gets the ball in the guy's hands. I just think you didn't need to trade up. This guy would have been sitting there at 31. This is a good.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So it's a good fit
You know
for
what it
his
reminds me
system.
of? You know what it reminds me of? He reminds me of a faster Anquan Bolden. That's who he reminds me of. The way he plays, just a bull.
Yeah.
He's just got more speed than Bolden. Yeah.
He's a mean receiver, but they didn't need to trade up. This guy was there at 31. This is bad cap management with a good player.
Yeah, I agree.
And you know what? Look, there's some philosophies that are like, if there's a player there that you like, go get him. I just think they could have waited.
So this is the second time in 11 years, second time in just the second time in 11 years that 6 or more receivers have been drafted in the first round.
That was rough. As soon as Rager got taken, I was like, man, this is not good.
Well, as soon as that guy he's gone, you worry about a run on receivers. And after that, there's guys like Hamler, Mims, Claypool. Claypool's way down the line, but yeah, then people start reaching for players like this. I like him. I like him as a player. I think it was a reach at the spot. I think they could have stood pat and taken him.
Yeah.
Now, what are the Dolphins going to do here? You think the Dolphins go receiver too? just to complete the
Shit.
trifecta?
Fuck it.
If I'm the Dolphins, I take best player available. Now
Yeah.
I'm kind of pissed drunk and I can't pull up the board, but
Are there any
Do the
edge
Dolphins-
rushers? What about an edge rusher right here for the Dolphins? Like a Jason Taylor type,
Or
like they used to have somebody like that. Do they have anybody out on their
Yeah.
squad?
Yeah, maybe the kid out of Penn State, Matos or whatever.
yeah, Yatur Gross Matos and AJ Espinosa are kicking around.
Yeah.
I would take Espinosa over Matos personally. If I'm the Dolphins, I take best player available. And
Maybe McKinney at safety.
here's the thing: like with safety, it's such a devalued position. There's free agents at safety still available. You can take,
Yeah.
and I think Grant Delpit at LSU played injured for most of this year. People loved him last year. He was a top 10 prospect before the start of last season. He played hurt all year. That guy can play. I think if you're going safety, you could sit on him for a minute, especially with how many picks the Dolphins have. I agree with Ragu here. This is an edge rusher spot.
That makes the most sense for them right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we got six offensive line guys, and then what? 4 defensive so far. 1, 2, 3. Well, just 3.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Matos makes sense. Penn State. Lewis, possibly that might be a little bit of reach, though. You know who I like? The kid from Florida, Zuniga. I like that kid.
Oh, so so with the Michigan pick now with Cesar Ruiz, the Big Ten is now leading Alabama 5-4.
You got over under?
Yeah.
What do you got on? What do you got over 5?
No, I got Big Ten over Alabama, so it's 5-4 right now. Yeah.
First round. Well, you're hoping they take Matos here, huh? Penn State.
Yeah, that would pretty much seal it.
I think Matos or Espinosa.
Right.
Yeah, didn't the Dolphins
Espinosa
take
had
a Penn State tight end last year too? Galecki or whatever. So maybe they might have an affinity.
That was 2 years ago.
Miami.
Matt
2
Gesicki.
years ago. Yeah. So I was just thinking maybe they have a bit of an affinity for the Penn State program. Maybe they look there again. I don't know.
It's funny how they do that, though. Certain, teams, they kind of lock in with those. They like the discipline. They like the the coaching styles. They just kind of, and it's a relationship thing too. With the coaches.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
You also got it in with the player. You can literally reach out to your own player and be like, "Hey, what's this guy about? Is he a shithead? Is he legit?
Yeah.
I play." I mean, there's no more insider information than knowing another guy in the locker room who can speak unbiasedly to you, being like, "Yeah, man, get this guy," or "I don't really like him."
Yeah.
Let's see. No pick yet.
I don't think there's more pressure on a team in this draft than Miami. Miami's got 5 picks in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
That's a situation where you can turn this franchise around, or you can shit the bed horribly and leave your team in dismay for years.
Right, Bepsi, and you're so on with that. Like, it was supposed to be tank for Tua, and then they went out and where did they go? 3-4 or 4-3 at the end of the season? They even beat the Patriots.
They started playing.
What is you guys doing right now? I thought you guys were supposed to tank for Tua, and sure enough, look, it worked out for them. They still got their man that they wanted.
Right.
I'm a little indifferent about Tua. I like this guy. I wish him the best. I just don't think he's going to be that guy. I hope he works out for Miami. But so far, I think they're doing good. And I really respect Flores. I really respect that coach. There's about 5 coaches that I really respect in the NFL. He's one of them. Harbaugh in Baltimore, he's another one. But I think
Another
so far
trade.
the Jets are doing good. No, the Dolphins, are they doing what they're supposed to be
What
doing?
happened? What happened with the Dolphins trade pick?
The Dolphins have traded their pick to the Packers.
Oh wow!
Wow. Sound like another wide receiver.
Wow.
Yeah,
Jordan
yeah,
Love.
you're right. That they need. Actually, the Pack might be taking Queen too. They like. I know that
Oh,
there's
yeah,
a lot
that
of
makes
talk.
sense.
I'm looking at
I'm
linebacker, right?
looking at Jordan Love to the Packers right now.
What? That'd be stupid.
Wow, that'll be crazy. That makes sense actually. I actually like that. I like that because you know you make him a project. You're making him a project rather than him just being able to. You're gonna tell Aaron Rodgers just chill out. We're taking him just because he's a kid. We want to,
Not
have
only
him
that,
go out with you.
But what a teacher and mentor program that would be, huh?
Right.
Why not get a better quarterback?
This is a perfect situation for Jordan Love.
I just think I just think that there's positional needs that they need to address with the first round pick more than getting an heir apparent, because Rodgers is playing for at least another 4 or 5 years, and I don't know. I just don't think the timing is right. I think they have a positional need at wide receiver and at linebacker. And
Jordan Love.
Did they take him?
Wow.
There it is, Jordan Love.
That's wild.
That's wild. That's insane.
That's
It's
wild.
LaFleur. That's all LaFleur there.
I mean, I'm happy for Jordan Love, but the Packers, Aaron Rodgers, the Packers fan base, they can't be happy about that.
Wow.
That's not. I don't like that at all.
Wow.
The Packers are a playoff.
So suddenly,
That was a surprise.
How do you spend a developmental quarterback in your first round pick?
Hey, yo, gents, I got to dip up out of
That's
here,
true.
man. It's been a pleasure, man. You guys are the best, bro. You guys are rock
All right,
stars,
Wham.
man, for real.
See you, Wham.
For sure, brother. Hey, man,
care,
be safe
buddy.
out there, Jomo, man. I'm glad you got the lights on in there, man. We were kind of scared for you. My man, Sonny, bro.
Nah,
You already know my guy, Al, as well. First class, big Raku. My man, Bipsy, bro. Hilarious, bro. Great insight, bro. Appreciate y'all, man. I'll see y'all later,
All right.
bro.
All right, Wham.
I'll be here
Have a
tomorrow,
good night.
too. I'll be here tomorrow. Yes, sir.
We will, Wham.
Good dude.
I would say that's the biggest shock of the first round so far.
This one right here.
I really don't.
You don't think so?
I really don't like that.
Oh, you don't like it? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's not a disrespect to Jordan Love. It's just the Packers are a playoff team. They won their division. Why do you throw the first round pick at a developmental quarterback when you still have Aaron Rodgers for at least a couple of years?
Right.
Yeah, it's a huge mismanagement of assets, and I think I mean the knock on Love is that he has trouble reading the field, and I think at the NFL that's a huge problem. The entire game is being able to read and react quickly, and he's got a great arm, and from everything that I've gathered and read and heard people talk about is he actually has a better arm and can throw the ball, a nicer ball than all the other top quarterbacks. But he really struggles reading defenses and making decisions quickly. And I just think that's a recipe for disaster in the NFL. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think this is a reach beyond getting a guy like you grab Jordan Love and have him system specific or sitting behind a team that can develop him properly, but not. I don't know. The Packers are there. They're there now. They're a good football team. They did it, I guess, with Rodgers and Favre, and maybe that's their philosophy. Like, oh, we know one guy's on the way out, sit in the wait. But I just think this is a poor management of assets here for the Packers.
Absolutely. Aaron Rodgers could not be happy with this pick. Are you kidding me? He's probably on the phone right now. He's like, what are you guys doing? You guys drafted a quarterback? Do you guys know who I am?
Wow. Disappointing to say the least. I would have rather them taken a shot at a guy like Higgins, honestly, or gone after Queen. Again, those positional needs. Take care of those. You're in a spot to contend right now. You've got Rodgers. I think he's playing another 5 years, 6 years. Worry about getting his heir apparent in 3 or 4 years from now. You don't waste a first round pick on that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, weird choice for sure. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe Rodgers is fucking done with football.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's gonna go into acting like PK Subban. I don't know.
Or Alexander Dag for all our American listeners. Alexander Dag could have been something. Love.
Aaron Rodgers is a commercial actor. He's no longer an NFL quarterback.
Nailed it,
That's
Bag.
right. What? Jimmy, that's 100% true.
If I was a casting director and I was looking for an actor to produce commercials, then Aaron
Matos.
Rodgers would be high on my list. But if I'm
Matos
looking
is
for
your
somebody
guy.
to lead me to victory and to glory, then Aaron Rodgers could drop a rib and suck his own dick.
Hey,
That's my pick.
hey, Bag. Did you sneak away to do like a dozen shots?
No, man. I'm just talking straight facts, man. Just straight facts.
Rodgers
That's why
does
they
kind of
drafted
bug me.
Jordan Love, man.
Fuck me, what a weird pick.
That's why they drafted Jordan Love. Because if you're looking for a great commercial actor,
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is that man. If you're looking to somebody to lead you to NFL glory, Mohamed Joma, you're going to lose a lot of money on the Packers this year.
Yeah, I might.
Hey,
Yeah,
here
I-
comes your pick, Al. Your pick's coming up. Your edge rusher for the Seahawks. They're going to go after him. Matos.
Matos and Espinosa are here. Coin flip, I think.
What? Matos. Let's see what happens.
Al Mack, Jordan Love, or Aaron Rodgers next year?
Probably Rodgers, to be honest, but I don't know. That's a bewildering pick. I'm
If I was
shocked.
a casting director and I was looking for a good insurance commercial, something with a car crash and some trees, maybe add a little COVID.
Al Mack, you look wild right now. You look like me after the Kinlaw pick.
Yeah, I'm pretty. That's all of a sudden the under in the trades isn't looking so good because now we're at 4 trades.
I'm gonna go fix myself a drink. I'll be back.
Come
be
back,
back.
Betsy, and then tell me what you think about the Niners pick because I missed it. So
I'll be
pour
back
yourself a
for
stiffy and
the 28th pick.
let's put a bow on this
Just
motherfucker. Pour yourself a giant beverage. By the way, Mohammed, nice to see you lit up, man.
Yeah, no.
What happened? You were in a
I figured
dungeon?
I should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was always I had all the lights off.
That's all good, man. I didn't get enough chance to hang with Sonny Vega.
No, and we're like what, like 10 miles apart or 10 kilometers apart?
Kilometers. Thank you.
Kilometers.
I don't know
Thank
if
you,
you're
yeah.
10 kilometers apart.
Look, we can't hang out, Jimmy, but I can drive by your house. I can honk and wave. No, we can do
You gotta
that.
sit
No?
out. Listen, you can sit outside and enjoy a cocktail 6 feet apart.
We can do that. We can do that.
I'm down.
Oh yeah, 2 meters. 2 meters in
2
Ontario.
meters. Yeah, I'm sorry, 2 meters.
It's crazy though. I can't believe like the Venetian and the Palazzo want to open up June 1st. I think it's scheduled for them to open up June 1st.
Yeah,
And,
but Sonny, they only have like 700 cases.
but we don't know. We
No,
just
I
don't
understand.
know.
I totally agree. I'm just saying that's what their numbers are at.
No doubt. And I mean, Vegas is all about tourism. It's everything. Like it's a very small city, Las Vegas. The population is very small. And so many people are suffering, but at what cost, right? I just don't know. I just don't know. I personally, I won't. I've been blamed for being a bit of a germaphobe myself in the past. I mean, like, because I used to own a restaurant, so germs and you know disinfectants in the kitchen and so on and so forth was always top of my list, right?
Yeah.
So I'd get creeped out about going to a hotel room and spending the night on a regular day 10 years ago, right? Not now. Now, forget about it. You know, I mean, to put it mildly, it's so easy to eat a dick sandwich nowadays. I don't know if you guys want me to explain what a dick sandwich is. If you guys,
Yes,
wanna
I
know
do.
what-
Yes,
Can
I
you
do.
elaborate on that just a little?
So look,
Yeah.
What sort of bread do you
Educate.
use?
it's so easy. Well, any type of bread. That's how contagious this dick sandwich is. Let's say you go use a public bathroom, okay? And the guy before you, right? He used the bathroom. He didn't wash his hands. He touched the doorknob, right? Now some bathrooms have it right where the door's open and or the trash can is right by the door where you can wash your hands and throw the napkin right in the garbage can. However, if you wash your hands and use a paper towel to dry your hands and you got to touch your doorknob, well, that defeats the purpose. So whoever touched that doorknob before you, that's what you got on your hands. So let's say, I don't know, someone, Jimmy, let's say Jimmy the bag.
Sure.
I'm sure his dick is clean, but
Sure.
regardless, for the point
A
of the
lot
story,
of veins, heavy veins.
Jimmy took a piss and he didn't wash his hands.
Varicose veins. Huge. Thick.
After the fact, I use the same bathroom. I didn't wash. I washed my hands, but I touched the doorknob. Now I go home. Well, right now, Jimmy's dick is on my hands.
See, I
It's on
wrapped
my
my
hands.
dick around that doorknob. You didn't know it.
I get in the car. I got Jimmy dick hands. I touch my face. Well, what? Well, Jimmy's dick is on my face now, guys. Right? I
See-
go home. I make myself a sandwich. I make myself a salami sandwich. I didn't wash my hands. Well, now Jimmy's
Dick
dick
sandwich.
is on my face and it's on the sandwich. And now I'm eating that sandwich. So what am I eating?
You have a,
Eating a
sandwich.
you
Jimmy
have a dick.
sandwich.
When you go to
You have a
sleep at
dick
night,
cocktail,
you have
too.
big dreams.
And just like that, I got Jimmy's dick in my mouth. I got Jimmy's dick in my
Oh,
mouth.
let's.
He didn't even
let's-
say thank you. We didn't even use
course.
Tinder. I didn't even get his phone number, and I got someone's dick in my mouth. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how you like to get down. But
Sure, sure.
you know, but this is why disinfect and wash your hands. You don't want to get another person's dick in your mouth for no
No, you
reason.
No, you don't. And you know, you speak the truth. Sonny.
Especially now.
I tell you what I'm going to
Especially
do.
now.
As soon as
Very
this
important.
quarantine is lifted, I'm going to go down to the Chinatown off track. I'm going to kiss eyeballs and make bets.
No.
I am. I'm going to kiss eyeballs, make bets. I'm going to shake everybody's hand and smooch. Did I mention smooching eyeballs? I'm going to. There's a lot of elderly at these off tracks. I'm going to bring them on real close. You know, bring them in close. I'm going to rub my face, rub their face, and mouth kiss like Tom Brady would want me to.
Are
You're
we
a gambler.
rubbing faces and kissing kids like Tom Brady?
No children.
All right, so-
no, I'm in an off track in Chinatown.
Oh,
Bebsy. There's no children in the Chinatown
sorry,
Chinatown off track. Did I say Chinatown?
You said Chinatown.
Bebsy, you fucking with me. You threw me a curveball I wasn't ready for.
This is what happens when people get drunk and do broadcasts. I just walked in hammered and you talking about Tom Brady, and I thought about kissing kids.
Of course, you were thinking
Right.
about kissing kids. Why wouldn't you?
No, I just mean with Tom.
No, however you want to handle it, handle it. What I'm
So,
talking about is at the Chinatown off track. What I want to do is just shake hands and rub eyeballs. Nothing wrong with that. And I will do that as soon as this thing is lifted, man.
Jimmy, you're really gambling. You're really rolling the dice there. You're gonna go to Chinatown? Yep.
Oh man,
That's
I mean,
really
I go to Chinatown a couple, 2 or 3 days a week, even through this virus, just to get some raw fish.
Shut the fuck
All
up.
right.
Just to get some bats.
What kind is Jimmy? You get like tuna and salmon or what? Maybe like some crawfish? What do you get there?
I get the cheapest shit you can get, man. Butterfish.
Swai.
man.
Sway, whatever that shit's called.
Jimmy the Bag, be honest. Have you left your apartment in 3 months?
Rarely.
Okay.
Rarely.
I'm glad we're all up to speed here.
But when I do, I've got no mask on, and I'm ready to shake hands and kiss eyeballs. That's so wrong. I'm open arms to everybody I see, and
you've always been a pioneer in being a shitbag.
You're a good man. You're a good man, Bebsy, and thank you for respecting it.
I just went downstairs a minute ago. I'm fucking hammered. What are we doing here? What's the pick?
Monkfish said,
Baltimore.
Bebsy, I need you fresh and ready to go tomorrow. You've been I think you're the most valuable player, by the way, of this whole draft.
Absolutely.
If you don't think I've been hammered every night for the last 28 days and functioning fine the next day, you're disrespecting me, Jimmy the Bag. You are disrespecting me.
You think I don't think you could drink, Pepsi? You think I would look you in the eyes and say, I don't think you can drink?
Buddy, I'm going to be back.
I don't think
if there's return customers, they're going to be like, oh, that guy's sobered up. And then I'm going to be this dickhead by midnight tomorrow night again.
Bebsy, the drunkest you are, still sober for all of us who hang out at the Chinatown off track.
I'll be honest, I love you all. I'll hug the shit out of you. And Bebsy gives top quality.
Just a couple eyeball kisses. It'll be fine.
The odd eyeball kiss, but
just breathe in our face. That's all we
Jimmy,
ask.
have you ever gone to the South Korean, the Korean town off track on Bloor Street?
Oh yeah, the new one on
Yeah.
And
That
I
one's
think
nice.
last 18 months. Yes, we were very interested when it came in, but I was spending most of my time in Costa Rica. But yes, I've gone in and bought a few daily racing forms in there. The if you want to talk about the dirtiest off tracks, we have to go to East.
Yeah,
Queen
on
Street.
Woodbine. Yeah. Woodbine and
Woodbine. I think the Woodbine's pretty nice, man. I think that's nice. A lot of TVs. The what's it on? What the fuck? What's
Coxwell?
that?
Queen is coming up.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, Pat Queen's got to go here.
I'm just praying that Kansas City does not take a running back so I can salvage this night because I just got hammered on the wide receivers.
I need a running back.
Muhammad, I wouldn't be resting on that. They're the only team I had on a running back in the first round, but I didn't have them on it, but
Gerard.
I'm just hoping they don't take one.
Al Mack, are you Toronto guy?
Yeah, man.
When we're allowed to talk to people, you should come have whiskey on my patio.
Sure. Where is that?
Bloor near High Park.
Nice. I live at Spadina and DuPont.
Oh, nice.
Sounds like COVID poison, Al.
Yeah.
It is right now, yeah.
Gas station says most OTB bettors here don't use the form or anything other than the program. Same there. No. You know what? I try not to make eye contact when I say kissing eyeballs. I guess I'm exaggerating. The average age in my off tracks is about 75.
Wow.
78.
75.
Yeah. So if I have a lot of acne, I'm inspiring to these, horrifying elders.
Fucking
who are
Ravens.
drunk and causing fights, and it's
the Ravens just took Queen. They might be the most functional organization in the NFL next to the Patriots.
Well,
they are. Their drafting has been awesome.
This is such a good pick for the Ravens. They're just steady as she goes. The Steelers come to mind as well. They just take the right guy. They just wait who comes This is another beautiful pick from the Ravens. Patrick Queen is
All right.
just a versatile, talented linebacker who's just going to settle in and be very good to great in the next few years. Great pick by the Ravens.
Over 3.5 linebackers.
Super Bowl this year, and I bet in front of everybody on camera before I left SBR, like that I'll pull out if I need to. I bet Flash $1,000 that the Ravens would win the Super Bowl over the next 5 years because he was disrespecting Lamar Jackson to such an extent on camera in front of everybody that I called him out. And so I have $1,000 bet that the Ravens win the Super Bowl over the next 5 years.
And how many years are you into that bet?
0.
0? Oh, okay. Yeah. Very respectable franchise.
I did 2 months.
Very respectable franchise there. They've been respectable for at least 5 years, more so. Who's the boss there? Ozzie Newsome. They're making all the right calls. Harbaugh is on point. I really respect him. I mean, from the days with Priest Holmes, so on and so forth, they're fun to watch. They have been fun to watch before Lamar Jackson. And now going back a few years ago, the Patriots were very interested in drafting Lamar Jackson, but for some reason they backed out. I'm not sure why, but we've never seen a type of football like this from the Baltimore Ravens. At least I haven't. This quarterback and the way they play, we haven't. So it's going to be very interesting to me how and if they do succeed. I mean, for whatever reason, they didn't get it done last season. I thought it was theirs. I thought they were a better team than Kansas City. Definitely a far better team than the Patriots. But they're a fun team to watch, and I respect that organization very much so. Very much.
Ingram got hurt. That's what happened, I think. Ingram got hurt in that last game or second last game, and that's what threw them off in the playoffs.
But if these people are saying that, or people are saying that Lamar Jackson isn't capable of winning giant games, it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, I disagree. I've seen Lamar Jackson live. He's a fucking beast.
He's a young man.
Sample size either. Yeah, there's no sample size. I was just saying there's no sample size at all. So you're right. Anybody who says that you can't win big games is off their rocker. Like you can't base it off of what he's been in the league. He's been a starter for 1 year. So there's no argument there.
Oh, Swerving saying the disrespect. It is, I get off on the disrespect and getting off on the disrespect. I think that everybody's saying Lamar can't win a playoff game or can't step up or can't stay in the pocket or Lamar wants to be better and is going to be better. Nobody's hungrier. Yeah. I mean, no, that's a stupid comment. But I think Lamar Jackson is so angry about how last season ended that he thinks about it every fucking night.
Yeah.
It's not even about being angry. The guy's just incredibly talented. His defense is good. His offense is good. They're about to get better. Lamar Jackson can play football. At the end of the day, the guy's going to play well. I mean,
and they're really well coached team. Like they're like a family. They're a solid group of. They're just a solid team.
John Harbaugh is a fantastic coach.
Yes,
one of the best.
That team's going to be great. And knocking on a guy for losing in his first 2 seasons in the playoffs. The playoffs are hard. There's not a ton of teams that get there. It's not easy. You can't shame a guy for losing a playoff game. That's the best players in the NFL. It's the best teams in the NFL. Lamar.
So many of those games. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, he's great. He's got a shelf life, but he's great. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, so many of those games flip on 5, 6, 7, like a handful of plays, right? And in that Tennessee Ravens game, there was a couple of key turnovers in the first half. It was just like a perfect storm that just kind of got the Ravens pinned, and they couldn't get back up. And everything happens so quickly in those games. And I just think to judge him off of that one small sample is ridiculous. And I'm the first one to admit I wrote him off early because you'd listen to his interviews and he could barely talk English. Like, he could barely speak English. Some of the things he would say, and he just sounded so over his head. But you watch him on the field, and you quickly quickly become a believer. And I think his talent is going to speak for itself, and they'll be a Super Bowl contender for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, you're right, Mohammed. I like it. I think he's in a good system. I think he has the right coach, and that has a lot to do with talent nowadays. If you have the right coach to use that athlete proper and let that athlete shine in the proper arena, and Harbaugh is a great coach for that. Like, imagine Lamar Jackson played for the Texans. O'Brien would have traded him or something, for like. Yeah. But Bill Belichick, Harbaugh, very respectable coaches. Andy Reid, I mean, I think he fell into it with Mahomes. But be that as it may, look, he still won a Super Bowl, and I'm happy for him. But the thing that bothers me with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens a little bit is, again, like I said, guys, I'm old school. If I see people making out in public, it kind of bothers me. But I'm old school. So I didn't like the celebrations with the Ravens. When they beat the Patriots on a Sunday nighter or a Monday nighter, they celebrated as if they won. Look,
Sunday night,
another game. Tone it down a little bit. Be humble.
Listen,
wait to celebrate. That's how I am. But I do respect good football, great football, and that's what they played. I would just like tone it down a little bit. I mean,
Lamar Jackson plays for his offensive coordinator is Greg Roman. Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator for the 49ers when Colin Kaepernick was there. Wherever your political allegiances lie, Colin Kaepernick in his beginning was unstoppable, and that was Greg Roman. Lamar Jackson fits that system. He's not a pocket passer. He's not
far more talented than Kaepernick too.
Sure, he's not as fast or as big and strong as Kaepernick, but he's shiftier and he's a better natural quarterback than him. My point is, this is. You're in a situation for him to succeed, and Lamar Jackson can succeed in that situation. And yeah, he does have a shelf life. We all know what quarterbacks who take off last in this NFL. They get hit, they slow down a bit, they get hit harder. He's fantastic now. The Ravens are a phenomenally coached team. They're here. Harbaugh's a great coach. And he's going to make the most out of him. I don't think we're going to see a 12 to 15-year career out of Lamar Jackson, but let's enjoy it while he's here. The guy is fun to watch. That guy is phenomenal. And give him some weapons. Give him some protection. That guy is – he's not Robert Griffin.
He's not flailing out. He's not running towards the sidelines with his arms like this.
No? Who did that?
RG3.
RG3.
Man, RG3 was great in his rookie season, but he didn't know when to go down or go out of bounds.
He was miscoached.
He was
badly coached.
Yep.
You're very badly coached.
Stoney Vega agree wholeheartedly, man. That guy had all the talent in the world, and he got fucked.
Yeah, they just ran him into the ground in Washington.
I mean, that's what it is with any player, though. A coach has to identify the player's talent, what he's good at, what he's not good at, and bring out the good stuff in him. Like, give you a prime example, Tom Brady. Well, Tom Brady isn't pure talent. That was just a beautiful relationship between him and Bill Belichick. Bill knew how to use him proper.
Yeah, you could see that, especially in the later years.
And Tom Brady said, okay, coach, whatever you say, that's what I'm going to do. And he took it to a next level. Harbaugh knows how to do this with Lamar Jackson. He knows how to bring out the best out of him. And that's what a coach's job is. Bring out the best in your players. Bring out the best in your team. That's your job, right? Tom Brady isn't a pure talent like Aaron Rodgers is. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to listen. I don't think he doesn't want to listen, but he has pure raw talent. Tom Brady never had that. He was coached up.
Tom Brady has the greatest resume of all time, but he's not the greatest quarterback of all time. He's the greatest resume, and yeah, he's great. Not going to take that away from him. But if you're in the right situation, like Tom has been, and Lamar is right now with John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is a phenomenal coach. The fact that the Ravens considered firing him was ignorant and just stupid. Play with him. He's great, but he does have a shelf life. Any guy who runs that loose is going to get clipped. You get clipped once, you slow down. You get clipped again, you slow down again, and then you get
But that's
the difference, though, is that his body is small enough and he's durable enough that he can take it. He's not like how RG3 was a little bit too tall. You know what I mean? And
RG3 was lankier for sure. He's not as stocky. Look at Lamar Jackson's neck. I don't know what kind of exercises you do to have a neck that just like your back ends here and your neck ends over your ear.
Yeah.
He's got that. So he's stocky.
Yeah, he's built like a running back.
But at the end of the day, man, this is the NFL. These guys are monsters. These guys are freaks. Any one of us in this panel gets hit once by an NFL linebacker, we never walk again. You got to understand that. This guy's a freak. He's super good. I love watching him play, but it's short. Let's enjoy it while he's here. It's short.
Well, I think what we'll see now this year more than ever is them line up in that double I formation where like Ingram will get some direct snaps. So they'll almost have two, like they'll use Lamar as like a second back. I think they're going to utilize that, especially if they get another like solid running back. I think that's a something that they can utilize is using that double I formation.
What do you think happens with this pick here? Matos, he's still on the board. We talked about Miami needing an edge rusher. They got another chance here. So are they going to pick up Matos here or not?
Ragu, who would you take, Matos or Espinosa?
I'd put my money on Matos. I like Espinosa too, but I think Matos. This way we can give our guy Al the win too for the Big Ten.
I'm getting in smoking cigars in the house.
What do we think about Austin Jackson? Or no, that was 18th. Sorry. What do we think about? Could Miami possibly pick up a running back here?
Yeah, Cam Akers, FSU.
All the best RBs are still on the board. Am I wrong?
No, none of them have been picked. Taylor is still up. Swift is still up.
That's the thing. Miami can grab Swift, Dobbins, or Taylor in the second round. Worst case, they get Hilaire. Yeah, Miami's playing this right, I think. And man, I fucking love Miami's situation right now. I think they've got a good young coach, and we talked about this earlier, like 3 hours ago. Fuck, I don't know. But they've got a coach that team believes in, which is huge. It's fleeting. Yeah.
You're thinking running back.
What's that?
You keep thinking running back. They're flashing all these running backs up on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing that too.
No,
it's surprising that Taylor isn't up there.
Miami needs
Taylor.
This over the Chiefs is going to fuck the running back under here.
Yep. This will be a surprise move if they do it.
But still, if I'm Miami, I sit on this. Because you have two picks in the second round. You're going to get one of the top 4 running backs.
Yeah, you are, definitely.
Yeah, wait till the second round.
Schefter's saying no running back selected tonight.
Yeah, I would have bet no running
back. Is
back.
he?
We'll see. I mean,
he just said that? Did he just say that?
Yeah, he did.
Who, me? Did I fuck up? I'm so drunk. I'm so sorry.
Flores doesn't mess around. He's pure business. Every time I see him.
Yeah, Sonny, somebody was saying in the chat earlier that he always looks mad when they see him. It's pretty true.
Right? He's a serious man. Yeah, no doubt. That's going to be a good team. It's going to be very interesting with Tua, what they're going to do.
Well, it won't matter because Buffalo is going to win that division easily.
Buffalo's a scary team, very respectable. I like that. I like McDermott.
Yeah.
How back did you say that easily?
Yeah.
I don't think it's easy. I agree with you. I think they'll win the division. I don't think it's easy. I love Buffalo. They're like, I'm a Niners fan, obviously, but through and through, I love underdogs. I love the Browns and I love the Bills. And I think the Bills are legit right now.
I don't know if it's McDermott or if it's Allen, but something.
No, it's McDermott. Allen.
They got to have a come to Jesus moment this year. It might not be McDermott.
Listen, I love the fact that the Niners have Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think he's great. I think he fits the mold. All he's got to do is not fuck up. And you saw the second half of the season, he didn't fuck up as much. That's if you have a great team, you can have a quarterback who just doesn't fuck up. That's all you need. That's all you need. And I think Allen is talented enough. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he can make things happen. He's got a cannon for an arm. Is it accurate? No. But that team can play. Buffalo's legit right now. People are undervaluing that team.
They're the best defense in the league, in my opinion.
I don't think they're undervaluing that team. I think they're getting their respect, especially I felt it before that Thanksgiving game against the Dallas Cowboys. Very respectable franchise. And you know what? When I would cap their games and I would invest money on them winning a game, at least I knew, even if I lost, I knew that the Buffalo Bills would show up to play. There's nothing worse than putting $100 on a team to cover a spread and they don't even show up. Or they call a timeout in the first play coming out of halftime. Like the
except for that game against Cleveland
over Baker Mayfield this past season. I lost all my contacts. The worst thing for a bettor is putting money on a team that doesn't even fucking show up. The Bills, they showed up. They showed up every game. They're
what
hungry.
do? We take recency bias. We bet on a team because of that. The Bills, they've lost some big games, but fuck, man, that's an up-and-coming team.
I love that.
They stole Ed Oliver in the draft last year. They stole him. Like they
and look at White. White is becoming one of the best defensive players in the league.
Tre'Davious White is top 3 corner in the NFL.
Yeah.
Edmonds is top 3 running backs in the NFL. They have a dominant front line. They just picked up Stephon Diggs. I think Singletary can run the ball. That's a team that's going to be hard to beat. And McDermott is a legit coach. That guy is good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm all over the Bills and Ravens this year coming up. I'm all over them.
I'm all over the Bills heavy. I think that Diggs brings a better I don't know if he's the weapon that they need, but he's a diversion, and he's going to give Singletary the space that he needs. Singletary's a good back.
This may be a mistake, and I agree with you there, Al, but this may be a mistake that I'm making here with what I'm about to say, but I understand what Bebsy's saying about why the 49ers might not fall into this Super Bowl losers jinx. They're a very, very young squad with a young coach and a young GM. It's not like they were climbing the hill for 6 years and got to the hill and lost it. It's not like they had this huge lead halfway through the game against the Brady-led monsters. And,
No, dude, they're a team that just learned how to win last year. They just learned how to win. They just learned what it feels like to win. They're a good football team. And, I understand how difficult it is to go back. And the odds are stacked against them, but you got to look at a team that has character. The Bills have character. The Bills do. They believe in each other. The Niners believe in each other. The Patriots that's what they fucking do is win. Harbaugh, John, not Jim. Jim's a fucking idiot. But they win. They learn how to use their pieces and they win. That's a big X factor in the NFL that gets overlooked a lot of the time.
And I think two big things with the Niners is to remember is that Shanahan's now blown 2 big leads in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. So I think a guy that has any competitive pride at all, which you don't get to the NFL as a coach if you don't, right? He's going to be really driven to want to win. And I think there's going to be no complacency setting in. And the other thing with the Niners is that they're built on the lines. They're built on the O&D line. It's much easier to have consistency that way year to year than it is to rely on certain skill position talent or turnover differential or certain things that are a little bit harder to carry over for 30 years. So I think those are two things too that'll keep the Niner picture for a while.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to play. At the end of the day, they still have a phenomenal defense. They still have weapons, and they still have Kyle Shanahan who can put up points with plugs. Like last year before they went to the Super Bowl, the year before, they put up points. Their defense just couldn't stop shit because they had nothing. They didn't have a pass rush. It's still a team that their offense can put up points, and it's why I don't hate the Kinlaw pick. I hate it because I think he might be hurt, but I still think that's a team that's going to compete. They know.
The thing about the Niners is for the first 10 weeks of the season, they were top 3 defense, and they kind of tapered off defensively down the stretch. But
because of injury.
Yeah, defensively though, they're sound. You know what I mean? Like they're a sound team. They were right up there with the Patriots and the Bills right up until like week 11, and then they started to taper off. But even then, I have them at the end of the season the 8th best defense, and what did that get them? It got them to the Super Bowl. So,
did you guys catch the last 2 draft picks?
Yes, we saw
two corners.
No,
yeah, 2
Gladney,
corners. A run on 2 corners.
Gladney just went to the Vikings, number 31 and number 30. I think this was a little bit of reach. Noah Igbinoghene from Auburn. He went to the Dolphins.
Man, people love, I can't pronounce his name,
Igbinoghene.
People love that guy. And I think if they could pronounce his name, he might have been higher in the draft. But Gladney's knock was size, but skill, he is there. That guy could play ball. That guy.
KC's on the clock. So here comes the running back factor, right?
I can't believe that. Last bet.
Oh, yeah. So hopefully Schefter's right, and I'm also thinking, Andy Reid doesn't like to run the ball. Running back because they're going to want to have the ball with Mahomes every play anyway. So,
Muhammad, who's your team?
Green Bay.
You're a Green Bay fan, so you fucking probably hate me and my backdrop.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Hey man, I don't have anything. Teams I hate are all in division for me. I've never the Niners. I'm good with the Niners for the most part.
Here's the thing with
I really respect. I think Shanahan's top 3 to 5.
The Niners and the Packers have had so many important games over the last 2 decades, and I've got nothing but love for the Packers. They're a proper franchise. Their fans aren't fucking idiots. Apologies to anybody on this panel who might be a Jets fan. Dumbest fans in the league. But Packers, man, I love them. They're a great team, great franchise, great group, and they're always fucking there, man. The Packers are awesome. Jesus, I like them. Fuck off, Sonny. I care.
What up?
Nice to hear you say sweet things about the Packers.
No, man, I love the Packers. They've been a
Jim.
for decades. The Packers are a legit franchise that aren't full of dickheads.
Hey, do the Chiefs go offensive line here, or they go cornerback?
I respect that.
Bebsy, I don't know, man. The 49ers.
Well, Wales said he thought that they were going to go offensive line.
Offensive line? So do they get?
He said defensive line.
Defensive line.
Hang on, Vega was gonna talk shit with the Niners.
Yeah, I want to hear Sonny. I want to hear what Sonny was about to say too, man. I was interested.
No, I mean it's something that you probably agree with. I mean, I think Shanahan outplayed himself in that Super Bowl. He outplayed himself. See what?
Sorry,
He
you're on
outplayed
mute.
himself.
No, I think it's old Ghost Show causing the sound issue.
Shanahan overthinked it. He overthinked that Super Bowl. He played himself in the end. That Super Bowl ruined my life for like 2 months.
Maybe, but at the end of the day, their defense gave up 21 points in 6 minutes. You can't put that on Shanahan.
No, I think he overthought it though. The offense side of the ball, I think he made it too complicated. I think football is a lot. You know what? Keep it simple, stupid. If it's working for you, keep going with it. Keep it simple.
Yeah, that is true. He
that's
definitely
what I-
diverted from the game plan.
You
But
got
you can't,
there. You
can't
got
take
there
anything
using
from
a
one
simple
game.
format. Keep it
He had-
going.
He had 2 plays dialed up, one in which Kittle was wide open, knocked down by Chris Jones at the line. That's the game.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not putting this on Shanahan. I think he's a great coach. At the end of the day, the defense, the team lost. The team lost. They gave up 21 points in 6 minutes. That's not on Shanahan.
I'm gonna minus that touchdown late. Let's say 14.
Yeah. The late touchdown's bullshit. But
yeah, that was garbage time, right? Yeah.
hey, man,
But
on that third down that Tyreek Hill got the 40-yard gain,
oh man,
the hold on Bosa was obvious to even a guy who's never watched football before. So it shit happens, man. It's the game. You move on. I love Shanahan. I think he's legit.
I like him. I
Shanahan's
hope,
legit.
I hope he gets this. I hope he gets rid of this stigma. You know, with the Falcons.
Maybe
I
he's
hope-
the new Andy Reid when it comes to winning the big game.
Yeah, maybe.
And you know what? If you're gonna lose the big game, you might as well give it to fucking Andy Reid.
Absolutely. Kudos on that.
Is it in? The pick is in. The pick is in.
The
There
pick
he
is
is.
in.
There's our guy, Hilary. It's over. That's the guy I picked for the first running back,
No.
Wow.
but they didn't put a dime on it.
5'7", 207 pounds.
Hilaire
Did they
can
pick? Did they pick Hilaire?
Yeah.
Hilary, yep.
Oh,
That's
cash
what I was
that
willing.
then.
I was willing to bet that, and I chickened out. You pussy.
Damn.
Minus 150. It seems like it should have been a lot better than that.
Minus
Over,
150.
over a half running
The
backs.
last, yeah.
Beautiful.
call, Ragu. Ragu, great call, buddy.
Early in the
What's
night,
good about
yeah.
this is my Taylor under 36.5 is still alive, even though I don't know if he's going to last 5 picks.
Wow, that's unreal.
Here's the big question: is there a
Saved
run
by
on
the
running
So
backs
now
now?
that Zach got killed,
Is there a run on running backs, Bebsy?
Do you want? That's my question. Do you think now that Hilaire's gone, do you look at Swift? Do you look at Taylor? Do you look at Dobbins? Is that the run that starts round 2?
Well, what about Espineza or whatever his name is?
I love Espinosa. I love Blacklock, who didn't go. There's a lot of talent left on the board.
I could see Taylor from Espineza all being in the top 5 of the next round.
I was dead wrong about trade-ins for guys like from Hertz, Eason. I thought there might be a play, but fuck me, I was dead wrong.
Looking at all of the bets that everybody made,
hey guys,
I think the best bet was Al Max under 5.5 trades, knowing that there was no way to verify health, and there was just with the issues going on with COVID, it was a simple and exquisite.
Although it wasn't easy, it 4 trades in the first round. It looked like a good. It looked easy, but then there was two back-to-back trades between I think
Late.
the 22nd and 23rd pick.
Yeah,
Almac, your Okuda pick was clairvoyant.
yeah, it was very nice.
Yep. Perfect. Perfect.
Well, thank you.
Hey, guys, I
was
have a
a-
question for you.
What up, Mohammed?
Yeah, I just gotta ask you guys. So I'm sitting on Hurts over 62.5 plus 190. You think that hits to salvage these running back and wide receivers, not going under?
I don't think. You want to take it away, Bebsy?
No, I'm with you, Ma. I still take that. I still take his under there because I think somebody grabs. I think there's a bunch of quarterbacks now that people are still going to try and grab to, hedge their bets, like hope on a quarterback that they have a little bit of control over, because this is the NFL now. Is we know how much quarterbacks are worth as far as the cap goes, and you need a good quarterback. And if you have a quarterback who's, look, man, the Rams went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Jared Goff is, in my opinion, when they drafted him, he was garbage. And maybe that's going to piss people off. But look, you take a guy who can manage a game early and you have control over him before they get their salary cap. Now look at the Rams. They're fucked. They missed, but they almost got there. So, yeah, I think Hurts still goes there.
Hey,
I
so
have the over 62.5. So
that
I'm
last
hoping
pick
he
on the
does-
draft that made the SEC, like I said earlier, was going to put the SEC over and the running back prop to cash on that same one. But we were talking Swifty, but Hilary just as well. So if you took the SEC, you cashed over, and the running back, you cash. So that's it, my guys. I'm going to check out.
You're a monster, my friend, and a privilege to work with. Tomorrow, we go live an hour earlier, an hour before the second and third rounds pop off. So
Good
I believe
deal.
at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we'll hear Odds headquarters, Odds HQ. You guys were spectacular today. Thank you so much. This panel was so much fun. We had a bunch of guys coming in and out, and it was extremely enjoyable, but we wouldn't be able to have this fun if it wasn't for a chat livening everything up. So big shouts out to Nilo, the legend, Gas Station Sushi, and Dennis Garcia, our thoroughbred handicappers. Got to be ready bright and early. We got
we got to start breaking the forms out in a couple hours.
Swervin, QC Matrix, Sun Dizzle, Ixnizzle. All you guys made it so special. Josh Point oh. But let's go around and give some love out. Big Ragu, my man. You got some love to give out?
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you having me as usual. Bepsy, nice to meet you, my friend. Look forward to working with you in the future. And you know the particulars with my guys, Mohammed, Sonny Vega. Always a pleasure. It's been too long to see you, my friend. And, of course, Big Al Mack. Always my good friend from the 6. And from the 6, from the 6, Mohammed, where you at, buddy?
Edmonton, Alberta.
Edmonton,
Western
okay.
Canada.
So, all right. So you're not hanging with these guys, but you are hanging with them, if you know what I mean. So it was a pleasure. I enjoyed it. And, of course, always love to the chat. My second family. Yes. Love you guys. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
We love you, Ragu, the legend.
Much love, Ragu.
Big Ragu.
Right. Thank you,
Al
guys.
Mack, you got some love to give out?
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, just thanks to you for having this on. Bebsy, Mohammed, Sonny, Twatty, everybody, Whale Capper, everybody, thanks a lot. And, not the best night, but 1.83 units so far. And if Taylor goes early, that will work. That'll help that out. The Patriots picking a defensive player first, that'll help that out. So it's been a success. So let's keep it going.
Much love, Al Mack. Sonny Vega. Man, we miss you so dearly. Thank you so much for rolling with us today. You got any love to give out?
Likewise, thank you for having me. The feeling's mutual. Look, wash your hands, wash your genitalia, wash your dicks. We'll get through this. I had a blast. Love you guys, man. You guys I met tonight, thank you very much. A pleasure.
I love you too, man.
Wash your genitalia.
I think genitalia, dicks are the same thing, but I love you too, man. Mohammed, you look like you're coming to us from a tunnel somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I apologize maybe for the green room here, a little dark. But I really appreciate the opportunity. I love joining you guys. Love being with you guys. Love talking sports. There's nothing better. And even though I took a couple losses by a pick each, it was canceled out, if not overcome by being with you guys and chatting. And I had a blast. So thank you, Jimmy, and everybody else. I Betsy, I haven't met you yet. You seem like a great guy. I know Al Mack, and I know Tiny a little bit, but I've never actually met them or talked to them online. Really appreciate you guys, and yeah, hopefully we can do this soon again.
Much
Thanks,
love,
guys.
Muhammad.
Respect,
Much
Muhammad.
love,
Thank you.
Muhammad, my man. Bebsy, from the start to the finish, man. I think you got the most valuable player. That big stogie, Jesus, looked real good, man. And you drank heavily, which I knew you would. And I respect you from start to finish, Bebsy.
What can I say? I'm a full-blown alcoholic, so I appreciate you guys listening to my bullshit and ignoring my stumbling over words. But man, if anybody is willing to talk football with me, I will talk football with you right back. Muhammad, Almac, Vega, D-Boss. Let's talk about fucking David Boston hanging in for 2 hours
and 49 minutes.
Man, this was so much fun. You guys are all beauties, and sweet Christ, I love football, and I'm wrong a bunch of the times, but fuck, I'll talk until the towels. Yeah, you know.
Oh man, what a treat it is to roll with you guys. Odds.com, new on the scene, and Odds.com, they just want to create content, sports gambling content. Not going to ask you for anything. Just want to create content, and I'm very thankful to be rolling with them. Al Mack, Sonny Vega, Muhammad Joma, Bebsy, and also we had so many spectacular guys rolling with us. Babano, Big Ragu, David Boston, Tay Stevens, DJ Big Boss, Twate Latte, Walter Trotter, and the Whale Capper. From all of us, thank you guys so much for joining us. We got rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. I've got enormous amounts of work to do on Gulfstream, Tampa Bay Downs, and Oaklawn Park. All we got to do is gamble nonstop. That's the future for us. I love you guys. Thank you for rolling with us.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Odds.com, thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Yes.
Get that cash.
Leche.
Hey, los bookmakers. Let's fucking go. Great job, you guys. Much love.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, Odds.com.